let's talk about Alien. All right, what are we here to do?
Hey everyone, it's Alien Day, right?
At least the day that we're recording this.
We are recording this on Alien
Not
Day.
the day that
Alien
you-
Night.
Not-
Alien Night.
Yes, but not the day that you're hearing this.
No, you're gonna hear this the day after Alien Day. So hopefully you're not all burnt out on Alien stuff. Hopefully you're all excited about Alien stuff. So in the style and the fashion of our other podcasts, we marathoned the Alien franchise to get ready for Alien Covenant, which is coming out in a few weeks.
Yes.
And everybody knows that we have opinions about alien stuff because so much of our content is devoted to it.
You guys have been bothering us to tell. Well, I mean, you kind of already know how we feel on a lot of this stuff, but you've been waiting for us to actually do a complete series, movie by movie discussion.
Right, which is what this is.
So what are we covering? 7 movies.
Is it? Oh, right. Yep.
It is 7 movies.
7 films.
Now, obviously, Alien, Aliens, Alien 3.
Alien Cubed.
Aliens.
According to Camille and Johnny.
Alien 0.
Alien. Which one's Alien 0?
Cube 0.
Oh, yeah.
Cubed.
Yeah.
Stupid joke. Okay, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Resurrection, and then we decided to actually do Alien versus Predator 1 and 2, and then Prometheus.
I mean, if it has...
I
guess Prometheus technically doesn't have a xenomorph in it, which is what I was going to say.
Well, actually,
if it has...
it kind of does.
It kind of does, maybe.
But we all know it's
but
whatever.
it's connected.
And obviously, with Covenant coming out, it's the only one in this series that actually matters in terms of the next movie that's going to come out. But I was on the fence with AVP. I said, I don't know if it really should we or not. But you said, hey, we might as well. Plus, it gives us a chance to actually talk about that in the air, open in the air a little bit, not just alluding to in another video.
Right.
So, with that said, it's probably going to be a long podcast, but we're going to try to actually not go crazy with the rambling and just stick to the points.
Or at least make everything we say have a point.
We're not going to go 45 minutes before we even start the first movie like we've done before.
Right.
And obviously, this is just obvious. I mean, I just know for sure. You've all seen the movies, so we don't need to cover every part.
Oh, right. So spoilers ahoy.
Who hasn't seen all the Alien?
I mean, if you haven't, that's fine. But just know this: that we are not. Two things we are not going to do. We are not going to avoid spoilers. We're going to be talking about these films as if we're in a room with everybody that's seen them all, and we are also not going to recap the plot or summarize or anything like that, like we've done on some of our other horror ones, because I know that part of the entertainment value on those podcasts is people that are like, I'm never going to watch these fucking movies. Let me listen to these two guys that did it for me.
Yes.
That's not going to be the case with these. So keep that in mind before you listen. If you've never watched the Aliens movies, go watch the Aliens movies. What's wrong? You can get that Blu-ray anthology box set. I see it everywhere for $25 or something. It's one of the best deals. It's one of the best investments of money that you could possibly make.
Better than put it in the stock market.
Yes.
It'll appreciate in value.
All the time.
You buy Blu-rays and then you sell them for more than you paid for them.
Until they change the format, and then you got to get it on 4K or something.
And then it's worthless.
Yeah, that's
your 401k going pew. Don't put your 401k into buying Blu-rays thinking that's going to pay off one day for your retirement.
Yeah, I hope there's somebody out there that's not investing in Blu-rays. That's not I don't mean not for their collection, but they think. I know a lot of people that buy comic books that they think that they're going to be worth something one day, and they're not. But I hope that nobody thinks that some of this.
Are you saying Blu-rays are the new baseball cards?
Hey, you never know.
Beanie Babies?
Oh God, there's a landfill somewhere with Beanie Babies in it, right?
One day it's going to be full of Blu-rays.
Beanie Babies eventually become dog and cat toys and get lost to time. Beanie Babies, yeah. And Pogs. I still have people ask for Pogs sometimes, every once in a while.
That's because Pogs are dope.
Well, all right. Well, all right then. That's the end of the podcast. We're all done with this, and we wrap that one up.
Pogs are coming back. Just trust me.
Okay. I hope for somebody's sake that they do. Somebody I bought. That somebody spent $200 on a slammer. Somebody did.
Just a single slammer.
Yeah. A really hot
I'm gonna post this picture to Instagram actually in the next couple of days. Then, but I went to Disneyland and they had gold coins, and when I saw them, I immediately went, "Oh, those are Pogs. Those are slammers.
Right.
Those aren't gold coins." I envisioned those slamming a stack of cardboard discs. That was my first thing I thought about. So
as soon as kids start gambling with them or whatever, then my school didn't allow them because it was a form of gambling.
Oh, we just gambled with actual coins.
Right.
Get like me and stuff like that.
We were here shooting dice and actually.
Well, that's actually not too far off. We had a couple of those craps. Anyways,
Okay, hey, that wasn't so bad. That was like 30 seconds. Okay,
aliens,
here we go.
Right? Aliens.
Yeah.
Xenomorphs.
All right, we're going to start at the very beginning.
Alien.
Yes. Oh, also, I want to add a third thing that we're not going to do. In addition to not summarizing,
is that third thing talking about alien movies?
Yeah, this is actually the end.
We're
of the
just
podcast.
we're just never going to talk about them. We're just going to ramble.
Yes, we're going to see how long people will listen before they realize that we're not actually ever going to talk about it. There is talking about that box set again, that Blu-ray box set. Just reminding me of it. There are so many in-depth special features and commentaries and things that you can watch about this stuff. This is not going to be like the Did You Know podcast. This is not going to be the, oh, well, during the making of this thing happened and Did You Know this thing?
Did you mean Did You Know TM?
What is that?
Trademark?
Oh, yes.
Copyright, because there's like that YouTube channel. It's like, Did You Know? That's all it is.
Oh, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's hard to make jokes around you since you're so lame.
I'll try better. Yeah, so that's all.
Try harder, boy.
I'm not going to be like, oh, and this year was this, it was made in this year by this person, it was written by this, and it was composed by this person. Like, if it comes up in conversation, but it's certainly not going to be.
Okay, I did pull up two things, though, so we'll have them ready. I did pull up IMDb, so we'll have the actual years.
All right.
And I pulled up an Alien universe timeline.
Got it.
Just because it's like, oh, what year, how many years separated?
Right, because some of that stuff gets really hinky.
I'll remember it because I looked at it, and then I'll forget it. And then when I want to reference it, I'll be like, I can't remember
All
anymore.
I can tell you is how much time passes between the first and second movie. That's probably the only thing I can do. 60.
57.
Okay,
wrong.
60.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't remember between 2 and 3 and whatever. So with all that said, can we get to
1979?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go back to 1979.
So I guess that right. That's good. So Alien is the best movie. It's a perfect movie, and we don't need to talk about anything else.
I will say that because we watched these relatively like the last 3-4 days. Like we just got finished watching them all again.
When's the last time that you had watched
years?
All of them? Years?
That I had watched them from beginning to end, like sat down and watched the movie from beginning to end. It had to be since I was like a teenager. I've watched Aliens a million times, but that means I've watched the middle and the end of Alien a million times. I haven't watched the beginning all the way through in many, many, many years.
I've probably seen Alien and Aliens. I probably see them like at least once a year, probably once a year. The other movies, well, I hadn't seen AVP since like college, and I never saw Requiem the whole way through because we went to go see it in theaters and I fell asleep halfway through. So
yeah, there's 2 movies that you've fallen asleep at. I mean, besides being at home.
Yeah, we've told this
story. You fell
story.
asleep, Resident Evil 3 and Requiem.
Yes. Fell asleep during this one too. And Prometheus I've seen probably, this is like my maybe 4th or 6th viewing, something like that. I don't know how many times I've seen Alien or Aliens. Alien 3, this is probably, I'll talk about that when we get to it because that's interesting to talk about cuts and stuff. Resurrection I certainly don't ever watch unless I decide to sit down and watch all the movies. Like I never just decide, I haven't watched Resurrection in a while and sit down and watch Resurrection. The only time I ever watch it is if I'm in a mode where I'm watching all the Alien movies.
Right. Because why would you?
Right. So did you watch all of these chronologically for this?
So when I watched Requiem, that one, actually before I watched Resurrection. Okay, so I didn't watch the first AVP because I didn't have it. I had deleted it because it was taking up too much space. So I didn't have a chance to actually see it this time. I mean, obviously I've seen it before and I don't really care. I know enough about that movie to know that I didn't want to watch it again. I watched Requiem at work before I watched Resurrection, and that was after I'd watched 1, 2, 3, and then Prometheus.
So you did watch...
So I tried to watch 1, 2, 3 as like the canon, very much like that's where it all comes from, and then I felt the next movie should be Prometheus instead of Resurrection.
Right.
So I watched those 4 as like my main drag, and then the other 2 were like the sideshows.
Right. So for me, it's kind of pretty much the same thing. I watched Requiem first. I wanted to start from the bottom and work my way up. But once I got to... So I watched like... I tried to watch AVP. We ran out of time. I saw like the first half of it, but I had watched it not that long ago. I'd actually watched it while we were working on the AVP video.
And that's very much something that's on TV a lot, so I will catch 10 or 15 minutes of it at a time. Like, I mean, and then when we worked on some of our Aliens projects, I had to reference it for video.
Right.
So I had to actually watch bits and pieces of it then, and I wish I kind of would have at least seen part of it right now because I go, who did Lance Hendrickson? He was Wayland
He's supposed to be Wayland. Well, no, he's just supposed to be Peter Wayland.
Peter Wayland. Okay,
we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah. Because after watching Alien 3, I kind of had a little
so they saved Yutani as a stinger for the end of the Requiem.
Yes. But I mean, even at the end of 3, when it's like, no, I'm the guy who designed Bishop, I had to kind of like, I kind of want to see what they say.
Yeah, but that guy
AVP.
never says that he's Peter Whalen. That's something that Paul Anderson just pulls completely out of his ass.
That's kind of why I just wanted to reference it as like I wanted to see both and kind of whatever make the distinction myself. But
so
whatever.
anyway, so I watched those first. I was gonna watch AVP. I ran out of time. I watched like the first half, and then after watching all of the other movies, which I knew were more important to watch, I didn't have enough time left to watch the rest of it.
Which is the right way to do it.
Yeah, but then I also watched Resurrection, and then I watched Prometheus. I watched Prometheus actually before I watched the first 3 core films.
And that was I was thinking about the same thing. Like you could watch Prometheus first because whatever.
I mean, essentially, still kind of watched them in some sort of reverse order in the way I thought that I would rank them. But then when I had gotten to the top 3 in my mind, I watched those ones in chronological order. So
with that said,
that being said,
let's get to Alien. Let's say Alien 1, but it's just Alien.
So I don't know. I'm just gonna be riffing. Just gonna be freestyling here. Okay?
A lot of this is gonna be me asking you to use your analytical literature brain to kind of like just give it to me. Give me what is this about? Why this? Why that? Like, what do you think about this? Because obviously you see things differently than I do.
Right. I don't think of this movie that. Well, first of all, before I get to that, I want to talk about the title because you said like Alien and everything starts with the title and everything. So, originally they were going to call it Star Beast, right? I think that was one of the original titles.
Hey, this is not Did You Know podcast,
right? I know, right? I'm not going to do it. So very similar to, I just think this is kind of funny. Very similar to Predator. It's a good script title, right? And it has nothing to do with like what the thing is. Like now we call them xenomorphs, so we can just have a name that isn't like a more general alien. You know what I mean? It's like it's a bizarre thing. Like the aliens. Well, like aren't they both? Like if you're talking about AVP, you'd be like the aliens. Like well, they're both aliens.
Right.
So the aliens and the predators. It sounds weird, you know. So then the Yaushta, whatever the fuck for their predator thing. But what a cool fucking name for a movie. Where it's gonna be the most bizarre, exotic fucking thing you've ever seen in your life. Like it takes on so many like multiple things. Like yes, it's an extraterrestrial, but yes, also like what is the most alien thing that you can think of?
Right.
It was very cool. Like now it's like all the rage, right? To like have something title be like as simple as possible instead of like Alien, Covenant, the sequel, prequel, whatever the fuck, Resurrection, Salvation, like kind of thing. But this is the other way to go with it. Would just have it like be lean and simple and iconic.
The Terminator.
Like even Terminator less so because the Terminator's what they fucking call them in the movie.
Right,
like,
but at point and you go Terminator 2, you get Judgment Day.
Right.
But then you start having Rise of the Machines, Salvation, Genesis. Like it becomes a thing where it's like the first was like no Terminator.
Right.
It's this thing that wants to kill. That's all it is.
Right.
Very simple, right?
So anyway, that's it. I think I'm going to start trying to get in the habit of calling him Big Chap, which is what Ridley Scott referred to the monster as. It just sounds, Xenomorph sounds kind of goofy. Like the more and more I say. Xenos is endearing. Like it's like a cute name for him. It sounds like something you can eat like out of a bag, like Cheetos and Xenos.
Or basically when I'm typing and I don't want to type out Xenomorph, I type the Xeno.
Yeah, I do it too. All right, so anyway, literary things about the alien.
Okay, so here's why. The very first note that I wrote was, again, I hadn't watched these movies from beginning to end, so there's a lot of stuff that is hadn't seen or the slower parts. You don't sit through a lot. So the beginning, I wrote weird 2001 Space Odyssey shots in the beginning of like the helmets and all the screens turning on, and a lot of like a camera shot going back and forth between the helmet visor and the screen. The helmet visor, the screen. The helmet visor, the screen. And it was just very like, I don't know how to describe that.
I think that Ridley Scott is a visual stylist, and I definitely think that there's things that he's going to do just because
they look nice.
Now, if you think about it this way, if you just pointed the camera at the okay,
but like,
hang on, back up.
No, if you had like panned, because he does pan around the room first. There's also things moving on the bridge, which I kind of was.
Well, you have the little drinking birds.
Yes.
And then you had some fabric move around as if to suggest that it's
air flow.
Air is coming back on.
But I feel like there was one box that was moving. Is that there was like a gizmo from Gremlins inside a box trying to get out.
I kind of noticed that too. And
I couldn't figure out what that was.
If my brain went, oh, it's the cat. I'm like, no, the cat can't be wandering around. The cat would be dead.
Right.
So I don't really know. I guess I'll say it's just the oxygen again. Like maybe it blew something off of, whatever. That's a good point. I'm gonna do a quick.
I like rewound it a couple times and was like, what is that? And then later on, I want to say Sigourney, like when she's about to shut everything off, she's like pushing things around and she pushes a chair like at that thing and it moves again.
Right.
I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Right.
I don't know. Some automated piece of the shit that moves or something.
I just really quick before I forget, there's another. I'm going to suggest another podcast. It's something called Alien Minute Podcast, where they stole a format from a Star Wars Minute podcast, and what all it is literally every single episode is them spending 15, 20, 25 minutes or whatever talking about 60 seconds of the movie, which sounds like how the fuck. But actually, when you have something that is as amazing as Alien is, it's as dense as it is,
where you dissect every single scene.
Where you can, because you can talk about the production value, the production design, you can talk about the sound, you can talk about the music, like you can literally talk about the acting. Every 60 seconds there's something to talk about. So I highly recommend it. I only got about halfway through it before I got busy with life, but you should check it out. So the opening, and I'm not going to be like Alien Minute Podcast where we talk about the whole fucking movie, but I do want to talk about the opening. Because you jumped ahead, because especially when you talk about like slow scenes and stuff like that, you got to talk about that title sequence with the slow introduction of the Alien title font, where it just makes this decision to slowly like unveil, the fade in, right, of all the different letters and stuff like that as it does the credit roll, and it just shows you space. And I wanted to bring this up before we talk about it more, because I think it's setting the stage or setting the tone for the Lovecraftian-esque elements of the movie. Because compare the space, if you can remember this, compare the space at the beginning of Alien, and that's also the way the Aliens begins, by showing you the Nostromo lifeboat drifting in space. Vastly different. The beginning of James Cameron's movie, it's more of a midnight blue. Yeah. And the stars, it's pretty. It's actually like, I think it's quite pretty. When you look at the images from the beginning of Alien, they look murky and scary and dark and foreboding and like something alien, which is what it is, right? Like, obviously we're in outer space.
I just take it as like the vastness of the dark.
Yes. Absolutely. Like, what the fuck is out there? Don't go out there.
Kind of what Stephen King does with The Dark Tower, when he talks about like when they were in like the dream world, and like behind the walls there's this like infinite darkness that you can feel growing.
Yes.
And that is Lovecraft. If anything other than like, you could talk about like the monster designs of everyone knows about, Lovecraftian mean that the infinite horror that you cannot even imagine. Right. And it's just out there.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think
in the darkness.
It's very intentional. I think very much gives that vibe. All right, so now we're inside the ship and all that kind of thing. This is a haunted house movie in space, right? That's like how it's been described.
I thought it was Jaws in space.
No, it's Texas Chainsaw Massacre in space. Ridley Scott was like really inspired by Texas Chainsaw Massacre to make Alien, and it is it's a haunted house movie in space. Like, the fucking Nostromo is a big haunted house. So the way this movie starts, with the stillness, with the deadness of it, and the coming back to life and everything like that, I think it's just mood setting. I think it's like, if you're gonna have a movie take place in a haunted castle, this would be the camera just moving around that castle and showing you the old paintings and showing you the cobwebs that are dangling and the wind that's blowing through the corridors and all that kind of stuff. I don't think there's anything like to this other than just visual stylings, but I think that the visual stylings are incredibly effective.
Also, just setting the tone.
It's just setting the tone.
And what I know that you like a lot about these is the space trucker, the dirt, the grime, the not clean lines, except for there are certain parts of the ship that are clean, but that it feels lived in, that it feels like a machine.
Yes.
And so being able to kind of go over all that in a very slow, dramatic fashion lets you kind of take it all in and go, this is a dirty-ass, greasy ship.
Now, this is where I will start getting analytical on it. Now, whether this stuff is intentional or not, it doesn't matter. Like, the point is that it's there in the film, and this is what I think about when I'm watching it. I was at a podcast taping a few years ago, and somebody was talking about Alien as a metaphor for just like, essentially just death. Like, it's the darkness and nihilism of the universe that you can't ever beat. All you can do is just escape it. And like, look, maybe you can survive, but it'll eventually get you, and you can't beat it. And when I started thinking about that in terms of Alien as, I don't know about a metaphor, but when you start thinking about it in terms of just like actual life, you when you get to the shot where they're waking up out of their cryo tubes, and that very much feels like this is birth. And everything before this is sort of the void. You just see the void of space. And I'm not saying like a soul, or I believe in, like God,
Right,
religious or anything like that. But I'm just saying for me, like
I mean that imagery is used like multiple times throughout this series. The idea of birth and resurrection. I mean, even the name.
Right, but
there's a lot of that.
There is to me, again, I'm not saying it's intentional, but for me, there is a let there be light aspect to it.
But that one actually is intentional because it is the beginning of the series, and it very much is sets that tone for all the other movies to follow. That this idea. So I mean, yes, you're not wrong, but maybe it was used enough throughout 5 or 6 or 7 movies that it becomes of like, yeah, I get it.
Right.
But if it's singularly on the first film by itself, it's more impactful. Actually, that's the one thing I took away from all this was, because I know Alien is like, oh, it's everyone's favorite a lot of times and everything, and I like
actually, Aliens.
I like Aliens.
Is going to be most people's favorite
for the mainstream, but for like the critics and the art house.
Typically, people that are critics are typically people that evaluate art for a living or as a hobby or whatever, like, are going to say Alien is
That's what I'm saying. And I actually prefer Aliens, but not because it's just the action movie.
Right.
There's just more things about the movie that appeal to me personally.
Right.
And even Alien 3 appeals to me more than Alien 1 does.
Right.
But I realized one of the reasons that I can't get into it, I mean, not that I don't like it, I love it. I can't get into it as much as the other two. I wish I could have seen this movie when it was new.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
kidding?
as a first time, when this was nothing like this was out there.
Right.
Whereas I'm a spoiled brat who had seen these, because I mean, when I grew up, I obviously saw Aliens before I saw Alien.
Right.
Because that was on TV more. That was something you would see as a kid in an action movie. It doesn't have as much of an impact. It's not as refreshing or scary or new. It's just, oh, yeah, I know about those things. It's more horror, but it's not like, oh, man. As much as you want people to shit on certain genres, like everything that happened since The Ring. I think when The Ring came out, The Ring was the first one of these. I mean, it was the first one of the Japanese horror ideas in America, but that was the first like scary movie before you got things like The Conjuring and
yeah, I definitely
stuff.
kicked that all off.
When I saw The Ring for the first time and I was a teenager, that movie scared the ever living shit out of me. Right? I could watch it now and be like, oh, I don't like those kinds of scary movies because they kind of they grate on me, like Paranormal Activity style. Mm-hmm. But at that time, that fucked me up. Right. A way that no other movie could have done at that point. There were scary movies before and afterwards, but what that did specifically being the first one, if I could have that applied to me, 1979, this is a new movie, I realized I would have fallen in love with this in a way that I didn't because I'm from a different generation.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
and learning to appreciate things as you get older and art differently,
right.
It is nicer, but I still look at it and go, man, I'm bummed that I can't really appreciate this the way that I wish I could.
And I think that, you and I have had enough conversations that I know this about you. I don't know what it is about me where I fetishize things from this period. Jaws and Alien are probably my 2 favorite movies. And
I feel like Jaws can still do that because I don't think anything has ever done that like that.
No, nothing's
again.
done. Well, I don't think nobody's ever done Alien as well as Alien has.
No, but I mean, there's been other Jaws, there's been other shark thing, but like nothing has ever had the tension and the way you would feel in that situation. Jaws is still perfect, and Jaws can still. I understand the ocean. I can go to the ocean and be scared of it. I can't go to whatever. But the Alien, not Xenomorphs, but just Aliens, space travel, Independence Day. That genre has been explored so much that it's hard to kind of go back and see the beginning for what it is versus like the Jaws can still be just as powerful as it was back then.
Well, to me, Alien is still. I think Alien is absolutely timeless, and I think that there's like.
I'm trying to think of another like horror space thing that would.
I don't even think you need to say space thing. I mean, so this is funny. Just really quick.
No, as a comparison to like what I like to get my point across. Like, oh, maybe if you had seen this, it's hard to then watch. I'm not
understand what you're saying.
Like a video game where it was great when you were a child.
Right.
Nostalgia glasses. You go back and play it now and you go, oh, this is really.
But it's important for like what it paved the way for. I don't think that's Alien.
Is still good. You can watch it now and it's still good. It just is not going to be as good as if I had the nostalgia glasses on and saw it when it was new. You know what I mean?
I agree. I mean, I am jealous. I am jealous of a generation that got to see some of this stuff for the first time.
Like go play Chrono Trigger for the first time. You might like it, but there's no way you're gonna like it if you experienced that when you were 11 years old in front of the TV all day long.
Of course, and I agree with that. luckily,
and I can see that. I can literally see it as I'm watching it going, I'm missing out. My brain is not connecting with these things because I've seen other things.
right.
I wish I could do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then this things still come out that I guess blow my mind, but it's not the same thing. Like the stuff that actually like paved the way. Nobody's. I don't want to say nobody's ever going to, but
Kind of like The Matrix. If you go back and watch
The Matrix is probably
now,
one of the last, definitely one of the things you'd point to and go.
if you'd seen all the new movies since then and you go back and watch The Matrix is still great, but
Yeah, but it
it's
didn't
not
blow
the
your
same.
mind like the way it did when you were in high school.
When you first saw it, you're like, holy shit, that's amazing. Yeah.
right. So
Alien.
So I don't really know. I'm just going to talk about the things that are good about Alien. So I obviously like horror movies. I like suspense, thriller kind of things. I probably like that stuff more than I like action movies, and I really like action movies. So this is always going to naturally be my favorite in the franchise. I do think that it is perfect. Like I think with the exception of maybe some special effects that are. There's stuff like when Ash's head is on the table. There's some when it cuts to like the fake version of his head and stuff like that. It's a little.
But I actually like the way they did that.
I did too.
Because they even see him kind of like try to push it flat. And
Yeah.
yes, you can tell it goes from fake to real, but they did a good transition of that.
Right. There's some stuff like that where you can, if you really want to, you can get in there and you can nitpick. You can nitpick that maybe the chest burster looks a little goofy when it runs off the table and things like that.
I always think of the scene in Spaceballs.
Yeah.
And like that scene has ruined that scene.
Right.
Because of Spaceballs, it ruined that scene for me.
But it, I think everything else about it is perfect. I think that it is perfectly paced. Now, somebody that has a problem sitting through quieter scenes maybe not agree.
Well, here's what's the weird thing is. When we get to Aliens, I actually made a note to myself that the beginning of Aliens is so Alien is slow. It picks up and it gets there, but I don't think it's slow in the term of I'm waiting for the alien to show up like Predator. Like, oh, I can't get to that shit. It's just it sets a lot of tone and it's really good. It does all the things it needs to do to draw you in. And when I was watching Aliens, I kind of realized the beginning's kind of boring. Because once you've seen that movie and you know where it goes, I don't need to see her talk to Burke. I don't need to see her talk to Gorman.
Right.
Get to the planet, right?
Right.
But when you watch Alien, the beginning of that movie is still worth watching.
And I think that's because so I was talking to a friend last week, and I was trying to describe.
You don't have any friends besides me. Shut up.
I was talking to myself in a mirror, and
I was talking to my girlfriend.
I was pretending I was you. So I was trying to explain what it is. One of the things like structurally about Alien that makes it kind of brilliant. Like if you were going to sit down and you were going to do a kind of movie like Alien, this is what you should be thinking about in terms of. In your script writing classes or whatever, they're like, by page this, you better do this. By page this, you better be this. If you want to make a movie like Alien, this is the kind of things that you should hone in on. One of those things is just showing you cool stuff. And what I mean by that is Alien is like being in a museum you've never been in before with a guide. And the guide is, and you're walking down a long hallway with like interesting shit like on the left and the right. And the tour guide is pointing them out, but only long enough where you talk about it and then you're on to the next thing, even though you're like, wait, what?
Right.
Oh, but this thing is cool. And now your attention is on the next new thing. It's brisk enough that it's slow enough that you can really like look at it and think about it for a second, but it's brisk enough that it never outstays its welcome. So when you watch Alien, this is what you're doing. You're like, space, okay. Ship, okay. Cryopods, okay. Okay, and then like I would say probably at this point, then the process of a crew working together to like bring a ship down and stuff like that, what that sounds like or whatever. Okay. Mother. Okay. Like computer room. Okay.
Again, 1979, different than you watch it now and everything. Like Alexa and Siri already exist.
Right.
So being able to
Right.
talk to your ship
Sure.
is such a what? Wait, what?
But it was still just it's such an interesting room where
Right.
you walk in, it's circular and it's got lights all around it, stuff like that with the center console in the middle, and so different looking from the rest of the ship. Okay. Alien planet. Okay. Big donut juggernaut ship. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm doing? Like it keeps doing. Okay. Then you go inside. Wow, this looks weird. It looks like bone and stuff.
I think the kind of what you're talking about is the same thing of when cell phones were invented, and a lot of movies had to start. How do you fix this problem of like, oh, well, if they would just use their cell phone and call whatever, you go, well, I'll just set my movie before cell phones were invented. Kind of like, because you don't have to invent all this technology. I mean, you can run wild and just go, hey, just use your brain. Just create this cool shit. Create an alien planet and an alien race, whatever. You have the freedom. It's harder to do that now because there is so much stuff that already has been invented or already has existed that you're left with less, I guess, creativity. Whereas here you kind of just like go free with it. And it's at one of those times where, like you said, new thing. I mean,
I'm not suggesting
that works to its benefit.
Right. But I'm not just. But that's only part of it, and I'm also not suggesting that.
No, I'm not saying it was easier. It's just that it's lucky that it had a thing where it could do that.
Yes,
to you.
that's definitely part of it.
And it did such a good job of it.
But I would say even today, like that still has a. You're not going to be like, whoa, people talking to a computer? That's wild.
Right.
You know, like today, I get it, but it's still good. The point is that
it doesn't dwell on any.
No, it doesn't dwell on
thing.
anything. No, because then it says, here's an alien planet, here's an alien ship. Inside the alien ship, what the fuck is that? Moving on. Now there's all these eggs. What's that? There's something inside the egg. What is that? It's stuck on him now? What is that? What did it... Okay, now it's off. Holy shit, this thing came out of him.
That's what I'm going... Like a movie now would you would introduce one or two things and you would talk about those one or two things a lot because those would... think about like Mass Effect. The idea of having a Mass Effect relay and how it works and how the thing... It becomes a central point.
Right.
Here, you're just like, no, you're just keep going.
Yeah.
We don't kind of dwell on any
the tour guide to say, okay, everybody good, moving right along. Right. We're going to check out the next thing.
So it's not only does it have the luxury of the time period it was made to have all these things not be old, but it doesn't waste any time explaining them to you.
No,
it just lets it go.
And then that's
brilliant.
And that's a fucking screenwriter thing,
Right.
Like these guys, they didn't.
It's not Michael Crichton because Michael Crichton would explain to you the science of every little thing,
right?
Which I like.
Which some of it is there because you say the polysaccharides like continually regenerate themselves and makes it a tough son of a bitch. And things like that, or it's feeding him oxygen. All these guys, it's still giving, but not so much that it's like you understand it.
He's not giving you the composition of. Well, they actually do.
Kind of do, but
which is that the first one of the? No, that's Prometheus. They talk about how much nitrogen and oxygen in the air. That's a Michael Crichton joke. Like, oh, you're underwater. Well, here's the chemical that you're breathing, but it's actually this much pressure percent.
Right.
He goes into detail.
Lots of detail.
But the movies don't. Only his books do.
So Dan O'Bannon and Shusett, the guys who wrote the screenplay, like these guys, I want to give them credit and say like, let's
what's funny?
design.
Okay,
what?
Dan O'Bannon, obviously. Return of the Living Dead.
Uh-huh.
The funny thing being there is that it's the same idea. You don't ever waste time explaining it. You just go. You have zombie. Now they do the thing with the chemical in the beginning of Return of the Living Dead, but it's this thing the army had, and it just you go. You don't care anymore, right? It's funny how you can actually see the.
I mean, the difference is that
how he thinks when he writes. You go forward with the plot. You take 10 seconds to explain this thing, but then you just keep going forward, and that's very much. I think Alien and Return of the Living Dead have the same kind of push.
I do agree that in the sense that it's continuing to offer you like new things or new concepts because you'll eventually, it's crematorium. Oh, but then the smoke goes up into the sky and then the rain brings it back down again, and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, so when you get it, you die slowly and then you come back,
There's so many things being thrown at you throughout the movie that you never get. It's not stale.
But so anyway, what I was trying to say.
I just thought it was funny you brought his name up, and the first thing that came to my mind was that's how Return felt. It just kept going fast. It didn't give you any time to slow down.
And that's smart. So what you want to do, like when you sit down and you're going to design a monster like these guys do, they go, it's going to have four real different things: egg, facehugger, chest burster, full on alien thing, right? Yeah. Not to mention the ship and all the other fucking stuff.
Right.
But those four things, it's so fucking brilliant that anybody sat down and went, it's not going to just be one monster. It's going to be four monsters. And that will have the benefit of moving it along. Every time something you're like, okay, but then it shows you something new.
Right.
And that combined with the technology and the science fiction and the exploring an alien planet and the fact that how fucking punk rock it is to just be like, it's this derelict ship. Moving on, like this giant elephant guy in a fucking like cannon looking chair thing. Moving on, like what the fuck? There's even little thing like you go down to the egg chamber and it's like there's a light thing. It reacts to touch. Moving on.
I feel like that's the one thing that never got talked about after that I was always
that's
really
what's beautiful about it. You speculate on it. You say like does that keep that's something that keeps the eggs from just like fucking hatching whenever they want.
But then you go to the thing are the eggs supposed to be there?
I don't know.
Or did they break out and the queen has laid eggs everywhere?
I always just assumed it was some sort of cargo. I would just assumed it was some kind of cargo hold, but you're
But
right.
then after watching like Prometheus,
maybe-
going like, they're building all these things, whatever. I don't think the queen was supposed to be laying.
Well, there
eggs
was
right
no
there.
queen. You don't understand. You know that. So in the this is fuck deleted scenes. So we just stick with the theatrical cut.
Well, because
okay?
even in the first movie, Ripley goes, "Well, where did those eggs come from?" Or
No, she doesn't.
I feel like it's the question is asked.
In Aliens, it is.
Maybe it is in Aliens.
She
yeah.
fucking everything in Aliens is foreshadowed. It's like structure like 101. Like, I don't know. Is there anything you can do? Well, I can drive that forklift thing.
Right.
Hey, do you think
No,
that I'm
I
going to
know
use this
that.
later in the movie? Anyway, so I just wanted to talk about how well Alien is paced, because I know people don't think about it. Aliens is also incredibly well paced, but it's a completely different kind of movie, and I think Alien doesn't get enough credit for just because like, oh, this is slow.
See, I use the Seven Samurai rule where I said that's a 3.5 hour movie, but never 1 minute of that movie did I ever feel like, can we get to the next thing?
Right.
I was intrigued. It kept me going, and Alien does the same thing. It keeps you going because there's enough banter and teams building and doing these things, and they're going to this next place and they're doing this. They don't need to actually have a character arc. The characters are already so strong on their own that seeing them all in the same room together, conversing with each other, is enough to kind of keep it going forward. But you don't know anybody.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of character depth in that movie. Actually, it's just all very subtle.
That's what I'm saying. Like you can see it and it's there, and you don't need time to explore it. It's just natural.
It's interesting to see.
And when you see natural characters, you kind of gravitate towards them versus like we created this really cool person you might like.
Which is definitely Cameron's deal, but Cameron's really good at it. So in Alien, though, it's much more naturalism, right? Like
it's funny. I think about you spend here's Hudson's time and here's Vasquez's time. You get to
they have lines, right?
Right, exactly.
And he's good at that stuff. There are good lines in Alien. I'm not saying there's not.
But most of Alien takes place as a group.
Yes.
There's no let's put the camera on one person. It's here's all of them around a table talking.
Right.
And so you have to pick
Brett
it
and
up
Parker
or two
talking to each other, or Brett and Parker talking to just stuff like Brett and Parker, like the whole power dynamic between them and Ripley.
Yeah.
Or like the subtle stuff between Ripley and Dallas, or the subtle stuff between Ripley and Lambert. Like, you get the sense right away. It's like, that's not our system. I know. Like, they don't like each other very much, probably. You know? She probably thinks that Ripley's kind of a know-it-all. Ripley maybe is kind of a little bit of a know-it-all bitch a little bit, like on the ship, you know? Brett and Parker, they don't want to take lip from it. They don't want to take orders from a woman, you know? Like, I guarantee, that's the... And then there's I see when she comes down and they got the, what? I can't hear you.
Yeah.
She's like, why don't you just fuck off, right? And so Brett laughs. And then Parker turns the thing and he goes, fuck, or shit, or something like that. And then Brett's like, what? Because, like, Brett's a little bit more, Brett's like, yeah, that was funny. And Parker's more like, she won. She won that, like, engagement. Like, I was trying to give her shit. I was trying to, like, tell, but, like, I didn't have as much power in this. Because
she was going to help us, but now she walked away.
Yeah.
And now we're left with one less set of hands.
Right, and then you get to the end of the movie, and Parker's like, we're going to do this. I want to kill it. And she's like, will you just shut the fuck up and listen to me? And she, like, takes charge, and he's like, what? Let's have it. And then you see that happen. Like, he's like, you're in charge, you know? Stuff like that's cool. I'm not going to get every fucking thing in the movie, but, like, there's actually a lot more.
I think out of all the movies, even with all the power players in 2, and 3 could have had it, but there was such a huge cast in 3 sometimes that you couldn't get enough of one person.
Right.
Especially because the Doctor dies pretty early on, so you don't get to, like, have him even longer. Alien has the most interesting group dynamic, and the characters in there are... Like you said, no backstories. No, where did they come from? How did they become this? But you're the mechanic. You're the mechanic. Oh, you're the science guy. And just that alone, and then the way that they talk, the words, even just the words they use, you can tell, oh, you guys are the dumb mechanics.
Right.
You don't really care much for procedure. You don't care much for being political here. You're just like, God damn it, I got to fix something. Whereas this one's like, well, we have to do it this way, and here's the procedure, and I'm in charge. I'm the captain. I think those characters, even though you actually don't get them that long, they're the most interesting characters out of the entire series.
Brett and Parker?
No, I mean the cast of Alien.
Oh, the cast of Alien, I would agree.
And they start dying actually pretty quick. So you don't get that much time with them, but I think that group is the most interesting group out of any of the movies.
Yeah, I mean, just stuff where Parker comes in, Ash is, and he's like, Susie, Ash, you're sitting in my chair, and then he like dusts off the chair before he sits down and stuff.
He wipes it and stuff. As if like Ash was dirty, even though he's the cleanest person.
No, he did it because he wanted Ash to see that, And
I want your uptightness off my chair.
Like get your fucking nerd ass out of here, and stuff like stuff that I after listening to Alien Minute podcast that I didn't really notice before, like Dallas's arc is sort of a breakdown of a confident captain to kind of losing his shit a little bit. Now, it's not obvious. Like in a lot of other movies, this would be a really obvious, like, he's fucking insane by the end of it. But I think it's a lot more subtle. He starts off with very cool and collected. They go down to the planet. And somebody's like, this thing broke. And he's like, it's okay. We can do without it. You know, he's very like gung ho. He's like cool about it. And then it starts getting like when she says, if you were in my position, you wouldn't have let me in. She's absolutely right. I think that if Dallas was in that ship, he would have been like, no, you can't.
Right.
But because he's losing his shit a little bit and he's seeing some crazy nonsense, but he's a captain and he's got to stay collected. He's got to try to stay collected.
Who goes out on the Kane?
So Kane. So we didn't even talk about Kane.
Wait, who's the three that go out?
Kane, Dallas, and Lambert.
Lambert. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dallas was outside because very much he was. And even the way she explains it to him when he tries to open the airlock, she says, "You know the sign. You're the captain. You should know better."
Right.
And that's that. But you're right. Like when the shit hits the fan, whose humanity comes out versus the procedure. And Ripley. Okay, I was going to get into this as we go along, but I kind of wanted to, because it's the first movie actually kind of cemented it, but really Aliens triggered me on this one. Everyone loves Ripley throughout the years, and she's this big badass character, right? But if you take away the comic book part of the guns and stuff, she's never really been tough in the sense that, like, when Hicks shows her how to use the gun in 2, she doesn't know how to use a fucking gun, you know? She's a strong woman, she's a strong character, but she's not this, like, fucking badass like everyone makes her out to be. But getting to go back and watch just the way she talks to people, and especially in Aliens, the way she talks to corporate assholes, that was like, now I kind of found my own appreciation for her as not a badass, but more of she doesn't take shit from suits.
Well, that's even in the first movie, though. Maybe not suits, but she walks into Ash's thing and says, like, what are you looking at? She's like, what are you looking at? Oh, I'm sorry. But
that's what I mean. Like, I kind of didn't have that because I haven't watched this as an older grown-up versus watching it and be like, oh, fun action. Not fun action, but like, horror movie. Getting to actually watch Ripley from a perspective that I have now as an adult.
Yeah.
I'm appreciating more and seeing more of where that actual tough and fierceness comes from. Yeah. It's not the I know how to fight. It's the I don't put up with shit from assholes and I'm not scared of you.
Yeah,
and I actually really found.
But she does
like
get
that.
Scared, Oh,
yeah,
she's not
totally.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, like it is a horror film.
But that's
like,
what everyone makes her out to
that,
be as Ripley, the fantasized character is that she could be in a room with Batman and Predator, and she'd be like, "I'm gonna kick your ass."
I always think that's really funny because when we get to Aliens, I guess I'll talk about it more. But like the whole sequence where she's like putting all her guns together and a whole kind of thing. I think some people.
That's what everyone remembers of her.
But I think everybody remembers it as a Rambo moment, and I don't think of it that way. I look at it like she's going down to hell. That's brave. That's not Rambo. Like I'm gonna get ready to kick ass. Like her heart is probably going 10 million miles a second. You know what I mean? Because everybody's. I look at her and she's like, well, I got to get her. I'm not going to leave this child, right? That sense overrides everything else, but I never for 1 second don't feel like she's fucking terrified,
right?
Except you get to the end and then she's like, get away from her, you bitch. But even that, she's probably running up
adrenaline and yeah. But I go back to that, like that. He has a thing on his face, and she's saying, you're going to jeopardize me. I'm looking out for myself.
Right.
I have to be tough here and say, I'm sorry. I don't care.
Yeah.
You know the rules. And that is the...
And she's not being a stickler for protocol or anything like that. She genuinely just is being smart.
Right. And that's where I'm finding the new appreciation for her, not the Rambo that everyone likes to make her out to be. Which she kind of is at some point. But that was always, I felt like, overdone. It was... People were fantasizing about that a little too much and less like... No, who is really Ripley? And I didn't going back and watching the first movie and slowly watching the second movie at the beginning, I kind of got more of who Ripley was as a person.
Right.
And less the Rambo character. Yeah. And I actually started liking that more,
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think of that picture from the comic book when she has that big fucking gun, right?
It's ridiculous. Yeah. It's really ridiculous image.
I love that picture though. It's great.
I mean, she doesn't like that stuff either, right? Like the actual Sigourney Weaver was like not into the idea of having like all these guns and stuff. I actually think. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think that one of the reasons why Alien 3 ends up the way it is because one of her stipulations was I'm not going to do this again with guns. Yeah. So you need to think of some kind of story where I'm not going to be like just blowing everything away with firearms again. That's not what I want to do.
You talk about being scared. Like there's a scene in 3 when she first sees it and it comes up to her and she's like,
yeah, that's bad. News,
she isn't like, I'll take you on. She's scared out of her mind.
That is the iconic image from that movie. Even if people like talk shit Alien 3 all day long.
What's the poster picture of her with the her face down kind of thing? So Alien.
Alien's really fucking good. I mean, we could talk about it all goddamn night. I'll try to what?
So I always like to like the movie mistakes or like the. I don't. Oh, you made a mistake. The set design had, I don't give a shit. Like the stormtrooper banged his head on the wall in the background.
Right.
It's more of the big ones I find offensive because like, how did you not think about this?
Mm-hmm.
But along with that, I always find the like, oh, the computer has all these blinking lights on it, and I'm like, there's so many fucking blinking lights.
How do you
it's
even
so
suss out
ridiculous,
anything?
right? And then I go, well, the cockpit and those computer screens, like when they all sit down and they actually are landing on LV 426 and everything. And they all have their own little station and they're doing shit. I think back to like Google image search the inside of an SR-71 Blackbird. And you see the cockpit for this thing that was designed back in the 60s or 70s. It's fucking massive. There's like 1,000 knobs. And that's a real plane people fly, right? I go, okay, it's not ridiculous to have a shit ton of buttons and things everywhere because that's actually, if you know what you're doing, every one of those instruments means something. Mm-hmm. But the room when they talk to Mother, this like the confidential room, or what do they use that word? It's like a room within a room the president would use for like
panic room kind of.
No, it's like a secure communications room.
Okay,
there's a word for it. I fucking forgot. And it sucks. Anyways, they go in that white room with all those lights. All of those lights blinking on the wall.
Yeah,
all worthless.
Right.
Like that makes nothing.
Yeah,
but at least like the cockpit, I can take that for. There's a million screens and a million buttons, but they all do something. But why are the lights everywhere? It's
kind of a good question. You would think like because obviously that was in vogue for like science fiction.
Right.
But why? Right? Like why would somebody think that in the future is what things would look like?
Okay.
Everything else seems to make sense, but I am agreeing with you that this kind of like all these blinking. It's not
the sci-fi
it seems
room.
It seems only really egregious in that room. Yeah. Like I didn't really notice that stuff like in the cockpit.
That's what I'm saying. That's actually okay. You can do that.
That stuff all looks very functional and
right.
And, like you said, lived in.
This is very much like a HAL moment where there's just like micro boards everywhere and you're just like pushing buttons. You're like, what?
Right.
How many? The human mind cannot comprehend all these things.
Right.
There is a shot. Speaking of when they go out with Kane and everything like that, when he goes down and he's looking at it, there's a shot where the water is dripping up
backwards. Yeah.
And I was going to ask you about that.
I just think you can talk about
that a bit.
I just think he thought it looked cool. That's it.
Because they filmed that where it was like
it had a bit of reverse photography.
Yeah, and the because it made me actually think
no,
that.
You didn't think it was reversed, like they were dripping water down onto it, and then they just like reversed the shot.
No, I think it was hanging upside down because the way the water run. Well, you could be right actually.
No, because it's just facing the other direction.
It didn't look like it was
way.
in reverse film though. It looked like it was actually going up, which means I thought it was upside down.
Right.
But the thing that made me think what that led me that one simple 2 seconds of film, right?
Right.
Leads to go, you look at the egg, you look at the bottom of the egg, and it has all these tentacles coming out of it. That egg could be on any surface. It could be hanging sideways. It could be hanging from a ceiling.
Right.
Like, I don't know if that was the purpose of that, to make you think, like, we could pack more eggs in here. We could put them anywhere, you know? But then it also has to do with that thin blue line where the water, like, is the water goes up and then comes back down? I don't know. But it was a really interesting...
Yeah.
It had to have a purpose, you know?
Well, it's called Alien, and the idea is to show you like the most exotic,
Gravity's
kind of thing
backwards
possible.
right here.
Yeah, so there's just like kind of unexplained stuff. That's where I kind of back to what I was saying before. Like the blue light is just what's the blue light? Like it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's an alien thing. I don't know. Like that's the point. We have no idea. It's
a very fine line to walk between where you're introducing something and you don't want to dwell on it so long that you do start having that question of, well, how does that work?
Right.
And if you keep it short enough that you don't ever care to ask how it works, but you still kind of want to know, but you don't have time to worry about it.
Right.
Whereas if you keep showing chest bursters, you go, well, what happens between chest burster and grown up? Mm-hmm. There's enough of that. You go, well, there has to be middle section too, right?
Supposedly there's
which again, Alien 3 will cover with like the skin they find and things like that.
Well, Brett finds skin.
The first one too, right? Like if you never saw a chest burster again in the rest of the series and it just was now full grown, you might never care. But because you start seeing enough, you start asking those questions. You're right. The first movie has enough short things that you never even care to ask.
Right.
That is good filmmaking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good filmmaking.
Hey, really? Where you at?
He still makes good movies. The Martian was great.
Okay, so, and that's one of the things I want to get to Prometheus, too. Oh, sorry. I was going to make a joke, and I forgot that we were going to watch Aliens, Alien 3 Resurrection, AVP 1 and 2, Prometheus, and The Martian. Because I feel like The Martian is actually the prequel to Prometheus.
Right.
That's actually the first movie in this series is Matt Damon's poop potatoes.
I mean, we could go all night long. I guess I'd like to just really... because this is my favorite movie, we're not going to come back to it.
Right.
So just
and it sets up the rest of the entire series, so
Right.
it actually deserves the most.
Yeah, I just want to kind of just summarize, like, Ryan, why do you love Alien so much? Even though I've been talking about it, but just so
yes, Ridley Scott can make a good movie. I wanted to follow up with that. Body of Lies is a good movie. I think everyone should watch it.
I keep hearing. Well, you said that. What was the one with it? What was the Cormac McCarthy one that he did? It's like, you said it was terrible, right? Oh God.
Oh, The Counselor.
Yeah, The Counselor.
That's a weird fucking.
I've
movie.
heard some people say that, like, it's interesting. So I
it's
still gotta
interesting.
Watch it.
It's interesting, but it's not a
I've
good
seen
movie.
the windshield scene. That's
Yeah.
about it.
No, it's just like the bolo tie.
Did you ever
Brad
see
Pitt.
Kingdom of Heaven?
No, I don't care for.
I don't either, but
I am watching Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm not a fantasy person. I don't care. I didn't like Gladiator.
But it's one big siege movie, so you'd be into that.
Oh, I didn't watch Robin Hood. I don't.
Yeah, Robin Hood was bad. Kingdom of Heaven, the director's cut was excellent. It was really good.
4 hours long.
It's fucking long, but it was good.
So, anyways,
so there are two. There are two visual design things going on in the first Alien, right? There's Giger, and then there's Ron Cobb, who's doing all the and there's other guys too, but like Ron Cobb's doing these hallways and like the human element, right? And it's funny because I was reading a review with James Stokoe, who's the artist on the Alien Dead Orbit that came out today
the
on
new
Alien
comic.
Day. Yeah, and
comic book,
and he was talking about how much he loves Alien and stuff, and how he feel like it's a sin that they ever tore down the sets for Alien. Like, it should have been a thing that just would somehow figure out a way to, like, keep it forever, and something you can go and visit because it's that amazing. And that's why I made that joke way back in our very first video about our talking about the origin of the Dark Horse Alien comics. And I remember you being like, because I had a thing where I'm like, oh, these beautiful hallways, these beautiful sexy hallways, and you're kind of like, whatever. But like, still to this day, that's a big part of it. Like, I fetishize these slow shots.
That never made it into. That didn't go into the video, right?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, I do remember that you talking about it. And I said you said it too fast. I can't actually show the shots of the hallways.
And it's funny because I still hear people from time to say, like, the best hallways in the biz. Like, I'm not alone on this, And so that design aesthetic, which obviously carried through into like Alien Isolation, and that game's not good, but like the best part of it is just, wow, here it is. Here's that visual aesthetic. It's so good. It's so rich. The space trucker lived in, Star Wars did it technically first. Their spaceships and stuff like that are worn down and all that, but it didn't ever like get real in there like it did with Alien. And then of course you got the Giger stuff, which is amazing. I'm not going to go on and on about the creature, all that kind of design. People have done that to death, but I will just say for his sake, all that stuff, that first 40 minutes or whatever, just the going through the ship, getting through the ship, seeing the space jockey, all that kind of stuff, and not explaining any of it is just magical. Like, even though I like Prometheus a lot, and
that goes back to the being able to see it in 1979, and
I can't even imagine, because
we talked, before Prometheus came out, and the comics and the books kind of talked about the space jockey, the pink elephant or whatever, right? But even before that, we would talk about, what the fuck is that thing, right? Like, my dad was really big into these movies, and he's the one who introduced me to it. So we would talk about, what do you think it is, right? Like, it literally was a conversation you could have with, like, oh, you like this? What do you fucking think about,
Yeah.
And so the fact that it is so just, 30 seconds?
It's a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
But that minute or two at most.
Right.
There's so
it's
many,
a huge, massive set,
Yeah.
It's huge.
But there's so many, like, not fan theories, but just conversations around, like, where that could lead the rest of this universe to. Because you have, like you said, the opening shot, the vastness of space, and their million, infinite, whatever. Just getting one glimpse of it, this thing in a chair with what looks like a big cock or a gun or something. You could just stretch that out into, and there's a million possibilities what that thing was and where it came from, and what planet this thing's from, and what does it actually look like, which is what Prometheus tried to do.
Right. Well,
it tried to explain it to you, and not saying it failed. I'm just saying that the idea that if you never ever ever came back and revisited it, if Prometheus never happened, you could still be going, what the fuck was that? I question, did they even have an answer, or were they just, hey, let's just throw this thing in here just to kind of fuck with them,
Well, I think that this is what I think happened. I think that Dan O'Bannon and Shuss, it's like, sat down, they wrote the script, and to them, and this is, but they get the credit, because the concept, the idea that just structurally, like, the high concept that, like, the second half of this movie is going to be about
one person's fight for survival.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this creature that is essentially like you'd say it's a flea that came off of something that like you can't even fathom.
That's actually a good way to think about it.
Think of it like I rewatched Cloverfield recently, and
10 Cloverfield Lane or Cloverfield?
The regular Cloverfield.
You should really watch 10 Cloverfield.
I watched that one too. I don't know if you remember this, but there's the giant big ass monster, and then there's these little
ones in the sewer,
almost like lice, but they're so big and so feisty that one of those is bad. That's the way I kind of look at it. When they said that, they wrote it, and they're like, "There's going to be this alien, and you don't like this alien. You can't even fucking handle this shit. Like you can't even handle. Who knows? Like." Well,
the idea that there's one of them, and then you go back to it, there was thousands of eggs.
Right. All that. Okay.
This isn't just like this is a species. There's more of them.
But what
planet is it on where there's literally hundreds of these things?
Right. Yeah. But this minor aspect, because even though it becomes the focal point of the entire franchise, this creature could very possibly be a microcosm.
Yeah.
In the grander scheme of how fucking scary and dangerous the universe is.
Right.
And that's the Lovecraftian aspect. Because it's like you open the portal and you went, oh my fucking God, close it. But before it closes, this one thing, falls out, and now it's stuck here with you. and this thing just by itself is so terrible. That it's enough to like keep this franchise going.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were talking earlier, and I mentioned that scene near the end when she's in the rescue pod and it's like sleeping and its hand kind of pops out, and there's a really good close up of its hand, and throughout the movie you do see it and you get flashes of it and you see it standing and stuff. Like there's that one scene when it's coming on Lambert and it's got his hands out and it looks like that's what you talk about. Like that looks bad.
I love that.
But on a psychological level, it's doing something that's really horrifying.
Well, that's what I mean. But
on a person in a suit thing, it didn't actually look that intimidating. But ew, God, it's coming at you, its hands. But that scene in the end, when you see it, it kind of shoots back to like, oh, this is not just I think about like movies like ghosts and paranormal stuff versus person. You go, these guys are really bad, but they're just people. They're just humans. I could fight them if I had to. I don't even know what to do against a ghost.
Yeah.
Or this thing that's like an apparition. I don't know. When you see its hand, you look at it and go like, fuck, I don't even know what this thing physically, even though it's there, it's tangible, I don't know what this thing even is. And the weird shot of its hand it threw a bunch of emotions at me that like this thing is, like you said, Lovecraftian. This thing fell out of this really gross, there's more things. This is just the tip of the iceberg. That one simple close-up of it, because you don't see a lot of, you see teeth a lot, you see the jaws, but you never get to actually like look at a lot of its body. But that one shot with its hand really makes you go, yeah, this thing is something else, something otherworldly.
I'm glad you brought that up, because obviously we'll talk about this as the movies progress, and it has a lot to do with like people, fans of the franchise, and which movies they're more fans of than others and stuff like that. And one of them is just, you can't get around it, like the treatment of the creature in terms of like, and there are people that only like Alien. It's the only one. And they consider Aliens to be just a fucking travesty.
Right.
Because part of what they attach themselves so much in this movie is that unknowable quality to this creature. Because when you mentioned the way that it moves when it's coming after Lambert, and the slowness, the thing it does with the tail. Because it's not like, what would an animal do? Like a wild animal. It wouldn't.
Yeah, it growls.
It's almost like it's feeding on fear, like it's enjoying it. It's being sadistic, and it knows. Or I mean, we can argue about it, but you could argue that it knew to go in that pod, that its survival, it's whatever, like knew right. Like that was the only way, and that it knew to not fucking like leave her alone because she's the one that needs to fly the ship away.
Right.
I'm not gonna sit here but this is the kind of what you're talking about with the ghosts and stuff. And now I've done these things. I've seen things. I'm not going to be like, oh, I believe in ghosts. I've seen ghosts and stuff, but I've seen weird stuff. As soon as people start talking about like, well, it's a ghost, and I'm like, how could you even begin to conceive like how can you ascribe human psychology to like something?
Of what Interstellar does with like the idea of a fifth dimension, and
yes.
like it's so your brain cannot comprehend. It's not that like, well, let me put it in a way that you can understand. It's like, no, you cannot. You don't get it.
Right.
You cannot see it the way something else sees something. And one of the most simplistic ways to put that someone can understand is like the idea of money. It's like, I have this much money, of thousands and tens of thousands, $100,000, and make millions. When you start to get into like billions of dollars, and you can't fathom how do you know how much space $1 billion in cash would take up?
Right.
Like physically,
Right.
It's mind-boggling to the point you're like, I don't understand it anymore. How
Right.
do you have this many zeros? How do you even, where does it, there's so much of it,
But James Cameron made it really simple.
But you think you could understand it until you see it and you go like, let me try to appropriate this. And you go, it's more massive than I ever realized.
Right.
Now take that on another level, another dimension of just, well, imagine if you took it all and you flipped it this way and you're
Right.
like, I can't.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. The idea of taking the unknown and trying to make sense out of it.
Which is the only thing you can do. This is where I'm not like,
But
I'm not
the
an
first
alien
one
purist. I'm not an
has all
alien
that.
purist, but I think that the coolest thing that you can do with the creature, I think what's cooler than making it them, I mean the movie Them, the
Yes.
cooler thing, what's cooler than making them ants, making them bugs, the cooler thing than that is making it this fucking unknowable Lovecraftian, I don't even understand. It has some cosmic weird intelligence that I couldn't possibly just like say, if we do this, it'll react this way.
Right. Okay. I bring it back to the wild animal, like, a dog's going to charge you and bite you. When I look at that hand, I go, that thing's going to grab me in a way that, okay, like, so right before we started recording this podcast, there was a bug in here.
Right.
And it was flying around, and you're like, I know you're not as scared of bugs. I'm like, oh, bugs, right? But I knocked that bug out of the air, and it almost landed on your face, and you screamed like a little girl. I was like,
Yeah,
get it off,
I
get it
did.
off.
Yeah.
Right? The idea that, like I said, if a big gangster man with tattoos grabs me, I'm going to go, he might fuck me up, and this might be bad, whatever, but I understand it. If that hand from the xenomorph had grabbed me, my brain would shut down. I wouldn't know how to handle that.
Yeah.
This, it's like if it's a giant ant, I know what an ant is. If it was a giant spider and a giant spider like rubbed its leg against me, I'd die of terror.
Right.
I wouldn't even react. I would just die.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't understand. I couldn't even fathom how disgusting in that gooey hand that the fucking fingers that were like together grabs me on the shoulder. It's not, I'm going to have to try to fight back. It's just kill me.
Yeah.
You win because I'm scared. I'm too scared to fight back.
Right.
And it's a very subtle thing to be able to convey that it's not just a animal that wants to eat you. It's not a bear. A bear would scare the shit out of me, a la Revenant. But that thing touches me, and I just shit my pants, not because I'm scared, but because my body just goes, well, I don't know. Isn't that the best thing you can do to shit yourself, right?
Right.
Maybe it'll go away if you shit yourself. I don't know. Yeah, you don't know. What is the idea of, like, you can't train it. You can't appease it. You can't give it something and be buddies with it. Kind of like a tiger or a lion. You can raise them from pups and stuff, and they're always going to
because
have
it's not even a wild animal, because in wild animals cases, like that's true.
Like they some kind of can train it, but it still has
Right.
its wild animal tendencies.
Right.
This thing is just, no, it's off the charts. There's nothing. Nothing can even, you have no idea.
Right.
And that's terrifying, but the only way to really experience that terror is to let it breathe a little bit. Give it some space on its own. Look at it. See little parts of it and go, oh man, when it was just killing people, it was just killing people. But the second you let it kind of have its own space, it sinks back in that this is not just a wild animal. This is another creature that you can't explain.
Yeah,
And that's fucking scary.
you don't have an analog for it.
Right.
Um,
And Aliens does kind of remove that to a certain degree.
It does, but I
don't care because I like
I
aliens.
don't see how there's anything that you could do differently if
Right.
you're going to make a sequel. So we'll talk about that when we talk about Aliens, which I guess we'll talk about now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just realized my lowest notes are just, why is everything so wet and dripping? When she's looking for Jonesy. When not Parker, but the other one.
Brett.
Everything, there's just water everywhere in this shit. They're just dripping everywhere all the time. Everything must rust so much in that place.
It was just in that one. It's just in that one section.
I know, it's just funny, like, where everything is just waterfalls
It's just in that one
of
section.
water.
It's literally just that's a very iconic thing, so it makes you feel like the whole fucking movie's like that. The rest
No,
of
I
the
know.
ship is not like that.
I always
It's
just think
very,
about in real life. Whenever I watch anything with space travel, I have
Right.
to go back to the reality. I'm like, where's all this water? This water's important.
They actually, I think, at one point say where Brett gets attacked, and I think the thing that they call it may make sense that
like
it's
the coolant areas.
yeah, something like it. I just imagine it was something to do with what it's doing to the oxygen in the room. Or
Right.
whatever.
I mean, I get that. It makes sense. Like, I go back to, I guess there's a lot of parallels I was watching as I would draw between this and Sunshine, between the weight of what's important in a spaceship.
Right.
It's not just, it's not a place. It's like, no, space is behind that wall.
Right.
Like water, food, everything is really, you have no resources. The idea of dust building up, which actually I'm going to bring up in Aliens, is when they first find her, there's like dust on the cryo tube.
Is that what that is? I thought it was like
Or
a
like
frost
space
or something.
dust,
Okay.
Right, but what is it? Because
I just thought it was so cold in there that it was.
the air crystallized.
Something
or
like that,
It could
yeah.
be maybe, but I go back to the idea of in Sunshine, the idea of dust is human skin cells. Well, if they're all in the tubes, where is this shit coming from? Is it just a cool effect?
Right.
But the idea of in a spaceship where you have water like that, every little thing without human interaction in space, you're not going to get sand and dust and air. It's only what you put in, right? So it's just weird to see all this water everywhere. But that's just more of a practical thing. It's not that like, oh, it's fake because there's water everywhere. It's just like, why condensation? Capture all the water, drink it. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. And I always got to go with it. Who would ever build a self-destruct into anything?
Because space monsters. You
Yeah,
never know when you're going to run into a space monster.
And it's like, is it explosives or is it just the engine overheating and nuclear explosion? Like, why would you ever have that in as a thing? Like,
Well, it would be certainly handy, I guess, if... Yeah, I actually have
but
no
I don't
idea.
mean that just for Alien. That's a joke for like...
Yeah, because everything has a self-destruct. You're right.
Dude, why would you ever build like a nuclear power station? Like, oh, well, I want to blow it up.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Like evil, like the boss, like the bad guy's base. Everything's got to self-destruct. It's the Death Star joke, right? Like,
Right.
why the fuck did you have anything in this where somebody could just shoot it and the entire thing would explode?
The one last thing I'll say, I love the real-time countdowns. You have 10 minutes. I know that the idea of having like a female voice and like scary alarms and everything, but I always go back to like it reminds me of Resident Evil 2, which is probably why I like that sequence so much, because it's that music with that voice telling you must evacuate now. That thing. I love that.
I think it's also a good example of the kind of movie that would get made back then but will not get made now is you would not spend so much time now just showing somebody initiating the self-destruct sequence.
Right. Which actually I think is super critical.
But I fucking love that. I don't like check out and look at my phone or whatever. Like I that stuff adds to the tension. It adds to like the urgency of the situation. It adds that when she comes back and she shows it and she's starting to like trying to push it back down into the thing, you're gonna be like, oh, that's right. That took such a long time to like get back up. There's no way it's gonna get done. Alien's great. Best movie ever.
It said it gives a real sense and weight and reality, because the fact that like it's not like, oh, I just did the computer and said type explode. Right. It was no, you have to go through all these fail safes because you don't want it to be an accident.
Right.
You never want to accidentally fucking self-destruct, so you have to go through long sequence of events and you have to know. I'm surprised you shouldn't like pull a fucking book out and go like, what's the code if it's the 17th day of the month, that kind of thing, But I didn't time it, but it felt like when it said there was 10 minutes, there was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I did that in the second movie when they were like, oh, there's 21 minutes till it blows.
Right.
He got to about 16 or 17.
Okay. I had heard that one was also pretty meticulous.
And it's one of those things where like, as you edit the film on the cutting room floor, it's like, can you really guarantee that much time, right? No, it's hard. But he got pretty close in 2.
So a quick anecdote to cap this one off. So I have a friend at work who's like the biggest Star Wars, fanboy ever. And we got into the biggest argument a few years ago about whether Star Wars is a science fiction film. I just said, like, get fucking over it. It's a science fiction movie. And he went on and on about how it's a fantasy movie because it's space wizards. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. But like, if you're going to put it somewhere in the video store, you're not going to go put it in the fantasy section. You're going to go put it in the science fiction.
Is this the Randall, Dante, like...
Whatever. I don't need to get into a whole thing. But it was just kind of funny because while I was watching Alien, I'm just thinking to myself, this is the best science fiction movie ever made. This is my thought. And so when I came into work today, and it was Alien Day, so like naturally this stuff kind of came up, and I said, I wanted to say something to you, and I don't think you're going to have a problem with it. Alien is the greatest science fiction movie ever made. And he kind of like reacted a second, and I'm like, and I said, you know why I don't think you have a problem with it? He's like, because Star Wars isn't a science fiction movie, so I can say that. I'm allowed to say that. You don't have a problem with that, right? I did that all day today. Because like the comic book nerds, people are just like, well, Star Wars. I'm like, well, Star Wars is a fantasy film. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. I guess I can't say anything about it.
Let's just say that watching Game of Thrones and thinking about Star Wars is Game of Thrones in the future.
Oh yeah.
Fantasy. It is. It's.
Oh, of course. I mean, all of it is.
It is. It's fantasy.
All of it is. But certainly, Alien is more speculative science fiction than space opera. And for speculative science fiction films, I don't know what beats it. To be honest, for me. But somebody's like, it's a horror film. I'm like, yes, also a horror film.
Yeah.
It's a fucking science fiction movie.
It's one of those like hard science kind of.
Yeah.
I
mean, Space
Odyssey
glosses
over the stuff, but it's just because like, oh, if I wanted to, I could explain it to you. All these things are real.
Right.
We just don't want to explain it. We don't care.
Right.
It doesn't just go, hey, we opened a portal and we step through to the other side of the ship. No, it's all real, kind of physical.
Right.
Aliens.
Yeah, Aliens. So I'm just going to be guessing dates.
I don't want this to be a 7-hour podcast. Also, it has to fit under a certain amount of size to go up on our hosting website. So,
well, we got to talk about the 2 best movies in the franchise.
Yeah. So, Aliens is it's my favorite movie. And if you know our channel and if you're only here for the alien stuff, which that's fine if that's what you like, but if you're here for the everything, our favorite video that we've done so far, that our only liked video, is our Horror Siege, where we We dissected kind of like
we
the
kind of
horror.
create a genre. Basically,
subgenre.
I contend that there is this subgenre that nobody's really given a name to or talks about.
Right, we dissected kind of like the two compete, the horror this and whatever that, and we came up with horror siege, the idea of a horror movie that's more of has a lot of siege elements, a la Helm's Deep, Lord of the Rings, and so I think for me, the reason why I like Alien so much is because I'm a huge horror siege kind of person with zombies, boarding up the windows kind of thing, and this movie has a lot of last stand, barricading, welding the door shut.
Which is about the site. It's like the second act of the movie.
Right, and so it's not that, it's action and it's the queen and all that stuff. That stuff's all great. For me, it's that tension. It's looking at the maps and schematics, when you put yourself in a movie and go like, well, what would I do? Seeing all the planning phases is this is what I would do. So I see myself in this movie more because it's, how would we keep them out? Not how would we fight them, what are they? It's how do we survive? That's the fun that I find in this movie. So it's...
Which is Ripley being the leader again. I mean,
right. That's my caveat up front.
That's a scene in every movie. I noticed this when I was watching Alien 3. There's a fucking scene where... Because, we'll get to it. I shouldn't talk about it now. But, like, Alien 3 has so many parallels to the first movie. And not so many with the second. Like, it's almost like gone out its way to... Obviously, the big one, like, big middle finger to the second movie. But, like, one thing I felt like was Aliens did this, and now this is a part of what Alien is just, let's look at a map. And that's in Alien 3. It's fucking right there in the shot, and she's going like this, and then she kind of tears it down out of the shot.
Right.
But that's all Aliens. The sitting down, her like, all right, let's just think about it. What can we do?
Yeah.
We can if we do this here, this here, this here, and this here, that should be okay.
Probably another reason why, again, Alien 3, I that's probably my number 2, even over Alien, because I enjoy that whole...
Right.
And that's another one of those, you can't fathom all the tunnels and the doors and shit, but they live there. They kind of know it.
Right.
But as an outsider, you're just like, there's just doors and shit everywhere. But if that was your backyard, you'd feel like you're setting up a trap for something. That's the funnest thing you can do is, I'm going to set this trap up for this thing to come in and see if I can outsmart it,
Did you watch the theatrical or the extended cut?
Director's cut.
Okay.
This is one of those movies where I've watched both, not like back to back, but once I saw the director's cut, I said, I'm never going to watch theatrical again because there's a few scenes that are just like, that's again, appealing to me. Those robot sentry guns, the idea of setting them upside the doors, that whole sequence is like one of my favorite things because I didn't see that until years after I'd already seen the movie multiple times. I'm like, ooh, deleted scenes or, new version, director's cut. And I see it and I'm like, this was a great scene. This should have been in the movie, I
like that scene, and then I don't like anything else in the extended cut.
I probably can't tell you the rest of the extended cut stuff. I have forgotten since then.
The extended stuff is you see Hadley's Hope before they get there.
Yeah.
Which I think just it's cool to see as a deleted scene.
Yes.
But what are you doing? Like that's so much a part of the thing, like getting there after the parties happened.
Right.
I
agree. That could be cut and you're not missing it. But in my case, it's like after you'd already seen the movie enough times, you're like, oh, here's extra.
You just want to see more, see extra, right? But I think it kills a little bit.
I can see more of a horror movie where you just show up in the aftermath.
Right. I think also a lot of the extra stuff messes the pacing up pretty bad. I think
it's showing Amanda. The picture, is that director's cut?
That's in the director's cut.
Yeah.
So the rest of that's, it doesn't need to be spelled out, Like,
right.
I get that that's like a part of the canon now or whatever, but like, you could just, you see everything that happens between her and Newt. You don't need to have like all of that spelled out for you.
Right.
So it's not really necessary. It's something, I think in James Cameron's introduction to the extended cut, he says something like, oh, it's like 200 miles of bad road. And I'm like, who wants to do that? Like, I get what he meant, but, remember how kind of like by the end of John Wick 2, you felt a little beat up by it? It's like, maybe you could have cut a little bit, maybe.
Or you had to at least take one scene out and replace it with something that, like the scene with them shooting each other, walking in the,
right.
Like your favorite scene, right?
Yeah.
Like that was new.
Yeah.
If you had taken out one more fight sequence and put in one more of those, you would have felt fresh the entire time. Yeah.
I mean, that might seem different when I was sitting down and watched it again. I wanted to guess what year it came out. Is it 1986? 4. It's 4 or 6.
Let me tell you, because I'm pretty sure it was
1986. I'm saying 86.
You can keep saying that.
Yeah, I thought you had
But
it
I will
open.
tell you that it's 1986.
Okay.
It didn't come up as the first result in Google in the IMDb with the
So
year
like
on
I
it.
think I could be wrong.
It's funny.
Don't look it up.
Sorry,
Somebody
I type in aliens to Google, and one of the first results is Trump's newly unveiled anti-immigrant hotline bombarded with reports of space aliens.
All right.
I'm like, I'm looking for aliens the movie. All right, so,
happy Alien Day.
1986.
I don't know if this is true. I think it's true. I think that in that year also The Fly came out and also The Thing. So can you imagine what a fucking year that would have been if you were into that kind of stuff?
But again, I can watch The Thing, and it's just as fresh. Like, I don't think that's one where I needed to see that year. The Thing is still a great.
Oh, I mean, I love The Thing.
But I mean, it doesn't. I don't think it would have had any different of an impact on me, other than like maybe special effects wise with the things they do. They're still impressive because they're practical effects. But
it was just a good year for sci-fi horror. That's all.
So Aliens.
Aliens is the what do you do when somebody's already made the perfect movie? You can't do that again, right? So the bat, I mean, and certainly you could, and lots of other franchises do. You say what worked. Hellraiser had this problem, right? Like we talked about this ad nauseum, like, or at least I contend the Hellraiser movies fell prey to not innovating, to not showing you anything new.
Speaking of which, I think it was on Instagram, the Alien Arts, might have been Alien Arts, follow them, whatever. They have a lot of like alien fan art from Russia, seems like.
Okay.
I saw a xenomorph.
It's all subtly influencing something.
It's always in, I can't remember, but yeah, I feel like it's like a Russian one. There was a xenomorph pinhead hybrid. Okay. So it was a xenomorph holding a
course there was.
Lamont configuration. Is it Lamont?
Lament.
I'm like, I can't remember. So much Hellraiser in my life, and I've already forgotten part of it.
I thought it was lament, like you lament it. You know, like you.
Lamont was my homie back in high school. Actually,
there you go. Homie box.
I mean, that's actually the dude I knew. His name was Lamont. But
what was his last name? Configuration?
No. You're making me think about my high school years. I don't want friends. Anyways, he had a Lamont configuration, and it had pins throughout the head. It was actually really cool.
Yeah.
Anyways. Aliens.
So it was. So what do you do? Well,
what year did Hellraiser come out?
I don't know.
Anyways,
so I read this today. I don't know if it's true, but somebody said that Cameron, like, he was in a board meeting or like, you know, he was trying to pitch whatever Alien sequel was going to be, and he just went up to a whiteboard and wrote Alien, and then he kind of looked at everybody, and then he went, you know, took the marker back to the board and just put a $sign on the end of it. But, you know, that was this time it's war, right? That was the tagline.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a Vietnam War mixed with them, the TH, capital TH, capital H,
the 50s
capital E,
movie
capital
with the
M.
ants.
I'm going to take both of those things together, and that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to make the most, I mean, or no argument, the greatest science fiction, horror, action
movie.
Blockbuster ever made. Still hasn't been touched. And
how many movies have had like guns in space where we've actually had like
plenty.
shooting?
I mean, it inspired, you know, Halo. You know, you don't get Halo without aliens,
right? But
of course, you don't get aliens without Starship Troopers. I mean the book, of course, not the. I fucking love these kids. Like Starship Troopers, you know, it's a lot like aliens. Oh, that's cute. You know,
yeah.
Because you know. If you don't know, Starship Troopers is a novel by Robert Heinlein that it's an incredibly... Is it jingoistic or hingoistic? I don't know how to say that.
Jingoistic.
Jingoistic?
I feel like, I mean, the way I read it, it's jingoistic.
Jingoistic?
Like Django.
Yeah, and it was a whole thing about... I mean, like, the movie Starship Troopers is a satire, but, like, the book is like, no, you should have to serve in the military to be able to vote and, like, all this stuff. It's very rah, and, like, go rock 'em, sock 'em. Space Marines, that was where it came from.
Also, forgive me for thinking that if your first name is Alejandro... I would also think that the J would be an H sound in the last name as well.
Well, somebody was saying that it's Ukrainian.
His parents were Jewish Ukrainian.
Ukrainian, right. Because he's from Chile. I don't fucking know.
I mean, it's like, forgive us for not knowing that. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, yeah. I just went back and forth. Hey, I am from Southern California. So
but if your name was like Tom...
Right.
You know...
Yeah, then I would do it differently. But when your first name is Alejandro...
you have an English Anglo-Saxon kind of name...
Right.
If you're in South America and you're named Alejandro,
right.
I'd assume you were... That's why the idea that he went to... whatever, we're not talking about Jodorowsky right now, but the idea that, oh, you think he's from South America and then he publishes shit in France, that's already kind of a weird thing.
Yeah.
But the fact that your name is Alejandro, that sounds like it came from that region,
right.
You know? Sorry. But thank you for correcting us. That's kind of cool because I looked it up and I was surprised myself.
Yeah. So aliens. Let's talk about aliens. Opens in the same way. Shows you
Favorite
space.
thing about the beginning is that when it does open, it obviously inside the escape pod.
Very much like the opening of the first movie.
Yes, but when you get to the escape pod and everything's quiet, you can still see the harpoon gun stuck at the bottom of the door.
Really?
Yeah. Because when she shoots it, she's in the chair, and it goes out and she blasts it.
Yeah.
She never goes and like pulls it. I mean, would you?
Yeah.
I would just leave it. I don't know. Whatever. The gun's still sitting at the bottom of the door.
That's cool.
Like,
I never noticed that before.
That's one of those little things. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Respect, right? Because you obviously watched Alien, but like you watched it and said, let me recreate the end of that movie.
Right.
You know, down to a T. That the gun's still sitting there. You know.
So in the tradition of the first movie, in terms of what I was talking about, the structure of it of showing me something new, right? This is fucking okay. So you get this quiet, another very quiet, empty, dead interior space, just like in the first movie. But that's probably where the similarities of the first movie end in terms of like the way that movie feels versus the first one. But then you get this door that is laser burned out like a whole thing.
I said, why don't they just open the door?
And this fucking this like crane arm scanner thing comes in. You go, okay, that's new, right? And then you get these guys come in and they go, well, I guess that's it for our salvage boys. And again, in another movie, maybe those are characters in the film. Maybe those are then you see the deep salvage crew like bring them in or whatever. Like, no, we're gonna move on from that. No, you just need to accept it. No, just wait. There's guys that are rooting around looking for
and they were not wearing some top of the line space.
No, they're like
suit
hazmat suits.
They feel very much like they were duct taped together.
Right.
So yeah, those were some salvage ass dudes.
Yeah, they could have been a movie all on its own. They could have been a whole fucking movie about like fucking salvage hazmat guys like in their alien problem.
Smuggler pirate kind of guys, not quite. Yeah. Because I mean, they weren't even wearing like helmets. They had like gas mask.
Right.
Like that's not going to save you in space.
Right.
So yeah.
Then we get another new thing. We get a space station. Haven't seen that yet.
Right.
We get a nice exterior shot of it. I'm like, that looks cool. But we're only going to spend a little bit of time there. Oh, also in the extended,
get the fake holodeck scene.
That's
with
in the
wall.
extended cut, not in the theatrical cut. That's another. As you say these things, I'm going to be able to because I watched the theatrical cut. We have a dream sequence that's new, and the only dream sequence in the entire franchise.
I mean, what movies ever have time to have dream sequences?
Like
that's a thing about.
It's a very common thing.
Well, I mean, so think about a movie where you have time to tell a story and you have a plot and you go through it and you follow a character for a while. These movies kind of just move. Mm-hmm. Even you go, it's a really long time without seeing it. And Jaws, you don't see the monster until so long into the movie, whatever. These movies never have time to like sit around and reminisce a little bit about what's going on in the world and how the characters they move. So to even have someone go to sleep to have a dream sequence is a rare thing. So yeah.
But it still performs a function.
Absolutely.
Because you got to remember, this is not like today where you can just watch things on home video like whenever you fucking want it or whatever. Like it's been 7 years. 7 years since the last one came out, the first movie.
Oh, you mean in real life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you went to go see this and you need to be reminded. Oh, remember that horrible oh my God, I remember when the thing came out of the chest.
Right.
That's right. I remember that. And what is that followed by? I think, clever info dump. A very clever.
Just a good amount of exposition.
Just this absolutely functional exposition scene. But
it is really weird to think about a time period when it's like, you're right, the audience didn't have DVD streaming, whatever.
No, you had to kind of remember all this. Or
wait,
maybe you never even saw the first one.
That's what I'm going to say, is that like if you were at the age where you didn't see the first one, but you're going to go see the second one, did you have to catch a double feature to be able to watch the first one again?
Right.
Because, Alien's coming out, we're going to show Alien again. Because VCRs, I don't think...
that
only for rich people at that time,
Probably, yeah. Just for,
so you're right.
Whenever Batman came out, but that was like in like 88, 89 or something like that.
It begs the question of how you went to see a movie. And it's the same thing of like if you write for television versus for a movie, you have to have the serialized nature and the commercial break in mind and the end of an episode, where if you wrote a movie, you go, no, I just write the whole thing and then it ends, right? It is kind of crazy to think that, you have to shoot a movie differently. So because the audience might not have whatever, you have to have this scene. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So
what is the trilogy where they keep? We watched one where the beginning of every movie was the end of the movie before.
I mean, that's like every horror movie. It seems like.
I feel like I can't remember, but there was one where it kept recapping it, literally showing the last couple of minutes.
I just watched the
Child's Play. No.
Child's Play.
No, that didn't.
Shit, I can't remember now. The Phantasm movies do that, but you didn't see those, so I don't know. You're probably right. I feel like lots of horror movies do it.
Resident Evil?
Resident Evil,
No.
possibly. I can't fucking remember them anymore.
Right. Anyways.
Anyway, it's a clever scene but
without actually showing the end of the first
but
movie,
also not
right?
info dumping. I mean, it is info dumping, but it's not. You're not getting bored. It's not like a lazy thing, because what you're also getting is the reintroduction also of the the company sucks.
Yeah.
Remember them talking about the company? They talk about Weyland-Yutani, like, because the company says so, because the company did this, the company said you were expendable, you know? And so we get this idea of like the money, the bureaucracy, you know, of all this kind of stuff. And setting up that dynamic, and while also reminding us everything that happened in the previous film.
Right.
It's pretty cool.
And it also sets the tone for where her psyche is.
Yeah.
You know, which really comes into the third one and even the fourth one,
right,
when it starts to be like, you know, what's really going on back there. It's like we said, she's not a badass. She's fucking terrified.
Right.
She can't sleep at night.
She has bad dreams. Right. Because it's this, you know, you get this feeling from her where she's, you know, she does try to say, like, did IQs just drop? Like, you guys are, like, I care. Look, she cares enough to, like, berate these people, you know, in terms of telling her what's on her mind. But she doesn't care so much that, like, she isn't, I'll just go get a job and, like, get an apartment and stuff. Because I'm just happy that I just experienced the worst thing ever. I just survived one of the most terrifying, you know, experiences ever. I get to sleep in a warm bed and not have to worry about whether it's, all right, fine, fuck it. You know, that's kind of, but, you know, obviously the fear is still there. It never leaves you. The whole, like, face your fears kind of thing, you know, is where it goes.
Like, you can't waste your life anymore because just being alive isn't enough, you know, knowing that what you could have had.
I want to give Paul Reiser a bunch of credit because Burke, even though you know what kind of an asshole, like what kind of fucking horrible slimy things he's going to do, he does such a good job of just coming off like the most like affable, like nice, you know, guy, calling her kiddo, and second chance, all this stuff. And he's super, it's just a good performance all around.
So,
it's your favorite movie. You talk about
James Cameron, money. I don't know budgets or anything like that, but one of my notes was what amazing sets and design. And it's definitely on par with the first movie because so you have the beginning of, you know, the space station, which those are kind of cheesy, like hospital room sets, like whatever. But man, when you get down on the planet and when you're on the the Sulaco, just their lockers, there's cargo, like everything looks lived in. It looks real. And then you go into the corridors and you go into the rooms and everything about that goes, this is a real living, breathing world.
Yeah.
Not just like, hey, we built a set of a pyramid, people went inside. It's like, no, this was a real place. Also, the idea with the miniatures, with the fucking vehicles going through, like they give you a real sense of, these aren't just, there's a building here and then we go inside and then there's corridors. Like, no, this was a whole habitat, you know. Mm-hmm. There's all kinds of shit going on here. There's air ducts. There's all kinds of crawlways and small little spots to go here and there. And it's not just all utilitarian. And it's like, I feel like there's a point where like there's signs up that kind of like a happy birthday sign, you know, makes it feel real versus just like, here's a cold concrete building.
Yeah, or
here's a set we built.
It doesn't matter how many times I watch it. I always get just caught up in it, and I never think about them as sets. I never for once say.
That's what I'm saying. They feels like a real place.
I mean, I feel that way about. Honestly, I feel that way about all of them. Like they all have incredible production design, whether the movies are good or not.
One of the things we were saying about like movies now, movies then, and what kind of feels cheap in a movie versus what kind of made movies back then feel authentic. I guess authenticity is the real word here, is that these look like they actually built these places or found places that were, I mean, obviously
So a lot of it's built, like some of the stuff is they did shoot it in like factories and stuff like that when they're, you know, all those
the part with
steel stairwells and
the cooling
like
towers are going downstairs. Right. That's a real place. But I mean, even just the idea that like Pinewood, you watch them build. There's pictures behind the scenes like they built. I mean, they built the APC. You know, they take this old fucking flatbed. Towing, I don't even know. There's pictures of it, the original, like what the APC was before they turned it into that, and they built a functional ass vehicle. Yeah, you know, it's not all a miniature. They built a real vehicle,
and then obviously they have a set somewhere that's supposed to be the interior of that, and then they shoot. But I never think that. I never think that when I watch it.
Right.
You know, to me, 100%. There's an inside of that, and you can go in. And inside there's little seats and like that. It all feels very real.
It doesn't feel like the Universal Studios where it's you're going to the Back to the Future set. And all these are just facades, where there's nothing really behind it. this feels like a real.
To me, it's like when I watch, you watch something like Mad Max Fury Road, and there's a shot of the truck from the outside, and then there's a shot on the inside, but you're like, yeah, it's a truck. Like they shot just the inside of the truck. And to me, when I watch Aliens, I'm like, no, they just shot the inside of the APC.
Yeah.
That's all they did. They just shot the inside of the APC.
Right.
But that inside doesn't exist.
Right.
It's movie magic. It's really well done.
It's just talking so much about what the first one did with the hallways, those long hallways.
The mirror trick and stuff.
This doesn't feel like oh, well, this is like a cheaper, because sequel, I mean, now that the movies nowadays is, sequel, okay, pare it down, save some money. That stuff doesn't matter. What's important now is whatever the thing was in the first one, just kind of put that out there, I think about something like the Avengers, like it's just all outdoor shit because who cares?
Right.
As long as you have Iron Man and the Hulk and Thor, it doesn't matter what anything looks like.
Right.
But you watch something like this, you're like, no, that gives me a sense of reality and weight to what they're doing.
Right.
Like you said, James Stokoe, I wish they hadn't torn down the sets because I want to walk through them. I want to walk through that.
Yeah.
I want to assume that's a real place you could go and there's a room over there and there's a room over there. And we just built this whole fucking place and said, film where you want. Not, we built this wall because you're going to need this shot from this angle. We just built this whole place, explored at will,
There's a shot in Aliens. I think it's my favorite shot in the whole movie. And it's when they first enter the compound. So when they're doing their thing where they're like 2 by 2, you move, and like they're all doing little things. They hack the door, and then they
which I watching that again. They hack the door. It's like it's raining, and they were using alligator clips on like the circle. I'm like, pretty sure that would short the fuck out of everything.
Future alligator clips.
Yeah, like you think if it was more high tech, but it's like no, that you don't want to get that wet. Anyways,
and then the shot is so you have like Vasquez and like one other soldier like in the foreground, and so it's not just the doors that are taking up the frame, but the doors are taking up the middle of the frame, and the doors open. And you can see it's just got a great depth. You can see the soldiers, you can see them next to the doors have opened, and now you can see the hallway that door leads to. And you can see the damage, and there's like wires hanging down from the ceiling, and it's dripping, and you're just, oh fuck. What happened here? They did such a good job of conveying that.
Right, and especially in the version without the scene with Newt's parents.
Yeah.
If you were showing up for the first time, you didn't even know what Hadley's Hope looked like on the inside because you hadn't seen that part. This is brand new.
There's an argument to be made for like before and after him, but I think it's way more effective without ever having it before. Yeah. You imagine what happened. Is that thing? It was like, then you write a book about it and all this kind of stuff.
You write a book.
And I'm like, I get it, but that's the whole point when they're walking around and they're saying like, it must have been some fight, and this looks like the last stand right here and all that kind of stuff. Like, let your imagination run wild.
That's what I'm saying. The horror siege, the lived-in quality of that, it wasn't just an open space. It was, this is where people would, if I was to design this, it would have to be this wide because people would walk down the hallways past each other.
Yeah.
It's not just this thing we built. It had to be designed in a way that, like, what would you do if you worked here?
Right.
Versus, like, what would you want to do if you wanted to film a fight scene,
It's a great shot of a donut, just like on the table, and it's just soggy, wet, and, it's really good. I'm trying to think. Like, obviously, that's a motif, right? I mean, not a motif. Obviously, this is something we've seen in lots of movies where something bad shit went down. Like a crime scene, right?
Right.
But on a bigger scale, where you end up going inside and you're like, what happened? But this is one of the best versions of that.
Also, the beauty of it is the fact that I don't remember which one. I want to say it was. It's okay to have long pauses because it'll get cut out.
Except they won't know it's a long pause. So they're going to understand why we're making jokes about long pauses.
There was one that said there was no blood. Like something happened and there was no blood.
They do that in the first one. So the first one after Dallas gets attacked or whatever.
Kane. Oh no, sorry. It's Dallas. Yeah, it's Dallas.
And they say, "I just found this."
Also, who the fuck went back in there and got the flamethrower? Did they all go together?
Parker did.
Sorry, we never got to finish that point about Dallas losing his shit.
Yeah.
The only scene where you really start to see it is when he's like, I want to get out of the air ducts.
Yeah.
You can.
I'm not the fucking fearless
hero,
leader.
Right.
No.
And you go, obviously that's at the very, very tail end.
I mean, but there's other stuff. I'm gonna go back and talk about Alien some more.
Yeah.
But there's also the stuff where she's he's like, "Are we ready to go or what?" And she's like, "Well, we still need to do this, and then she's like, we can take off without that. Look, I just want to get out of here."
Yeah.
He's losing it.
That was like very much a cross between losing it and the guy who just wants his paycheck.
Right.
What do I give a shit?
Right.
I just want to get home and get my paycheck, but at the same time, like, no, you're also scared.
Right.
Don't be scared to admit it. Yeah. But yeah, I just remember that scene in Okay, it's not. It's coming. Is it where? Okay, I think I want to get out of here now. And he tried to like keep his cool about him, but the choice of words was not cool.
Let's back up a little bit from that shot that I was talking about and everything, because we skipped over all of something that James Cameron is very good at, which is fucking memorable characters.
He's really good at fucking.
Fucking memorable characters. You know,
he just fucks all his.
If you're gonna fuck a character, you hope it'd be memorable. He introduces all these soldiers, right? And we got Burke, we got Bishop, we got Apone, we got the whole crew, and so
don't forget Frosty.
And don't forget Frosty. All
because Frosty, I don't even know how to, because I haven't done it in a long time. But the Aliens vs Predator 2 video game, the PC game from 1999, I think. The main character in that was Frosty, or the guy that you fought all the time was Frosty, and I think it's the same guy from the. But that wouldn't
make any sense.
Canonically speaking, no, it doesn't. But I remember him being there's like a Frosty character in that game. Anyways,
so you have.
Man.
So without going like through every single one, but we could just kind of talk about it, right? So they get up, and we got Hudson, right? Hudson's like instantaneous. You know what this guy is. Hey man, okay.
This floor's so cold.
Right. Apone was the very first thing you see him do. He wakes up, puts a cigar in his mouth.
He had it in the chamber with him.
He had it with him. Yeah, ready to go. You get Vasquez with the pull-ups, right? And then you have
and Drake also.
Drake also does it. Okay. Oh, okay. So these guys are like, they're the two jock like
and then you also
high five bros.
Get to see them both using the smart guns. They're the only two that have that, so they're very much their own team. Yeah.
Right. Hudson talks a lot of shit, but then we get the scene with Bishop and the knife. Okay, so he's a little bit of a pussy too, when it comes down to it. I love all these little. He's just very good at. Okay, Alien says, I want to do all this, but I'm going to be very subtle. You need to pay attention. You need to pay attention if you want to know who these characters are. Right? And if you want to get to Cameron is more interested in, I want you to know who they are right away.
Right.
And then
also, if I'm going to kill some of them, I want you to know who I killed in a way. So
I kept coming back. I think I took a note on it. I don't remember why I thought about it. But when I was watching AVP however many months ago, because the thing to talk about, the thing to pick on, the easiest thing to pick on with that movie is just characters, because there are none in that movie. And I remember just saying, like, when they're introducing these characters and and getting to know them and stuff like that before like shit happens, and I'm just like, in fucking Aliens, Hicks didn't say a lot. It took a while before him to like get going or whatever. But just something as simple as the dropship's going down and he's asleep. Somebody wake up Hicks.
But also, not only to counterpoint that, it's not that he didn't say much and then whatever later on. It's that when he does start to talk, that must mean something is going on, because he normally wouldn't.
Right.
He's not that boisterous. He doesn't want to say a lot except to command his soldiers. So when he starts opening up, that's why Ripley starts to kind of fall for him. They fall for each other. It's because, oh shit, we're in a situation now where I do need to be like this. So it must mean that it's a little bit more importance there.
Right.
Whereas Hudson's running his fucking mouth all the time, So it doesn't matter when he's losing it, because you're already like, oh yeah, you already knew that about him. So the fact that Hicks actually starts talking, you're like, okay, when he talks, everyone shut up, because he doesn't talk very much, Right.
Apone is very like no nonsense, a drill sergeant kind of guy, but he takes orders. He gives orders, but he gives orders, but he also, that's what I know. I said the right thing. He takes orders.
He does, but he knows his role.
And so
he doesn't have to agree with it, but he knows his job.
And so when later on, when they're all getting like fucking just destroyed, he's like, wait, I didn't hear you. Copy that. Repeat everything after this thing.
Right.
So it's just funny because like as much as Gorman is like, he's an asshole, and like all these combat drops and they're simulated and all this kind of, and this stupid like almost satirical level of like army bureaucracy and stuff like that. You still have Apone like, hey, yeah, copy that. Hold on, what? Can you repeat everything after this? I'm like, you're gonna die. Whereas like somebody like Hicks is like, move, let's go. Like, come on. If Hicks was in charge, that would not have happened.
Right.
Hicks would have been like, we need to get the fuck out of here. Like now, like there would have been better decisions, which is why him and Ripley get along so well.
Right.
They're both similar in that way. You talk now. It's your minute.
Tell me about your character study, the thesis you're writing right now. No,
I'm just talking, man. I'm just thinking about the movie.
This has the greatest cast of characters in the sense that like you can find out of the group which one's the one that you are, or like which one's the one you associate the most with. But they're all just a fun group of stereotypical,
Which is why some people can't stand this movie, and I get it. They're like, I just can't handle the bro fucking like rah military thing.
But the difference is that he doesn't. What's the word I'm thinking of? He doesn't glorify that in like that's a good thing. It's like, no, all the rah bro shit got you killed.
Right.
The smart thinking, the little girl survived better. The smart thinking woman who planned survived better. All the, just throw the Marines at him. That'll figure it out. No, you guys all got fucking murdered because you didn't think to actually go, maybe we should kind of plan ahead, Which
is where I didn't come up with it. Like I heard somebody talk about the Vietnam aspect of it, because it's like you went into that jungle with all that fucking firepower, but you got wrecked because they came out of the ground, they came out of the trees, and
it's very much that. See, we got phalanx, laser fire phase things. We got smart missiles. We got knives. Yeah, great. Can't use any of them.
And it's also kind of how Hudson reacts. Just like, we just go to like he can't handle it, right? It's almost like America couldn't fucking like we went in there with all of our might, and we still like had to leave, that kind of thing.
Tail between the legs.
Again, I don't know if any of this is intentional, but
it's
still there.
It's not a knock on the military. It's a knock on the thinking that nothing can be stronger than you, or that you might face an adversary that's, guess what? They're not human. And they're not just dumb bugs, as they call them. It's another bug hunt. They're more than bugs, So
I feel like this is also the movie that I just as kind of a universe building kind of thing. When I watched Alien, I could have believed that this was I don't believe people were finding alien spaceships. Like I think it's just people. It's not Star Wars or Star Trek, right? This is just like it's just people,
right,
that exist in like the alien universe. But here Aliens comes along and says shit like, hey, man, when it's Arcturian, it doesn't matter whether it's male or female.
I was actually going to talk about that, too.
Which was just an ad-lib line.
I don't think it meant,
nobody really thought, well, it's still there, though.
It's not like a Mass Effect, like, I was banging some Asari or something like that. I think just wherever Arcturi is, or whatever the fucking place it is, they just have a kind of, like, I think about Greece back in the day, or, the Romans were just open about their sexuality or whatever. It's not that it's another race. It's just that the people who live
Except the one that you had was female. Like, you didn't...
Right.
I get it. It's a throwaway. But later, when they're being briefed by Ripley, or no, not when they're being briefed. When they're in the lunchroom, and she's like, apparently she saw an alien once. You know, as if like, like we've seen like 10 million aliens and we blew them all away.
But they've all just been, literally bugs.
And then he says bug hunt. And then obviously this is, not like this is in the background, but like you can see for the patch that I have on my hat that I'm wearing right now, the emblem on the dropship has this like bolt that has this eagle with boots stomping a bug with like a cigar and a machine gun and stuff. It says bug stompers, we endanger species.
Right.
So I took it as more just there's probably been.
It's not Mass Effect, but there has been
nothing intelligent.
Right.
That's like what I get from it. And so to what degree you want to consider the xenomorphs intelligent or not? Obviously, the Queen, it has some semblance of intelligence, and more than that, emotion, vindictiveness, bitterness, like anger. Not just simply survival instinct. So
something that gets trotted out a little bit more as the series goes on.
Right.
Resurrection has it. AVP has it. They get angry. They screech, and so like, well, no, I mean,
yeah.
Aliens is good. So what do you think about the change in design of the xenomorph itself? So the first one has the smooth banana head. It's skinny because that's how the actor they had. It's really tall and skinny at the banana head. Kind of a silvery white head and mandible, I guess you could call it. Whereas these are pitch black, hide in the dark kind of black. Like they don't shine the same way. They're very matte. They have the ridges on the skull. They look more utilitarian. They look more like they're fighting stronger kind. They're thicker. You have the warriors that guard the Queen with the big things in the back. What do you think about it? How do you take that change in what the Lovecraftian version to the more like ant, really badass ant, but still?
I think for the kind of movie that he was making, it was the right design choice.
Personally, what do you?
Oh, I always am gonna go for the original design because of what you just said. The more Lovecraftian design, the weirder design. You can see the skull; it's like slightly transparent, like beyond the head, and the fact that none of the xenomorphs in Aliens ever just stand upright. They are more like animals.
Except for that one scene in the first one when it has the hands out. It is standing completely upright.
No, I'm saying in the second film.
Oh, right. Yeah.
In the second film, you never see that happen.
Not fully upright, but definitely walking on two legs. When she goes to the egg chamber and they're at the doorways.
That's true.
One of them's like
but they're still like kind of crouched over.
Yeah.
You know?
But they have like a hand on the wall. They're 2 feet on the ground.
That's true.
Kind of holding
That's true. But they stand up the way a bear stands up. Like
Yes.
it's not really like, it's still to me like an animal that, again, I say animal now. It's still to me as a creature that is best, like it's going to run around on 4 legs or crawl or whatever. Whereas when the way that it moves in the original movie, again, like you brought up that scene, a couple of scenes actually, because when he gets Brett, there's this whole like him like standing up like from this crouched position until he's towering over him. That all to me again it strikes him more like. Ooh, it's like me, but oh my god, it's nothing like me.
Right.
Kind
also,
of aspect to it.
It dropped down from the ceiling or from like a couple of pipes first. Like there's a scene in the first one I think where it's like feet are hanging,
right,
or its feet are like a monkey,
kind of hanging from the chains.
It's so strong that its feet can hold a bar and still completely horizontal and grab you. Yeah.
However, I think for this movie that he's making, it was absolutely the right design. They would have looked kind of goofy if doing all the things that they wanted to do with that original design.
Okay, so what I wanted to throw in then is that, especially the scene when Hicks looks in the ceiling and they're crawling is where you see it the most. The fact that they are stronger and looking is not scarier on a one-on-one basis, but when you put a bunch of them together, they look like a group of fire ants versus a group of black ants.
I agree. Yeah.
They're scarier in that regard because they look like fighters now.
Right.
Not one of them, but when you put 12 of them together, oh shit, they look tough.
Right.
That's scarier than if you put 12 of those weird ones. You're like, okay, we have these 12 weird fucking we have to shoot them, but they don't look like they're gonna fight us. They just like they want to like invade our brains and eat our buttholes or something like that. These ones look like no, they're ready for a fight.
Yeah.
So it's as a group, it becomes more of a military tactic, and it's scarier that way.
It's a military movie
because you're going to lose.
Well, the other thing,
or you look at it as like this is a fight we're going to lose versus here's an alien we can't kill. This is army versus army, but they have the advantage. That's scary because what are we going to do?
And it's interesting that you bring up the military thing because what are the Space Marines wearing? Camouflage. I mean, it's useless for in their surroundings. But these aliens, they are camouflaged. And which is why, he might have had that scene in his head the entire time when they were talking about how to design the creature, because he says, I want these things to come out of the walls.
Right.
Which was, that's iconic, right? That's like one of the best parts of the movie.
And that goes, because the first one had the derelict ship that had kind of the walls with the ribs kind of, but not as much as in they go to the cooling tower or the processor plant in the second one, and they walk through that tunnel, and it has the rib cage look to it. And then you see that has to then be on all the creatures. Right. Yeah, great way of putting the two together. Mm-hmm. And design influencing other design, but that's like we worked in video game art stuff before, designing characters and having artists work on stuff, that finding a common design language where if you don't hire 3 or 4 different artists, they all produce 3 or 4 different, even if you tell them like here's what it's supposed to be like, they have their own intrinsic idea of how they draw. Mm-hmm. Having something like this where you go, okay, here's a set designer, here's the monster designer, have them work in concert to create a thing that's all works together. That's hard to do. And either one person does it all, or you have to be able to get a group of people together to really be on the same wavelength to do that. And I think that's what makes this movie feel so just well put together. I mean, it's a Cameron thing, right? But just going through all those little details makes it feel real, 1, and 2, scary as shit, because this is there. Now instead of having an alien on your ship and it's just hiding in holes, you're now on their home turf in a way.
No,
and
yeah,
you see how they build a room up and how you can't run because there's things on the floor and shit like that. Like, it makes it even scarier for that reason alone, because this is how they would build their nest.
Right.
And now you're in their nest, You're not just at Hadley's Hope, you're in their nest. And they have transformed it to match the ways that they like it, the aesthetics of how they would jump on the walls. It gives them a good handhold in other places, I think that's a big reason for why this feels different than the first one, but also it enhances the first one. You know what I mean? But it is quite different. But it's an enhancement of taking it a little further and say, well, what would the alien do if it had free time? It would do this fucking thing,
Yeah.
I don't want to be there after it's done that thing, so.
Right. And then, speaking of extrapolating, obviously the Queen, is major. It's inextricably linked to the franchise. It's there. It's sticking around forever. It's never going to go anywhere.
Especially the crown, her head, because there's that shot in the first AVP of like the satellite, and it looks like her, like even just, it's not just, it's a head, but it has a flat shape. It's like, no. It's very specific how the head goes up and how the arms come out and shit, And
the head kind of comes down out of that sheath and everything. I mean, it's instantly iconic. It's great creature design. That was no, I'm not going to pretend like I know. I forgot his name.
You don't remember who did it?
I can't remember.
So one of the things,
Rick Baker?
Huh?
Not Rick Baker. I don't know anything. Don't listen to me.
Stan Winston.
Stan Winston. Yes.
I don't know if Stan Winston himself, but it's Stan Winston's
right.
I actually saw a picture recently of what their first test was with the Queen, and it was like a bunch of like trash bags and guys inside.
Yeah,
that was
that.
really good.
The arms kind of like moving around in circles.
One of the things that came out of the books, and I don't know if this was in the comics, it was the idea of. So I go back to there was no blood found. When they first get into Hadley's Hope, and you see the damage, but there's no blood. There's small firearms. There's some acid on the floor, but it's fucking empty.
Yeah.
Like, what would be scarier, seeing some limbs and some blood and dead bodies, or no, they're fucking gone.
Right.
Like, what? There's nothing left. That's scarier because it lets your imagination run wild.
Right.
If they were just dead and there, like, okay, well, again, you're fighting something that kills. This didn't kill anybody. It took everyone away.
It also kind of lulls them maybe into a false sense of security.
Yeah. But so one of the things the books had, I don't know which one and how long ago, but the idea that in a military setting of the xenomorphs going out in packs, going to fight, they would each have at least one or two chest bursters hanging onto their body. Mm-hmm. So a xenomorph would grab you, two hands, instead of using its mouth thingy to face fuck you with it would just have the chest burster jump off its chest into your face.
Right.
So incapacitate you, not kill you.
Right.
We see them take them back,
right.
What do you call it? Cocoon them and everything like that. Yeah. You don't know, do they cocoon them first and then we've seen it in the other movies, they could cocoon them and then the facehugger, they put the egg down for later.
Right.
I kind of go with the thinking that, I don't know if it's ever said or whatever, but I think it's like, no, they had the facehuggers with them as they invaded. Because I went back to the Queen at the end on the ship, beginning of Alien 3. How did it get, the whole thing with 3 is like, well, how did it get in the cryotube and how did all that shit happen? It's fucking stupid because you can't do that. That's how everyone gets mad about it. And I think, well, the Queen lost her egg sac. And she wasn't fucking holding eggs with her when she was hanging onto that drop ship and went back up, right? She probably had multiple facehuggers hanging onto her body. Mm-hmm. Now, this is extrapolating into weird, you're just making shit up, right? But I go, but yeah, read the books and think about it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Whichever author wrote that in his story, again, throw it in the canon. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good enough. It makes a lot of sense. How would you be able to take all the people out of Hadley's Hope without leaving tons of dead bodies? They were coming in with facehuggers already, or they at least had something where they were able to get people out of there easily without killing them. That's how those facehuggers must have gotten on that.
That's pretty good imagery too. I'm surprised that nobody's done that yet.
So look at the rib cage and look at the clawed hands of a facehugger. It would fit perfectly on its mommy or daddy kind of thing, right?
Maybe they can't do that because like facehuggers don't fucking even know the difference. They'll just fucking hug it. They'll hug a bitch. They don't care what it is. Like, what would happen if a fucking facehugger
impregnated a
xenomorph? You just get another xenomorph.
You get a xenomorph squared.
Hey, in a pinch, that's what you got to do. It doesn't make sense because then you lose one to get one.
Yeah. Well, what if it comes out stronger? So that's one of the things that I think about when I see this is like, you're no longer now just fighting another force. Because you're scared. What's everyone most scared about when it comes to xenomorphs? It's not getting eaten or killed. It's, I don't want to get face hugged.
Right.
And I don't want to have that thing come out of me. Well, imagine you're fighting this thing that can grab you and it's got one of those running around with it.
Yeah.
It's not just a xenomorph. Oh, scary. Fuck me. Just shoot me. Kill me.
Right.
Dead, Like Burke. There's a video. There's a whole channel of like, what happened to this person? What happened to this thing in the Alien series? You've seen it probably. The YouTube channel is
just sort of like,
it's just dedicated to like what happened to this person after the movie was over.
He got fucking killed by a xenomorph.
But did he, or did that one grab him and take him? Right? how would it just carry you back the whole way while you're kicking and screaming, or does it punch you in the head and knock you out? I think it has a face hugger with it. I think they carry them as like mobile units, you know? So you were able to grab all of Hadley's Hope, grab anyone and everyone and take them out. That's scarier than just finding something that's going to kill you.
Right.
Different
That kind of reminds me
perspective.
of Labyrinth.
Huh?
So it kind of reminds me of Labyrinth.
And David Bowie.
Yeah. His giant dick.
But yeah, so like, and if you think of it in that way and you go back and you watch it now, you're like, that adds an, again, so I watched the movies originally as an age or whatever, read the books over years, had that concept in my brain. Now when I watch it, I think of that concept as being the only way it's possible the Queen could get the facehuggers into Alien 3, the Hadley's Hope people could be taken out, you know, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. That scares me. That scares me way more than just fighting xenomorphs or, you know,
Right.
those things getting loose and those things hanging out behind the scenes ready to just like, okay, Daddy, did you get him? Okay, here I am, you know. Ugh, fuck facehuggers.
So you mentioned the whole kind of second act. It sort of sounds like it's your favorite part of the movie, where they kind of get holed up in the I forget what they call it, the medical wing or whatever.
How many acts does this movie have?
3.
Okay, so like just straight 3-act structure.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not. So don't fucking get at me in the comics, okay? Because I'm not like some screenwriting student or whatever.
I want to break this movie into the first section being all on the space station.
I would say everything up into. Well, it's hard to say.
Well, okay. First section, space station. Second section, going into Hadley's Hope and looking and retrieving and all that stuff. Third section is going to when they find the people and they fight and they come back. Fourth section is the regrouping phase. And then the last section would be the big fight, the running away. Actually, and then the sixth section would be going back into the Queen, whatever. So my favorite part of that is definitely the going in, seeing the aftermath, the rain, the mud, all that, you know, the weather. It has a great feel to it. I'm a sucker for anything that has like cold weather and rain in a movie or a TV show. I'm fucking there. Like somewhere there's just like the outside is Mother Nature in a way. Like you don't fuck with outside. You go inside to get out of outside. All that going in, finding nothing, and then the after the fight phase, the let's regroup and figure out what to do. Yeah, that's the part that I love the most.
Yeah.
I watch that and I like to watch them talk about it. I like to watch them try to figure out what they're going to do. Watch Hudson break down. Watch Vasquez get pissed off. Watch Burke become more of a dick. You know, I think that's actually the best part of the filmmaking part of the movie, where it's actually character development, which everyone probably likes. Fucking aliens dropped in and we're shooting guns, and I love that too. But it's really the watching that group try to figure out how to survive is the most interesting part of this movie.
My favorite parts are, I mean, I kind of already mentioned just them exploring, like first getting there.
Yeah.
I still love it. Even it doesn't matter how many times I've seen that movie. I love the sense of just
Tension.
Just what is this? What's happening? Like exploration.
We have to say that, of course, another Cameron he introduced, or no, sorry, he does not. I was like the motion tracker.
No,
that was in the first movie.
But he certainly introduced the more iconic version of it.
Right.
And you know, we have to give this movie. We're gonna give this movie some credit. If it's not gotten enough credit. That even though I still think Alien is better than Aliens, and even though a lot of, as you said, probably a lot of like critics and stuff like that would probably say that Alien's better than Aliens, or prefer it at least.
It's funny you say Alien is, and it sounds like you're saying Aliens is better than Aliens.
But most of what popular culture and mainstream culture thinks of when they think of Alien, they think of Aliens.
You're right.
Because it's obviously the more popular film.
It's where the assault rifle, the pulse rifle comes from.
Pulse rifle sound, Queen, the pulse tracker, like you mentioned, power loader. You know, these are all the things that people think about. Get away from her, you bitch. Even just the costume. Like when people think of Ripley, I think they think of like her and her Reeboks and her blue pants and the white T-shirt. Right. You know, I think that's what people think about. It's more
the first
than
movie
anything.
too, though.
First movie, I think when people... No, she's got kind of like the green jumpsuit and stuff. I mean, she has sneakers as well, but honestly, I mean, I think what people think of Ripley in the first one, they think of more drawings than anything else is like her and her little panties and T-shirts and stuff like that at the end of the thing. This is a very iconic thing, you know, like her like thinking she's safe finally. And
so the thing to say here is it's not just Cameron making a great action blockbuster kind of movie, but always creating more... iconic things that can outlast the movie itself.
I think he's good at making memorable moments. I think he's all about like you're gonna remember this.
Yes, not just the movie as a whole, but the specific
thing. Yeah, but they do like fit well together. Whereas I think the first movie is more concerned with tone in mood.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to remember this tone. You're going to remember this mood. So that's one of my favorite parts. One of my other favorite things is not so much like the them getting their ass kicked, because it's kind of it is a great sequence, but it's also sort of like very claustrophobic, and it's intentionally not showing you very much. And
Right.
most of the cool stuff is them reacting to it inside the APC and stuff like that.
But not even that. This movie deserves more credit too for, I mean, what they did show. So there's scene, I don't even know what her name is, but when she gets picked up and like
that's a great shot.
You know,
right? It's the first time you see anything move, right, from the background where it's being absolutely
the
still
tail
and it
comes
unfurls.
up. Yeah. There's also shots of it when it's jumping back and forth between walls later on, and you can see the strings,
Right.
which kind of sucks that they didn't like go back and edit those out.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, seeing how it moved quick, because in the first one it's always just there, kind of comes down, kills you. This one's like, oh no, they climb. I mean, they go through the air ducts in the first one, but this thing is like, no, it climbs on the fucking walls and the ceiling, like it doesn't
Jumps
fuck around.
They're jumping around like later. So I love the APC rescue scene. I love that shit. That's like one of my favorite. I don't think that I've tuned in with that as much as I have in previous viewings, but this time I watched it and this stuff dun 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 dun.
Also, obviously, score.
Score's great.
Cameron has I don't know, like when I watch like something about Christopher Nolan, how he works with his composers to set mood and tone in a film. Like before he even shoots it, he kind of knows what he's like thinking, what he should hear. I don't know what Cameron's process is, but he seems to have a pretty good relationship with when he shoots a movie, an action movie, with coming up with some really good music to go with it.
I mean, I know there's some story behind that the composer didn't feel like he had enough time, and there's,
James Horner, right?
Yeah. I think it turned out good. I mean, it's I think the stuff that's the best is the rah like military.
So, I mean, you can go back to like someone who says like you go like, oh, Green Day's not a great band because they just kind of play power chords.
Right.
But because power chords are easy to like.
Right.
I like Green Day. Cameron has a way of making like Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Da 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 da.
Yeah.
You don't need a whole score.
Right.
Again, I need you to remember this one scene. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
I just need you to remember this one fucking scene, right?
Right.
He is the king of that. Yeah.
She takes it and she fucking goes and it's banging off the sides of the walls and stuff like that. Love that scene. After that,
I would just say, and I've seen like the idea of someone who's embedded with a military group kind of not see the danger that they're in because they think, oh, I got all these guys around me and they wouldn't let me here. Burke is very nonchalant about the fact that he might be dead at any moment. He doesn't grasp the reality of that. I could be killed here.
And I think it's very intentional. It's certainly a playing
Company
up of
man.
the playing up of the that's one thing I want to kind of talk about a lot when we get to 3 because 3 really starts becoming, I mean, they're all aware, but 3 really, I think, starts like getting to the power inherent in these motifs, these themes that we've been using throughout these movies, like the greed. You have this like horrible, deadly monster, but also in addition to like the horrible reality that like the fucking universe will get you. Like the only thing you can do is just serve, again, for the first one, not so much the second one. The second one's like if you stand up and you fight back, you can. It's more positive film.
Right.
First one is fucking. This is why I still can't get around like people that don't like Alien 3 just didn't like or loved Aliens and like Alien okay or don't like it or not as big of a fan because I always thought that was strange. Alien is a very nihilistic film. It's a very dark movie. Like yes, she survives, but that's all she does.
Also,
she survives.
She's the only one that survives.
She's the only one that survives except for the cat. But that's almost like inherently cynical. It's like all you can really do. This animal probably doesn't even love you. This animal just wants food from you. But rub it if it makes you feel better. Pet it if it makes you feel better.
Just don't get the herpes off of it.
Yeah, my cats have herpes. So the second one's a little bit different. I don't remember where I was going with this. I completely got
Burke being
Burke,
not seeming
yeah.
Either does he not? But the question is like, does he not know the danger that he's actually
I just think
in?
he doesn't care,
or does he just think that like, oh, I could just hit this like what's the movie? Oh God, what one we saw? It was. I feel like it was. There's a secret room. The scientists have their own escape shuttle, and it's down a set of stairs.
What are you talking about right now?
I'm trying to think of the movie where like there's this science thing and they're doing a bunch of stuff, and there's a group of scientists that have their own. Maybe it's one of the comics. this like last group of scientists is like, well, everything gone to shit. Well, we'll just take the escape pod that we have. There's a door here that only our key opens, and it goes down a set of stairs, and there's an escape pod like there, but something gets in. I feel like it's an alien. Okay, I'm actually thinking about the book about Hadley's Hope, that before the events of Aliens, there was 2 Weyland-Yutani scientists at Hadley's Hope that when everything happened, they were still conducting experiments, and then they had their own way off the planet. And they tried to get out, but the guy who was sent in as a general or a Marine guy who actually had a thing for Newt's mom from their past tried to save Newt, but couldn't find her, but saved another girl.
Why is this relevant?
I was just remembering something about, and I think it actually was the book.
Okay.
That was about Hadley's Hope.
Bad book, right? I don't, you know.
This prequel book.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the idea that I'm talking about Burke.
Okay.
So the idea that these they knew they were in danger the whole time, but they didn't give a shit because they knew that in a moment's notice, like, well, we have our own escape pod that nobody knows about, that only us 2 can get on, and the company knows about it. They specifically put it there for us because we're the greedy company people.
Yeah.
So when we need to, get the hell out of here, we can grab all the data and get on this one and go back to Weyland-Yutani.
No, I don't really think Burke has any of that going on.
But Burke is acting like that, whereas if like, oh, if shit hits the fan, I have a secret way out of here.
No, I don't think he has a secret way out.
Oh, he doesn't at all.
I just think he's honestly completely blinded by greed. That's it.
He just doesn't see the danger that he's in
until
the very end.
He just danger doesn't matter. He's just one of these macho, like, hey, no pain, no gain. You know, like this is
macho.
Not, but you know what? I use that word. I know that sounded weird, but I mean in that like American Psycho kind of way. You know, like it's the 80s. Consumerism is like an all-time high. Every movie in the 80s is about like how like
I just think
greed is run rampant.
It's crazy how you wouldn't even realize your own survival is at risk. That maybe in the process you might try to like, oh, this guy died next to me. Like, oh, there's $5 in his pocket. Right. Okay, I could understand that. That's a stupid thing to do, but I could get it. But he never once even thinks that maybe I should help, because if I don't help, I'm going to die.
Right.
You know? I'm not even seeing my own mortality here. Maybe I should also make sure that I survive before I worry about how much money I'm going to make, because I'm not going to make any money because I'm going to be dead.
I mean, he's clearly intelligent and manipulative.
Right.
And, you know, that's how he gets to where he gets and everything. And I think he just keeps playing cards he thinks he has until his last moments, where you finally do, I think, see him completely like, I don't know what I'm doing. He's like kind of staggering around. He's looking around, and, you know, that's the end of him.
Right.
I almost kind of wish there was I'll criticize the movie a little bit here. I wanted more of a memorable end for Burke, something other than just like, oh, an alien got him,
right.
You know, kind of quick thing. But yeah, and that's it. I think he's just completely blinded by greed.
It's just like the only way I could feel like anyone could ever keep their cool and composure like that was if they knew they had an out.
Right.
You know?
So you want to talk about the climax, end of this movie? It's probably like one of the most memorable parts of the movie.
Yeah. The other climax, like,
well, so okay, you say climax, but that's kind of what I want to talk about. Is sort of like
so many endings in this movie. No, I would say the egg scene with the flamethrower. That she like really shot a fucking flamethrower on set.
Yeah,
like you just take it for granted watching movies nowadays that like nothing's real, everything is fake, or everything's built in a way that like you could do that. But like no, go back and like really just look at the screen as you're watching it. There is a person standing there with the flamethrower. She's blowing flame onto a set and then running past the camera. Like, that's a real fucking thing. That's actually kind of mind blowing because that's super dangerous.
Right.
And it's really cool that not to disregard safety, but like no, really do it on camera and don't fake it. I always have a high respect level for things like, you know, watching a actor do their own stunt in a way that was like, well, obviously you're not going to have them crash for this thing, but let them fall down. Let them really show that it's them without trying to hide it. You know, really shoot fire. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Anyways.
By the way, that the introduction of the Queen, of her just kind of being aware all of a sudden that she's in a different situation yeah. and looking up at it, and the way it's the stillness, like you don't even know what you're looking at right away. You have to kind of
weird appendages.
Yeah. It's too bad that James Cameron didn't ever do any more. This is the closest he ever got to like horror. I feel like he really does have a good sense for it sometimes. The decision to really slow that down, take the music away, take the breath out of that scene, and just let you look at it, and then have the slowly, like the head coming out of the sheath of the Queen and everything like that. It's really well done. So the climax. So in the first movie, kind of a similar thing, because you have the climax. Oh, and then she gets away from it, and then it's exploded, right?
Yeah.
But then you're like, the movie's still going, so you can kind of see where it's, this is okay. So this is gonna you can kind of tell something else is coming, right? But then with this one, so it's kind of a similar thing. You can't get away from it. Like, he is riffing off of Alien because you're like, oh, you're getting away from the explosion. You're barely gonna make it. Oh, and you made it. Oh, you made it.
Yeah.
But I think it did a better job of making you kind of feel like this is sort of the denouement. This is sort of like that falling action. Like, this is wrapping it up kind of thing. And then Bishop gets a fucking spear through his chest.
Which is, I love the way he shot that because they don't show you the behind at first. And so what they're trying, him, whatever, what he does is he makes you, at least the iconography of a chest burster, because you don't see it at first. You see it come out of him. You think, wait, how is there a chest burster? And, oh, it's not a chest burster, it's something else.
And similar to that,
that's really smart,
I think this is also really, really smart. I could be wrong.
You're always wrong.
But in this case, I don't think I'm wrong. I think that scene's also in slow motion. It reminds you a lot of that very first dream sequence.
Oh, of her pulling her shirt up and seeing it?
Yes. I think that, like, I don't think there's a lot of slow motion in the movie.
No,
I don't remember.
There's like no slow motion.
In fact, those are like the two parts that I can remember. So I feel like, whether it's intentional or not, but it can also, that whole like, oh, wait, is this really fucking happening?
Because it feels like a dream.
Right.
Yeah.
It feels like a dream. And then it obviously...
And even the ways that she reacts, she grabs Bishop, and if you actually like look at her, like, she's fumbling.
Right.
Trying to like, what do I
do?
I'm holding you, but like I can't even get a good grip on you. Yeah, you're right. It feels like a dream sequence almost. Yeah. And then the reveal being, oh.
Yeah, you're awake.
Yeah, it's a big bitch there, and I'm fucked. Yeah.
So the whole...
And the tearing of him in half is really great, too. The scene, how they built it to be able to use her hands and then pull them apart is a really good look.
The whole climax, the whole power loader queen fight, I'm still impressed to this day that it looks as good as it does.
There's only one scene when she's in a power loader early on in the very beginning where you could like, oh, the background was removed kind of thing, or she was on like a project. Because they didn't have green screen. They did a lot of rear projection. They would have like a screen behind them with a rear projector. How many times I can say the word projector? Showing the scene. That's how you see the holodecks on the, on the space station when she's like changes it. It's just a screen with a projector behind it. There's also use of like huge matte paintings. I think the first pannings shot on the Sulaco when it shows the drop ship and then it pans from right to left and they're all getting ready. That's a big matte painting they're standing in front of. But there's only one shot when she's on the power loader and what it was is someone was operating it from behind her and they had like kind of removed the background. But yes, everything in this is machine queen, like real physical thing, doing the fighting up close. There's never like one trickery shot other than when they fall down the hole, it's a miniature. But everything else is just like, no, man, they went at it. Big. They built this thing and they built this thing and they made them go at it. Like,
and
that's
the kind
impressive.
of thing that makes me think of when you watch modern blockbusters with you're just full of CGI. And you wouldn't do this without this would be CGI.
Right.
And I go, why? Honestly, this movie is however many years old, and I don't see any of the strings.
Right.
That's a real creature. That's a real creature and a real piece of technology.
There are still people out there who will say, they try to put the time in to make sure they know practical effects. Here's the thing. The movie exec doesn't care because the bottom line says whatever's the cheapest way to make the most amount of money. The person making it might go, it doesn't really matter either way as long as my tone or the theme gets across. But then there's still those people who go, no, I know that if I put a practical effect in, it's going to look realer to the audience and they're going to take away more. But that person usually doesn't have enough power anymore. You know what I mean? I watch a lot of behind the scenes on like Creep Show, and I like watching Berger and Howard Berger and Greg Nicotero.
Okay.
Talk a lot about doing effects and things like that. And, they are in it for the love. They love what they're doing. And everything they've ever done, Evil Dead, throughout history, like, it always has a real weight to it because it was really there. This is exactly what you're talking about. This is one of those scenes where if they had done a lot of removal, it would look a lot like Alien 3 does at times when they have the thing running. You're like, oh, that is clearly a computer-generated alien.
Right.
Which it sucks to go back and see that now because it's like, oh, it looks so bad. But it's okay because I know what they're trying to do. And I knew what year it was made. Here, I don't have to worry about that. I get to look at it and I see it and it doesn't diminish it what year it was made or whatever year it is now. It still looks good.
This is one of the best cases for doing practical because when And it's also where James Cameron puts the camera and stuff because there are limitations. I'm going to show this queen running after Ripley into the door before she gets the power loader. I'm going to keep this camera low angle, and I'm going to make sure that the alien takes up most of the frame, so you can't get too much of it. But that thing looks like it's moving. It's like it gives you this vibe that's like it's got really long legs, and it's just taking these long strides, to get to where it's going.
They're not moving fast, but they don't need to.
But it's big.
Yeah.
And then also when she first like swats it twice, like whack one direction and then whack in the other direction. The second time she does it, it goes like sprawling into like these crates and stuff like that, knocks them all over. And I'm like, God, it's got weight. It feels heavy, but like not like
it's nimble.
Like you knocked a cow over. Like, you know what I mean? It's just cool. It's really, really, really well done. And then that miniature shot you mentioned when they go down in the airlock, even though it's a miniature, that thing looks heavy as shit. Like I feel like that thing is several tons.
Also, they did a good cut between right before and then right after to the movement tracking of watching it go from miniature to real. Like they did a good job hiding, that whole bit. Yeah, that scene is fucking good. What else is there to say?
The tail disappears. It's kind of weird. The spike on the tail is gone. I don't know if you ever noticed that. Once it's like down to the bottom of the
maybe
airlock.
Got ripped or something.
So
did they film that airlock scene when she's climbing the stairs? Was that like she laying on the floor?
Oh, probably.
And it was a sideway kind of thing. I don't know because it's hard to tell if he was actually climbing a ladder or was she laying the camera, or it's like a 45-degree angle where she's actually laying on the ladder and pulling herself up like a fake way.
That's a good
I don't know.
Question. I don't ever like nitpick on this, but the idea that she's able to hold on to that thing while it's vacuuming out into space while she's guiding something that's probably like at least 600 pounds, probably a lot more than that, like hanging on to her. But whatever, it's a movie. Then there was one other thing. Oh, what do you think of the scene where they tell their first names to each other? That is not in the theatrical cut.
Oh, Dwayne. It would have been better if he just like straight up hick voice was like, my name was Dwayne, but it's Dwayne. It's like Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
It's very much it's a professional way of saying Dwayne.
Right.
I think his is cool. Like when he does it because they know what her name is. They have her file. They could have looked it up if they wanted to. But he's just Hicks.
Right.
So for him to open up, cool. She doesn't need to open up because she's still.
But also, 2 movies now and nobody ever uses her first name. Ever.
Right.
So
I mean, it's a touching moment, I guess, but
it doesn't need to be there.
I think that
if you were the editor, you'd cut it out.
No, I probably would have left it. I feel like I would have cut her saying Ellen because I think she doesn't need to show that she has emotion because I think everyone knows it.
But that's not the point. The point is that they make a connection with each other, right?
I think Hicks's barrier being broken down to let in another person's love in a way, or affection, or even just the idea of like getting close to someone who might die. That's his whole thing. He has a brick wall up because he's a soldier, right? I don't get close because you could die and I can't mourn for you. Him breaking down and saying, hey, give me my first name is more impactful than her saying Ellen because I think it's like, well, and it's not because she's a female, but she is vulnerable from the beginning. She's not this tough, when she's talking in front of them and Vasquez is like, just tell me where to point. And, and she toughens up and says, I hope you're right. But she's still fragile compared to them. So for him to break that wall down is cool. I don't think she needed to.
Really like, by the way,
Bishop should have been like, well, my first name is.
Yeah. I love Bishop. Bishop's so good in this movie that I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it while everybody's fighting.
Can we say, so here's the difference too between a filmmaker who knows what they're really doing and what theme and tone they're going for versus something that's made more in today's world where there has to be comic relief all the time.
Yeah.
The only comic relief in this, I mean, okay, you could say Hudson is comic relief. I think Hudson's not so much comic relief in the sense of he's just trying to like relax the viewer. He's not trying to make you laugh in the sense that like I made a funny. It's just that, oh, here's this boisterous idiot who's just going off, is fucking talking about his dick, whatever the case may be. And I can't wait to see him get killed because I don't like him, but then you kind of do like him, whatever. Yeah. The only funny scene in this entire movie, which is not even pointed at as like, haha, look at that, was when Vasquez gives Bishop the gun before he goes in the pipe, and he looks at it and goes,
yeah, it's a great scene. That's a great scene.
Subtle comedy.
Yeah.
But it's so great because it tells you so much about Bishop.
Yeah.
I don't know what's here. I don't want this,
Yeah. Great character. And then great character in Alien 3, too, for as little as he is in it.
It really makes you wonder where the like level of pain and humanity they have. I prefer artificial person.
Yeah.
Or you know what I mean? Like it's not just I'm an android and then I call in Resurrection like she feels pain, it seems like.
Also kind of back to that kind of Terminator thing where you play on the expectations that were created from the first movie. We've been trained by the first movie, just like the way Ripley feels about it, that what Bishop maybe will do something bad later because he's an android and we see that happen, and it's a nice reversal to see like, no, he's actually, even though he's not human, he's actually one of the most human characters in the movie. Good stuff. Now that we're all in a place of love and this family that we've created for Ripley, we're gonna live happily ever after. Oh, you're gonna ruin my transition?
Not yet. Going back to Cameron's just smart use of ideas to convey something to a viewer without saying anything, but connecting on a common level that makes you go like, I understand what you're trying to put across without me throwing it in your face. The elevator scene when she goes up in the elevator and the queen's down at the bottom and the other one comes down and there's a shot of the queen and she tilts her head in a way that you can like she's thinking. If you've ever had a dog who's heard a noise and gone, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Right? If you didn't, almost everyone has had a dog or seen a dog do that, right? Maybe not everybody gets that. If you're not a dog person, if your cat has herpes or whatever, but that's such a smart thing because it wasn't just that, oh, she figured out how to get up there. It was she learned how to get up there.
Right.
She figured it out. Oh, 2 seconds. Just,
Yeah.
Little tilt of the head.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, so good.
Yeah, economy of filmmaking.
When the dropship takes off and it crashes a little bit, hits some stuff, that's the scene you go back and go, oh, that's how the queen got in. It's because she was hanging on. But she's not hanging on because you don't see her when the explosion goes off. You don't realize, well, where? And then she's inside where the landing gear would go. That didn't look that big.
No.
But when she comes out of it, it's fucking huge, know? I said it's kind of a cop-out. After you have another ending climax that you think it's done, she calls her mommy.
Yeah, it's a little much, isn't it? But there's different cuts to this movie, right? So in the cut that you watched, we have the whole like, hey, let me spell it out for you. She had a daughter, and this is her new daughter.
Which I can figure that out. You didn't have to say, oh, only now that you've killed the queen and saved everybody, now I'll let you be my mommy.
Right.
Because when I got up here the first time, that wasn't good enough. When you
Yeah.
came in and rescued me, you still weren't my mom. But after you killed the queen, all right.
I mean, these are like the big moments, right? This is the big Spielberg. This is what Abrams does, and it's scary because if you don't earn it,
Oh, yeah.
it's going to come off really,
I think the vast majority of movies that I just don't, that we shit on aren't either, they're not incompetently made, they're not like poor filmmakers, it's just doing things where you didn't earn it.
Yeah.
You didn't make me really give a shit about that character to then kill them and have everyone's crying about them. It's like, no, I didn't care.
I mean, that's the problem with most movies. Again, we're going to talk about AVP, and I'm, oh no, this one's dying. I'm like, I don't give a shit. And then the person that defends the movie, will say like, but who cares? I'm like, then why even have that in the movie? That's like my thing.
If you're going to make Alien vs. Predator, have no humans. Just literally make Alien vs. Predator.
Right, but then you don't have a POV. I mean, sure, but then it's not a movie. It's just pornography,
Right.
Which is fine,
I mean, there's comics where there's,
I get it, but then you still need to have a story. I mean, whatever. We'll
I'm saying to
we'll
take
talk
it to
about
the,
it when we
take
get-
it to the full
That's
end.
not why that movie's bad. It has nothing to do with people want to. I've seen some of her comments and they go, their problem was that they had any humans at all. I'm like, that's not the problem.
The problem is thinking about it too much and not whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Alien 3. It's good. All right. Prometheus. Okay. So I love Alien 3.
Okay, we need to before we continue talking about this.
Yeah.
You watch the assembly cut, and I watched the theatrical cut.
The director's cut, theatrical.
It's not a director's cut.
People don't. Yes, I know what you mean. Because Fincher isn't going out there saying this is the version that I made and Fox fucked me.
No,
whatever.
he doesn't want anything to do with anything. He fuck it all, flush it all down the toilet. I had nothing to do with it.
This is the one with all the extra stuff that's cut out.
This was, from what I understand, the assembly cut was put together or was supervised by Charles de Lazarica. I don't know how to say his name correctly, but he's the guy that's basically in charge of all the special features on Ridley Scott discs, including all of the stuff and the alien behind the scenes stuff. So he also produced all those documentaries and stuff like that. We'll say that the best special, at least for me, the best special features on all the Alien quadrilogy anthology stuff is for Alien 3.
Because there's so much stuff behind the scenes that's worth knowing about.
So much drama, so much interesting stuff, so much feeding into what it means to make a movie. Charles de Lazarica, who the fuck he is. He is local. He was at that same podcast taping that I was talking about earlier. And I always said that if I ever do happen to run into him, because I know he goes to conventions and stuff like that, I do want to shake the guy's hand and say, I want to thank you for, you got me into movies, because it's not just that I love the Alien movies. The special features on these discs are so good. That is what got me. That is
Isn't
what
it like
got me
a
interested in movies.
Full on like documentary.
It is a 3-hour long documentary. Most of them are like on every movie. But the stuff that I remember the most, the things I look forward to the most when I sit down to watch all the special features, is all this stuff for Alien 3.
Yeah.
So that being said, you watch the assembly cut, which is not a director's cut, but it is a trying to put together what David Fincher was going for to the best of their ability, as opposed to what was actually the theatrical cut, which was actually released in theaters. Okay, sorry for interrupting.
No, that's actually needs to be said.
Not that I haven't seen the assembly cut.
Right.
You know.
So here comes the dividing line between the fans.
Yeah, because everybody gets in a big powwow up in this point, right?
Right. So
everybody likes Alien is better. Well, I like Aliens better, you know.
But you all hug it out and go,
They all
okay,
hug it out and go,
whatever.
like, these movies are amazing. Let's all suck each other's dicks.
Here's where you split between I eat eggs and I eat eggs with ketchup. And someone goes, fuck you. Ketchup's disgusting on eggs. You're
I
like,
can't believe
no
you put ketchup on eggs.
What the fuck is wrong with you? No ketchup, you know.
Yeah.
This is people cannot, you know, there's a group like this. There's the film critics, stuff like that, who can like this movie, but I think there's so many flaws about it that a critic kind of goes, eh.
Yeah.
Then there's people who go, oh, they fucking killed Newt,
Right.
and I want my Hicks to shoot things, and they can't take it either.
Right.
And then there's people who just like it because I get what it's going for, and I love what they did.
Yeah.
I don't care. Do I want Neil Blomkamp to make his little Aliens sequel? I could give two shits if he does or not. If he does, I really want to watch that. It sounds like a great jerk off. Yay! But I don't need it in my life. I can respect when a filmmaker or whoever decides to write something, I want to see what they will do with it, not what I want to do with it.
Right.
Because if they're just going to do what I want to do with it, I don't need to watch their movie. I can fantasize all day long and get a hard on about, you know, Hicks comes back and he fights the thing. And that's why the fucking video games with their DLC, like, oh, it wasn't really Hicks in the cryotube. It was, fuck that. That shit's stupid.
Oh, I finally saw that.
Yeah,
The cut scene or whatever. I'm like, fuck you.
I don't care what Fox says of what's canon or who they hired, whatever.
Yeah.
There's movies that come out. There's the filmmakers who make them who are respected filmmakers. There are movies that come out made by people who don't know how to make movies. Then that shit doesn't count. You know, if Cameron comes back and makes another Aliens movie and he does it and he fucks it up big time, you can't be like, oh, well, you know, whatever. No, Cameron's a person you're like, no, dude, Cameron fucked up. When Paul Walker, when Paul Anderson makes a shitty AVP movie, you go, it's just Paul Anderson.
Yeah.
Who cares? Now, he's diluting the brand for people who might want an Alien 5 or want to get an AVP movie that's really good because he screwed it up for everybody else. Mm-hmm. But that's not the point. The point is if you have a filmmaker who, or a good writer who knows what they're doing and they make their vision of this franchise, whatever, just respect it for what it is. Don't cry about it because it's not what you wanted to make. Because if you want to make it, then you go fucking make it. Go be a director, get Fox to give you some money, and you go make that fucking movie and see if you get a bunch of 13-year-old boys. You'd be like, wee, I love it when they fight. Good for you. With all that said, whether or not you like it or not, and if you don't like it, that's fine. I can accept if you don't like this because you want more Aliens. It's not invalid to have that opinion or want. Just from a outside perspective, Alien 3 is a good movie. Get that through your fucking heads. You don't have to like it, but it's a good movie.
I have yet to. I mean, these are the criticisms I hear of Alien 3. Obviously, the main one is going to be Hicks and Newt, and it's the fucking it's just the sign. As soon as you can see it coming from a mile away, and you go, that's not a criticism. You need to stop with that.
Right.
Like, it's not a criticism.
It's a personal bias you have.
We can't even continue the conversation because that was the decision that the movie made. I personally think it was a bitchin', ballin', like fucking balls to the wall punk rock decision to make. And as a person who is a bigger fan of Alien than Aliens, and that doesn't dilute my love for Aliens, I still love that movie.
Right.
But as somebody who is a huge fan of the first movie, I look at this as a course correction.
Right.
In a lot of ways.
It's trying to take what everyone says nowadays is like, I'm rebooting the series. I'm taking the series back. I'm going back to the roots. Like that whole idea. Absolutely. One singular alien.
Yeah.
No weapons.
Right.
I mean, you could say it not to
make
them.
the creature powerful again.
Right.
Make the creature make the creature scary.
And again, not to the characters that are in it, but to the audience and even to Ripley. An alien as in new or different setting. She doesn't know this place, so she cannot. You know, she knows the Nostromo, And she kind of knew Hadley's hope because they'd been in there and they'd walk, go to medical. Like, she knew where medical was, like when they say those things in operations and the sulaco and stuff. Here, she's nobody. She doesn't know anything, She has to survive based on quick actions and understanding how to actually deal with this thing, not just, I can set my own traps because I know it. So, foreign location, really interesting setup. The idea that it's a prison and a bunch of dudes, no weapons, all this stuff. Yes, this is closer to Alien than Aliens, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's what I kind of noticed, with the exception of Hicks and Newt,
and Bishop for that matter,
slight tweaking, and this could just be a sequel to Alien.
Right.
She could end up in the same escape pod from the first one, go drifting out into space, and land on Fury, and that could be the same movie. But it wouldn't be the same movie because a big part of it is the loss.
Yes.
A big part is... I don't know if this is where I'm going to get...
Okay, before you get to that, okay. I was going to go back to the idea of the stuff. I'm watching Game of Thrones. Bring that back up again. Then we talked about, and you kind of tell me stuff about it. Creating characters that you can then kill. That's fine. You if you can do that as a filmmaker or as a creator of content, whatever it is, it sucks when you see someone that you like go, but it's okay if it furthers the plot or furthers the story or it has an impactful moment. They want to do it on purpose. If you do it just to fuck with your audience, that's a dick move. That's not, I can't respect it. You did it just literally just to show that I could, and I don't give a shit. I'll just kill whoever I want. Great. Then I should have no investment in watching your show or movie because I can't ever trust anything you're going to do because you might just do it just to be a dick. Whereas at least if it furthers the plot in a way that this character needed to die to show you something or to show you something about the enemy that now you have a weakness or whatever it is, that's okay. But just, I can kill people because that doesn't, I think that's what people think the Newton Hicks dying was just like, they just wanted a big F you to fans, like to the middle finger. No, it's because if they were in the movie, they would be so limited about what they could do. They needed to get it back to being one person to be able to tell this story. Yeah. So it's not that they just wanted to do it to fuck the fans over. And you have to respect when someone's willing to take a huge gamble like that because they're not doing it for the fun. They're doing it because they want to really show you something else. And the only way they can do that is to hurt your babies. They're not just hurting your babies for the fun of it, especially with a financial decision like that, which kind of backfired on them because a lot of people came out going, I hate Alien 3.
Yeah.
Right? And if they had just made Aliens 2, they probably would have made a shit ton of money and everything would have been safe. So don't just hate on it. You have to also respect it, even if you don't like it. It was a baller move to do that in a tasteful way. Not just like, haha, watch this, fuckos. Like, I can change the canon and whatever. It's like, no. It was all in, I can't think of the word, but to push the plot in a way that they needed. They needed that. Without that, what do? Nothing new.
So, I don't remember where this fit. Okay, so in the credit sequence, no, not in the credit sequence. I think it's like towards the end of the intro sequence because it's doing the thing where it's trying to it's giving you the movie credits and while intercutting with here's what happened.
Yeah. Fire and cars.
Yeah, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but I don't think about it too much. You want to talk about some of the flaws in the movie and start nitpicking? It's like, how the fuck did an egg get in there?
No, it didn't. That's what I'm saying. The Queen had face huggers on her body. There was no eggs because she didn't.
There is an egg in that sequence.
Is there really?
Yeah, it's like and it's funny because you were talking about earlier about eggs being upside down and stuff like that. It's actually tucked away upside down in a corner.
Shut your mouth.
I'm not making it up.
Because she didn't put an egg sack back on her. She
don't think about it too much, right?
She must have carried that egg with her.
Don't think about it too much. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Or she had eggs growing on her that were stuck to her body.
Sure, but she was never on this. She was never anywhere on the Sulaco besides that hangar.
Right, but the doors were open and everything, and the dropship was open and
yeah. But where do you think that Hicks, Ripley, and Newt are not anywhere near the dropship bay thing? They're on the Sulaco.
You're right.
Giant fucking ship. And they get jettisoned out of the Sulaco.
Right, you're right.
So again, don't think about it too much.
So this is where I can go. You're allowed to argue and go, this is a bad decision because they did, and I agree 100%. I'm just willing to overlook it because whatever, I don't care. The idea of how that was possible.
I don't know why. Yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
I know Mark this is an uphill battle. Me arguing for this movie. I don't know why I'm fucking.
This isn't one where I'm not gonna die on this hill or how do the facehuggers go there. I'm just trying to make an explanation, but you're right. It doesn't. So
during that sequence, which I think is a brilliant fucking sequence, this is the stuff where it's like, oh, Fincher didn't get the make. It's still Fincher. Did you not see that this was Fincher? Like the way that this was shot and the fingers coming up and silhouetting, coming up into the frame and every fucking thing. This is such a fucking Fincher movie still. And the computer starts spitting out stuff, right? Like Rebecca, I forget her fucking name.
No, that's when the guy's typing it.
I feel like they did this sooner in the movie.
You're thinking about like when they're typing Corporal Hicks dead.
Yeah, this is because before she wakes up or anything like that. They're like somebody's filing this away.
Yeah, it's the warden.
Okay, so for her, it just says survivor.
Yeah.
That's all. And I feel like that was very pointed. Like the movie's going out.
Are you sure it didn't say Lieutenant Ellen Ripley?
I'm pretty certain. Well, at least the very first word is it says like Lieutenant survivor.
I think it says one survivor dashed in the name.
Pretty sure it just says survivor.
Then the next line just says dead Corporal Hicks. Like he's making a list. One survivor. Right. This is who it was. Second one, dead. Name, dead. Unidentified female, approximately 10 years old.
I felt like the movie was making a point out of this idea of survival, like and getting it back to again what I was talking about with the first movie, where it's like all you can do is survive.
Right.
This isn't like now. Aliens said different. Aliens was like, no, if you turn around, you make a stand, and you're brave, and you do this, you can beat the evil, and make a family. And Alien 3 is like, fuck you, no, you can't.
Every time you think you have something, I'm taking it back away.
That's exactly what it is.
It's the Theon Greyjoy.
Yeah. So I don't know how much more we're going to talk about Hicks and Newt, but like you either can get around it or you can't. Like there's some people that are just never, ever, ever going to be able to get around it.
If the movie had been bad, if it had nothing to offer and it had been a shit movie, then yeah.
So now there's some people that are going to say, but it is a shit movie. And
but can you articulate it?
I can, honestly, because I feel like I read stuff and people will go like, the acting's bad. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Some of the best acting in the franchise. Yeah.
With some very accomplished actors and
a bunch of like theater veterans and fucking veteran British actors and stuff like that. Charles Dutton is great. Charles Dance is great. Like,
let's refer to him by his proper name, Rock.
Yeah.
I grew up watching the UPN show Rock with Charles Dutton.
Okay.
He was Rock of Rock.
Okay, we'll call him Rock.
ROC, just Rock.
Okay, we'll call him Rock.
So for me, when I watch this movie, I'm just like, no, Rock, because that's how I knew him.
It's not poorly acted. I don't want to hear that.
It's very monologue-y and
it's got some of the best dialogue.
Yeah, it's like a stage. He's in front of he's a priest. I mean, he's dialoguing, he's monologuing in front of everybody. It's very theatrical and it's very well done.
Yeah,
again, sets.
Great sets, great production design. I don't want to hear. Well, I don't know how anybody's. It's fucking rad. How do you not like the production design? It's new. It's new but familiar.
Especially coming from like, do you like to explore, urban environments like in abandoned insane asylum? Like this place is a perfect. Like I found an old ironworks that's shut down. Let's walk through it and see all the cool shit inside.
Yeah.
Leadworks, whatever.
Speaking of the setting, I mentioned in the AVP video. It fits within the motif of the films. In the first movie, when you're doing something right, when you're working in the Alien franchise, it's blue collar. So in the first movie, you have space truckers. In the second movie, you have space grunts. Okay, they're not lieutenants and generals and stuff like that. They're fucking grunts. In this movie, you get convicts. If there was any justice in the universe, the fourth movie would have been like, railroad workers or something. Not railroads, it's the fucking future, but you get the idea.
Space railroads.
It would have been something like that. You would have your salvage crew that you briefly see in the second film, something like that. But this film, it fits within that motif because it's convicts. So we talk about production design, acting. Okay, so the actual fucking like plot script thing. Okay, well maybe that's where it gets a little hinky. In terms of just how fucked with this movie was, and how it's kind of a miracle that it ended up any kind of movie at all. Also, the music is really good. I don't remember his name, but I'm pretty sure this is the same composer that did the Matrix movies. So it's got that like.
So that was one of my notes, was that intro, that bum bum bum. That's a great soundtrack to what you're watching. Mm-hmm. Like they don't feel connected. They feel like that music is disconnected from what you're watching.
Right.
But it kicks in a way that kind of puts you on edge every time that big sound comes in, and it enhances the scene, even though it's not. It doesn't feel like it was scored like as a rhythmically with it. It wasn't like they weren't hitting beats. It was just like this thing is meant to just fucking pulverize you as you're watching all this bad shit happen. Also, how many people in real life have survived unconscious in water and just washed up on a beach somewhere and not drowned?
I don't know.
That happens in movies all the time.
That's not what happened. Wait, in the assembly cut, don't they pull the? Oh no, they do. They find her on the beach.
They just find her on the beach. I mean, maybe she swam and passed out, but movies always do that where like someone washes up ashore alive, and I'm like, that never. I know someone that has drowned in the water at a beach.
Right.
Like that happened. They went out at night and they didn't come back.
Right.
2 people, and then someone went in to go get him, and he didn't come back either. You don't just wash up on a beach. When you go out in the water, you die. The ocean does not fuck around. Lesson to everybody out there: be careful. The ocean is not your friend.
Don't ever go in the ocean. Just don't go in the ocean. You look at it from a distance.
Don't go past your knees.
Yeah.
I got caught in a rip. I mean, I was a good swimmer, and I got caught in some.
Even if you go in, to your knees, you might step on a stingray, some shit.
Yeah.
Anything.
I was once in the water, and I was getting pulled back out, and I was starting to get tired, and I went, I'm a little nervous right now. Kids next to me were screaming for help, and I said, I can't help you.
Jaws lives in the ocean. That's where Jaws lives.
The lifeguard came and saved those 2 kids, luckily, because I couldn't save them. The ocean is not your friend. Fuck the ocean. Fuck the ocean anyways. It's all salt water. What good is salt water? We can't drink it. Fucking oceans are worthless.
Just one big
all they
fish
do is
toilet.
make hurricanes. Fuck them. They all they have is great white sharks and hurricanes and salt water. Fuck it. Anyways, Alien
Useless.
3. You think the ocean water in Fiorina 161 is salt water?
No, I think it's just like I don't
Lead
even think
water.
it's not even water. It's just like
It's sludge.
brackish, gross sludge. Yeah, and that's what we're dealing with here. So I mean, I get it because it's not a perfect movie. It definitely got problems. It's not, which is why you always go over here and you go like, okay, Alien and Aliens, they're perfect. Alien 3 is not perfect, but man, it does a lot of things that I really like. And
Right.
One of those things for me is how different it is from Aliens. I mean,
That's
that's
the fact that she got her to shave her head. Like that's why I said if you're gonna do something, you got to commit to it in a way. This movie, you have to get credit because it commits. She goes all the way. Ripley just gets tougher every time. She got a haircut in the second one. Her hair's gone completely in this one.
Yeah.
What other actress? I mean, how often is that going to happen? Someone's willing to go that far for a role and really embrace it. It's not makeup. They didn't put a bald cap on her. She cut her hair. I mean, she shaved her fucking head for this movie. It's legit.
I think it's cool that where every other big studio that had a big franchise in their hands would say, I mean, look at your Force Awakens, right? Like you go, what do people like? We gotta do that,
Right.
right? Do more of that. Whereas this franchise is, how can we be different?
Did you say The Force Awakens?
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean the best movie in the Star Wars series?
Oh,
Trigger warning.
trigger warning for those out. Yeah.
The best Star Wars ever made?
It's the newest one.
It's
So yes, by virtue of that is,
the one that looks the best? I mean, they're all the same story, so it's just whatever one looks better, right?
Rogue One sucked.
Which one sucked?
Rogue One sucked.
Oh, yeah, I can get on with that one.
So
Well, Donnie Yen does not suck.
You totally knocked me off. Okay, right. So this franchise keeps like daring itself to be different than what happened before.
Yes.
Because and that's due to Cameron. Because even though Scott came in and said, I want to do something that's different than anything else anybody's done. And then Cameron went, I can't do that again. I'll do this. And then they went, fuck, it was such a, now we have this like kind of reputation almost for.
Well, like what had Fincher done before this, do you know?
This is his first feature film.
So, I mean.
Music videos and commercials.
Let's just say this. You want to hate on the series at certain points and whoever you want to blame. Fox decided to make this movie and hire him, knowing full well what the movie was supposed to be. Or, it's not like he did it in a vacuum. Fox also is the one that decided to make Resurrection and hire a French director. It's not like the execs and the producers, whoops, we made a mistake. We hired, I mean, at least in your guys' eyes that don't like Alien 3, just like, oh, we hired this guy and he fucking sucked. It was on purpose. They did it. They knew they were going to kill these characters and they were going to do this. Like, don't just point at the finger at someone and go like, you made a bad movie. I mean, if you don't like it, don't think it's just that one person did this. All the shit got signed off on for the most part by studio execs. they never wanted Alien as a series to be the same thing. They always wanted it to be something different every
some people
time.
certainly did. Some people certainly did. There
talking
was a lot of like, let's get Ripley out of here, and we're gonna make Hicks like the main character now. You know,
right? But these movies all got made. These all had to be different than the one that came before it, and drastically different.
Which is what I love about it. Even though Resurrection is like my least favorite in a lot of ways, I still respect that there was an attempt made to have this be different.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be like a Joss Whedon movie with like a weird fucking like flippant, cartoony French, you know, sensibility to it, like anime almost, like vibe to it. Okay, that's not what I really think Alien should be,
right.
But at least there's an attempt to make that have its own personality and style.
It's definitely not a safe bet, which you do not usually see coming from studio executives.
So what do I like about Alien 3? I really love the setting, and I love that it's convicts. I love that this is the ass end of the universe,
right,
with the ass end of humanity, that all these guys want to do is just die in peace, I guess, or some shit, like be left alone. And when they're you know, getting ready to figure out what they're going to do, and you kind of have two sides. You have like 85 saying like, why don't we just wait for the fucking people to get here? And that's a very compelling argument.
Right.
Why would we go out and try to fuck with the alien when, you know, Wayland Yutani's coming to help us? And she does this whole, she's convincing thing where they don't give a shit about you. Nobody does.
Right.
Literally nobody cares about you. The universe doesn't care about you at large. What makes you think that the most callous, greedy fucking corporation gives a fucking flying fucking shit about you?
Like she says, like, what do you think is going to happen? Or what do you think anyone's going to care? A bunch of prisoners die in some far-off planet somewhere that no one's ever heard about.
To me, it's like, you know, you could do the same thing with just like a community of homeless living under the city or something. Like something like completely forgotten castaways. And that's what's so compelling to me about it, because what are the chances, right? Because that's what you have, this randomness to it, where from the first movie to the second movie, she's drifting in space for 60 years, right? And then you get this. And then again, drifting again until she's here. What were the chances that these guys, whose lives mean nothing, all of a sudden mean everything?
Right.
All of a sudden now mean everything. The decision that they make to help Ripley is, she could not have done it by herself, her and Charles Dutton. They had to decide to have their lives and deaths mean something. They would have never been given just this random happenstance that they can not just keep this corporation from getting this thing, but if the implications of what Ripley says are true, they will try to use it. It will go badly. This will it'll be a plague. It will eventually get back to Earth. This will fuck up humanity. It's not good.
It's the redemption story.
Yeah.
And also
for them it is, not for her.
Right.
For them it is.
And obviously, like, with the religious under and overtones, but it's not like it's a subtle thing. I mean,
no,
it's
not.
It's way out there. But the idea that at least on the surface for them, they can look at it as, and they never say it out loud, like, oh, I'm going to redeem myself by doing something good. They just look at, from what they've done in their lives, the things that they've done to get here, and then finding the religion, trying to be at peace. Like I said, letting them just die in peace. If this little thing they can do for humanity, which they don't care about humanity as a whole, they're not thinking about any one particular person. They're just thinking, this is the right thing to do. I lived in humanity in the world at one point. That would be bad for everybody else if this thing happened. I should do my part to stop it. But I'm not saving this one particular person or saving that person or being a good guy. It's that I know this is a bad thing that could happen, and I don't want that to happen to everybody else.
Right. And how unlikely that they would.
Right.
You know, because when you go, we're going to put the fate of everything that Ripley has tried to, because at this point it's always been just surviving. But now she's not going to survive. She knows she's not going to.
Right. For
her, it's an easy decision about what needs to happen, because that's just who she is. And the Christ metaphor is thick. It's very, very thick. This is a movie about Jesus Christ who knows he must be crucified. You know, he must do that in order to save humanity. It's not subtle. Like,
right.
She when she asked Charles Dutton to kill her. Now, you might roll your eyes at this stuff. I get it. Like, all this stuff to you might be a negative. For me, it works. But her, like, you know, up against the bars and spreading her arms out and like saying, "Kill me," you know. Okay, so she's doing the Christ pose. Okay. And you know, I look at the bishop the android, you don't know whether he's an android or whether he is or isn't. And he has this whole thing where he's like, again, I grew up Catholic, so there's this whole, Jesus goes out into the desert because he's fucking, like, he's human. And he's like, this is bumming me out, man. Like, I gotta, this
He's
is
also
gonna
a
be,
hippie.
I gotta do this fucking horrible, painful death. Like, that sucks. Like, do I really need to, and there's this whole thing, like, him being, actually, maybe I'm fucking this up because my it's been a long while ago. But I remember this whole thing where him being tempted, and devil.
The temptation of Christ.
Yeah. I mean, and Satan is.
That's a thing.
Right. Satan's like, you don't got to do this. Like, actually, I might have everything fucked up at this point. I don't know if that's actually happened. I have no idea. I might have just made this up in my head. I'm just like fucking retconning the Bible. But it's compelling.
It's a prequel.
When Bishop says, like, no, we're gonna take it out of you, and he doesn't say, no, we're gonna kill. We have to kill it, and it just comes off so insincere. Like it comes off like the devil. Like
I'm just saying the words that you want to hear, but I'm not putting any actual effort into making you want to believe me.
And then you see her actually go for it for a second. She's just like, you're really going to kill it? Like kind of thing.
Right.
She wants to believe it. I want to live. Who wouldn't want to live?
Right.
It's a scary thought, but she still makes that sacrifice. But everybody makes the sacrifices. I just like jumped ahead of the fucking end of the movie. So I saw the theatrical cut. Definitely feels a little bit more less connective tissue, a little bit more bone on bone. The goal. So I guess those of you that are listening, if you saw the theatrical cut in theaters or something like that a long time ago, you
the easy way to put it out is if the dog got a face hugger on it and it came out of a dog, that's the theatrical.
Yeah.
If it came out of a big ox, that's the assembly cut.
And the assembly cut still has like some problems. I mean, the assembly cut has the first guy who dies in the air shaft in the fan. He says, "Hey, Spike, is that you?"
Right.
You haven't even seen a dog. You don't know what he's talking about.
And it only makes sense. And if you've seen the assembly cut after seeing the theatrical and you saw the dog in the other version, you at least kind of understand it. But if you had seen this first and foremost, you would have like, who's Spike? I mean, Spike's a dog's name, but there's a dog in this prison? I've never seen a dog here. Yeah, so even in both versions, or at least in this version, if you haven't seen both versions, it don't make any sense.
Right. But I mean, it's a little thing.
And the idea, again, but let's introduce like every alien movie is going to introduce something new to the series. The idea here that it came out of a non-human,
it changes.
And so now it kind of walks on all fours like a dog or an ox would.
Right.
It's not thrown in your face, but if you watch some of the special features, it was a very, very, like, on purpose.
In some ways, I think it kind of fucked up Alien because now it's just like, oh, what does it get when we do this? What do we do? Like, they made a baby together, is my whole thing. I mean, I get it. It's cool, but it seems like it's been taken to like a kind of a crazy extreme in the extended universe.
The assembly cut has a ending in the middle of the movie where they trap the xenomorph and they're done.
Yeah, but it's a fucked up ordeal. People get burned alive. I just want to mention real quick.
Does those explosions go off like that in the theatrical? Like all that fire and all that death?
Yeah. Okay. A couple of things just before I forget about them because you mentioned the dog. Somebody mentioned it as really bad dialogue, but I thought it was fucking hilarious. So in the theatrical, you have the dog, right? The whole thing where Hicks and Newt, their funeral service where they're being
launched into space.
No, they're being put into the incinerator. And Charles Dutton's he's got his thing about innocence dying, and you don't know who's going to take who and stuff. And it's really cool, and it's being intercut with the dog.
As one life dies and another one is born.
Yeah. Oh, actually, so before this, the guy who owns the dog sees the dog and sees the dog's face is all fucked up, seemingly from the facehugger. He's like, who did this to you? And he turns around and kind of looks up at the camera. He's like, what kind of monster would do this to a dog? And literally cuts to the morgue where we're about to crack open Newt's chest.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a very intentional, just like, what kind of monster would kill off Hicks and Newt and kill off a little child character? I just thought that was funny.
See, that's kind of funny because that is completely lacking from the assembly cut.
It's not in the assembly cut, no. But I thought it was kind of a funny, sort of fuck you to Aliens fans in some ways.
Right.
And then so in that scene, the whole scene where they trap it and the fire and stuff, there's a really great because you kind of mentioned, remember the thing where you were saying where the alien queen looked at the elevator and kind of tilted her head a little bit, like a little thing. So at the end of the movie, the way that the alien dies is it's covered in the lead, and then it's cooled with the water, like causing it to explode or whatever.
Quick physics lesson: if you get something really hot, then you get it really cold really fast. Expansion, contraction, things will break.
You know how else I know that is because in that scene,
the pan, the pail, the bucket.
Yeah. It's just a quick little insert shot, but it's
foreshadowing.
It subconsciously sticks in your head, so when it happens later, it doesn't. You're not like, huh?
I think a lot of people probably were like, huh?
Yeah, probably still like, huh? So they cut this out of the theatrical cut. This whole thing where, again, the desperation, you're never going to get this in an Aliens movie. In an Aliens sequel, like the one that, like a Cameron sequel to this, you're not going to get the guy that, like, he knows that the only way to save his brothers is to go run into this room where there are no exits.
No one's going to self-sacrifice.
Not like that.
Right.
Not like that. And then you close the door and you hear his screams of pain and anguish as he's being, torn to pieces.
I mean, Gorman's the closest you're going to get to like a self-sacrifice to.
Right. I like that scene too.
Yeah. You always were an asshole. Which begs the question, because Gorman, it seems like this is his first mission. How can Vasquez say you've always been an assoul when she doesn't really know him?
Fucking make it better. He was always an asshole the time she knew him.
You make a better movie, Cameron. You suck.
So, of course, this is the whole thing with Golic, which is not in the theatrical cut at all. In the theatrical cut, there's just
basically he's gone crazy when he sees the xenomorph, and before that they've said like he smells and he's weird and he's crazy, and once he sees the xenomorph, he calls it a dragon, and he's like his again. So we have like all the religious overtones. He sees this as like a prophet almost. I need to go see it again because I need to hear what it has to tell me.
Yeah,
I need to go tell me what to do now. And so he frees it by killing one of the other prisoners, and then when he goes in to look at it, it just fucking kills him and runs off.
And this comes back to the Lovecraft stuff for me too, because one aspect of this is sort of the worshiping of that Lovecraft stuff, this like vast unknown. In the comic book sequel that we get, which is kind of the movie that everybody wanted, like this version that we'll never get. Like somebody will do it one day. We'll see an alien invasion of Earth. But in that version, like part of the reason things get so fucked up is because there is a cult that revolves around the xenomorph.
Right.
Just like this fucking guy. Anyway, I just like this movie.
I will say one thing this movie doesn't do. We kind of talked about when we were doing the AVP stuff. The Judge Dredd one, how it takes the acid into account. Mm-hmm. This one seems to take the acid doesn't. Well,
they never pierce it. I mean, they never.
This one spits acid.
That's true.
Does it? Yes, it spits the guy who's looking for the dog.
That's true.
It spits him in the face.
No, I didn't take it that way. The way it was cut made it sound like he just bit him or like. Whoosh.
Oh no, it's you can see it. Right. I'm 99% sure. Like it spits in his face,
and there is acid there because Charles Dance sees the acid and asks her about it later. Okay.
And I know like their drool has like some acidicness to it, but it's not gonna like kill you like they blood would. But it fucking explodes at the end.
That's true, and
it would go fucking everywhere.
That's true. It's good.
But I guess the water washes it all away.
Yeah.
But we're just talking about how like there are some times when alien blood has been an afterthought, and this one it's very like nope, doesn't matter.
Right.
Bishop, the android thing.
Oh, right. Love that scene.
So let's get to that scene. Is he an android or not?
What do you mean?
So yes, the guy. So first of all, the guy, the new warden, the 85, hits him with the pipe, and he bleeds real.
Oh, you mean at the end? I thought you meant like the actual bishop from the second movie.
Can't disconnect me, Ripley.
Let
me go. Let me go back to darkness.
Yeah,
that's a really good scene.
I love your new haircut.
Yeah, the scene with 85, and he hits him with the pipe, and he bleeds. First of all, maybe it's better than theatrical. That scene wasn't earned for why he would pick up a pipe and beat this dude all of a sudden. Because Bishop doesn't do anything really devious to make him trigger like that. Because he's like, I'm going to go home. These guys, they're here. We killed the alien. I'm sorry, Ripley. I want to help you, but I can't. You can go jump in the fire. Not my problem anymore.
Right.
He just decides to sacrifice himself for nothing.
That has something to do with the messiness of this production, where he was a character where they couldn't decide. There was one aspect where he was actually supposed to be a more intelligent like character, and then there was this other like we want to make him really dumb.
His name was 185.
Yeah. Well, when that actor, when he signed up for the role, signed up for a completely different character, but his character ended up being. It was like rewritten to the point. Like all the 85 stuff was like added during the making.
I'm just going on like that iconic scene. It's that Bishop doesn't say anything to Ripley that really would trigger him and be like, "You lying bastard!" Like he shows something.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of feels odd that he actually picks up the pipe and goes, "You android."
He says that?
Yeah, he calls him an android, and
I don't think that's in the theatrical cut.
It's not like an android like killed your mother or killed your daughter. Like, maybe like, oh, I hate androids. Like there was nothing built up into this scene for him to actually trigger that. So that is kind of a lost. Maybe in the theatrical it's a little bit cleaner. I don't know, but in the assembly cut, it doesn't make any sense why he would do that. After that, the whole fact that this Bishop character, don't know who this guy is really, right? I designed Bishop. It looks like me. I've been in hypersleep for how many years? Because Bishop was in Aliens. That was 57 years ago. If this guy created Bishop, how does he still look this young unless he's been in hypersleep for all these years? Right? There's so many questions. He has to be an android with like red blood. There's no way that's a human.
His ears like hanging off. The imagery of it is it makes you think it's an android.
So it's one of those
but
weird things.
He goes, look, like, no.
But he goes, look, I don't have white in me, right?
Right.
It makes you kind of wonder, like, what was the real intention? Was he an android? Was he a different model that was made specifically? But then also they said, don't put white blood in him to trick someone. Mm-hmm. Opens more doors to like, what else is going on in this universe? I don't know.
It's kind of just meant to be ambiguous.
Right.
Kind of like the devil is supposed to be ambiguous because that's the way I kind of feel.
Shapeshifter.
Yeah, honestly. I mean,
whatever familiar face she needs to see that will make her, possibly give it up.
I guess it's the last test, because even though she's had all this bad experience with Weyland Yutani and like, because it's one thing, like you have the aliens, you're like, oh, they're evil, right? But really, Weyland Yutani. You don't see them
fucking each other for a percentage.
Exactly right.
Sorry to talk over you. Sorry if we talk over each other.
Obviously, if the effects are dodgy,
Yeah.
Like, but there's stuff in that I really like. I love the Bambi. It's in the assembly cut, not in the theatrical cut, but like the Bambi burster.
Yeah.
Loved that effect. I like a lot of the suit stuff. I think the actual suit practical stuff, the shots come out really good.
Yeah.
Anytime they go to the rod puppet stuff, it's cool what they're trying to go for, but it doesn't break the movie for me.
Basically, whenever it's on all fours, it was a puppet that was on like rods that was shot in miniature.
It moved cool.
Yes.
It just didn't. They weren't there yet with the tech, to make that like seamless. Love Charles Dance. Love their relationship. I think that him getting killed so early plays into what that movie's doing. Like, you
like this character, but
kinda, sorta.
Yeah.
Charles Dutton's speech, probably my favorite, maybe my favorite moment in the movie. Like
does the theatrical have a scene where they go down to the furnace because that's the safest place because it doesn't like fire?
Yeah.
So they're like all camping out at the furnace. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a whole like back and forth because 85's like, why don't we just wait? And, and the one prisoner is just like, that's kind of a good idea. Why would we do this?
Yeah.
He's like, look, I'm all for killing it, but why do we have to fucking like this? And Ripley does the whole thing where she's like, they don't give a shit about you. They'll just kill you. And they're going to kill you probably just for knowing about it. And Charles Dutton's whole thing with the I'm not much for begging. Nobody ever gave me nothing. Like that whole scene. There's some great dialogue, despite the script being like through 10 million rewrites. Right. I think there's actually some of the best dialogue in the series.
I wrote one note that says, I don't see why the company is so goddamn keen on Ripley. I mean, I guess they knew that she had a facehugger in her and everything.
No, they knew that she had a queen because when she had done the scan that had gotten uploaded to
how the fuck did they know that?
I don't know.
There was also a scene when the Ox, when they bring it in, they're taking stuff off a cart, and there's a quick thing right before the camera cut, or the angle, or they cut to another scene, where the guy jumps in the cart and goes, oh, what's this thing? And he pulls up the dead face hugger.
It's a queen hugger.
And he holds it and it's from far away, and you can see it has webbing between the fingers. But just that he picks up this thing, is like, what the fuck is this thing? And it's like the only inkling. I mean, granted, they don't even need to show you that, but it's just kind of interesting how you wouldn't be like, what is this thing?
But that's who these guys are.
They don't give a they're dumb.
I mean, honestly,
right?
I mean, they're half crazy and stuff.
Because had Ripley seen, they could have been like, hey, this thing was on the boat with you, or whatever.
Also, I love that.
But the reason why I bring that up.
Yeah.
Now, the blast radius, the processor, the plant on LV-426 Halley's Hope is 30 kilometers.
Yeah.
I don't know how far away the derelict
ship is. We talked about this before.
Have we? Where is the derelict ship? Isn't this just still on 426? Couldn't they have just gone there and gotten some eggs?
They did. I mean, we can speculate. We can know how far away the Nostromo was from it because they do that, but that doesn't help us because we don't know Hadley's Hope didn't exist. You'd probably have to see,
like when they send out Jordan.
it might be in those deleted scenes.
I don't think they probably never say it, but I guess I have to then assume that the blast from Hadley's Hope was enough to also destroy the derelict ship. Because I don't see why the company couldn't just go out there for what their xenomorph needs.
Yeah, absolutely. It must have that's always what I assumed.
And even if it did blow, it probably got knocked. It wasn't in the center of the blast. It would have just gotten damaged. It's all still there on 426.
It's got to be close enough. You said 26 kilometers?
So 30 kilometers was the blast radius of the processor plant.
That's pretty fucking far.
30 kilometers, not 30 miles.
Yeah.
Miles are better than kilometers. They're bigger.
I really like Alien 3. I don't want to hear anything about it. Music's good. Fucking her sacrificing herself, jumping in, gripping. Oh, fuck the theatrical cut because it's got the queen popping up out of her chest as she's falling, just taking
she grabs it.
It's just too much. It's like one big gory thing. I would urge you that if you think you can be objective about the Hicks and Newt thing, and all you've seen is the theatrical cut, and you don't even know what the fuck we're talking about with like this other cut, like try to watch the assembly cut. It's better. It's got more scenes that flesh out the themes, and
it's like almost 2.5 hours.
It's much longer. It gives everything a lot more breathing space. It's just got more connective tissue, and I think it's a good movie. It's not perfect. It's not aliens, but I like it.
But it is a good. It didn't all come together at the end, but it is a good movie.
Let's talk about a movie that's not good.
Let's talk about a movie that is good. Let's do Prometheus.
You want to do Prometheus first?
Because Prometheus.
I thought we were going to do these in.
I mean, that's more connected to 1, 2, and 3 than AVP is. AVP are
Resurrection, the forgotten alien film.
It's written by Joss Whedon. It looks like Leprechaun in space at the beginning. Then the special effects don't look that great. Some of the other ones are okay. The practical effects are okay. The end.
I don't think that Resurrection is like a piece of shit movie. People want to say it's a piece of shit movie, and I don't really think that that's true. I think that it is a
weird movie.
I think it's a French. I think it's a French director. Like
I said, Fox knew who they were hiring when they did this. It wasn't a mistake.
And so in the comments, because I've said stuff in videos about, I said the AVP movies ruined the franchise, almost beyond repair, and people were quick to chime in and be like, "That goes Alien 3 did that," or
right.
Alien Resurrection. But a lot of people say Alien 3 is where it started. I go, okay. And the analogy that I keep using is this. If Alien 3 and Resurrection are Fox's a prize horse losing a few races, AVP is when they just sold the horse to the glue factory. Because swings and misses are still more interesting than I can at least respect them more than just fucking cynical, not even trying to make something unique. And I think that Resurrection was trying to make, and I think it did make something unique. I just think that it didn't belong in the Alien universe.
Oh, no.
Because all of these guys, every single filmmaker for the 4 core films, your Ridley Scott, your James Cameron, your David Fincher, and Jean-Pierre Jeunet, all of these guys are fucking legit award-winning auteurs. They're all people that when they're all dead and people are still studying film, there's going to be people doing their thesis papers and stuff like that on these guys.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and not to mention, it's not like you have with AVP where it's nobody. You do have Winona Ryder, Ron Perlman.
Yeah, all these character actors you got
and actors you might not know in America but are good French actors, like Dominique, the guy, the little short guy,
Right. You got the guy, the voice of Chucky.
I was like, got Brad Dourif.
Yeah.
You got the guy who's the gangster in Training Day. It's not like this was a low budget throw whoever no unknowns at it. I mean, it's still a film.
Yeah. It's still a fucking real movie.
If you take out maybe the last 20 minutes, it's not that bad. You take out that whole nasty weird shit at the end, it could stand on its own as just the least good.
Yeah. It's
that stuff at the end that makes you really go, whoa.
And there's some
back up here,
Yeah. It's a space pirate movie. It's a space pirate horror monster movie. It's totally fine and enjoyable to watch on a Sunday afternoon. And it is not a terribly good alien film because an alien film should not be funny. I just there can't be humor in it.
Like I said, the idea of comic relief being that very subtle versus a ha 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 joke. This tries to be ha ha ha.
This movie is so incredibly self-aware.
Oh, don't forget the anime.
This movie is so incredibly self-aware. The stuff where Ron Perlman's like shooting down at the alien, and then he comes back up and there's a spider in his face, and he shoots the spider.
Sorry, let me just say that's the only scene in the movie that I'll go, that was okay. You can do that. That was funny.
Really?
Because I would do that.
Sure, but I mean,
if I was being chased by xenomorphs and I stopped somewhere in a dark corner and I looked over and there was a spider next to my face, I'd be like, oh God!
See, this is where I hate this shit. And AVP does it the worst, because it's fucking, this fan film. If you become self-aware, I stop believing in your universe.
Right.
And there's a deleted scene from Resurrection, I remember this, where the first thing is like this fucking scary bug monster in your face with teeth and everything like that, and then the camera zooms out and it's like, oh, it's a fly. Or so it's like a bug.
Oh no, that's in the movie.
That's not in the theatrical cut.
Oh, it's in
I
watched the director's cut or whatever.
The fuck it is. Whoa, like that's what this is. And yes, we're gonna bounce bullets off of like in a fucking Matrix. Not even in a Matrix movie.
Anime.
I guess it's Haname.
Manga.
But it's got the jokes. It's got the funny. It's got Ron Perlman. It's got Michael Wincott. Not used enough. Fucking guy dies early, like the leader of the Space Pirates. Love that guy with the raspy voice. The fucking general is great. He dies, quickly. But this is a movie where somebody gets their head impaled and then they pull out their own brain and look at it before they die. That's what we're doing, and that stuff is fun. It's just that that's not really what Alien is.
Substitute the monster somewhere else. So we said Joss Whedon wrote this.
Feels like a Joss Whedon movie.
Right. I don't know how much of did he everything in there.
I think it got rewritten a bunch of times. I've never seen like his original draft.
Like how the names were on that. I don't know. Good idea. I wrote basically a lot of good ideas, a lot of bad ideas.
I think it's cool. The stuff I think is cool. This is what I think is
one of the things that happens, which I don't know what came first, but I read this in one of the books. Which not every comic not every book was based off a comic. Some of them were, some of them weren't. I know one of the books had an alien who sacrificed another xenomorph, killed it for its acid blood to get out of its holding prison cell or whatever it was.
That was cool. It goes back to showing that they're smart, showing that they learn.
That happens in this movie.
Right.
He also freezes a guy with the ice stuff, which is dumb.
What did you think of the Ripley stuff? Like, try to be objective and pretend that this movie has a different tone and feel.
Minus the kill me scene.
Yeah.
Just seeing all the failed experiments, like why would they still have them, I guess. Mm-hmm. The idea is fine. The idea that they cloned some genetic DNA and then it made a copy of her with the alien still in her because that's what they got. That's actually fine. I mean, it doesn't belong in an Alien movie, but I think on its own, it's a cool idea to have this movie. I just wish it wasn't Alien. I wish it was something else.
So my dumb literature brain was watching it and kind of appreciating it a little bit. So the scene where with the flamethrower, which we kind of made fun of in our video and stuff.
Right.
I thought it was actually kind of a funny meta commentary, just like how long this franchise go with like what she's been through and how they just won't let this character die.
Yeah.
I thought not that that's what they were going for, but that's kind of made me think of the whole. Okay, so
if the scar, they take it out of her. That was a really bad special effect when they take it out in the beginning. Then she wakes up later, and the scar's way higher up than where they cut her open. That's one of the ones where I go, movie mistake, poorly done, because it's fucking obvious. You cut it out of her abdomen, and then she has like a heart murmur scar. Like, how do you screw that up?
Somebody just had to make a decision about like, well, we can't have her fucking cleavage go all the way down to her belly button, and we want to show it.
They show her shirt. The guy pulls her shirt open and holds it. Just holds her breath. It's just like, how do you mistake? Because you go to Prometheus, they cut across, cesarean. Right. No one cuts up here. This is your rib cage. It comes down here. Right. How do you screw that up? That's a well-known thing,
So again, you can think I'm stupid for this kind of stuff, but this is the kind of stuff I like. So if Alien is all you can do is escape it. If Aliens is, it's almost like stages of like grief or some shit. Like, if Aliens is like, I'm going to defy it. And if Aliens 3 is, all I can do is take you with me. I can't even get rid of you without sacrificing myself. Alien Resurrection is like coming to terms with it because it's like, it's a part of you.
Yeah.
Because
she doesn't want to die.
Right.
She doesn't want to kill herself.
No.
She wants to kill them, kill the
but then
other
it's like
ones.
you can't without killing yourself. Right. So you got to live with it. I don't think any of that's intentional, but like as a person who's been watching these aliens movies for fucking years,
Right.
I thought that was a little bit powerful. I thought that was pretty cool. Like you can't, just like if you want to if you need to
She
give,
says
if you
at
need to
one
give
point, how do you deal with the dreams? And she goes, I got used to it. It's like, how? Well, because when I wake up, it's way fucking worse.
right.
So the idea that like my bad dreams really aren't that bad because reality is worse.
Yeah.
That's the kind of like, okay, so she's accepting of what it is.
Right.
She's just going the day by day, I guess you could say, living with it.
Yeah.
Being what she is, but knowing what it is.
Right.
So
And
she
coming to
still
terms
still
with
has
it,
her
yeah.
humanity. Also, this movie ends with them on Earth.
Right.
And Earth is kind of gross, and the Eiffel Tower has been broken and just sitting on a rock.
I'm gonna just give Joss Whedon some credit. I'm assuming this was his idea. Just that whole concept of it. I think he was thinking about that. I think like after the 3 fucking movies and everywhere this Ripley's gone at this point, it was an interesting thing that.
Well, they said that the original script was like way too expensive to shoot something on Earth.
Right.
The director wanted everyone to die in the space shuttle, in space or whatever it was, and they came to like a compromise of some little Earth, and then the shuttle exploding. So yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Anyway, this movie's it's a
Not
good
great.
Sunday afternoon monster creature feature, and not much more than that.
One of the things I said was, oh, never mind. That's for Prometheus. Well, I mean, this one they had like a doctor performing the surgery on her. Within Prometheus, they have a fucking robot that can do it.
Yeah.
And that's before all this.
Right.
That's the whole prequel issue. I said enough of the born again imagery. Like I get it. She's resurrecting.
Oh yeah.
Coming out of the thing. You know.
Right, yeah.
They call it. They don't call it Fiorina Fury 161. They call it Fiore 161. Did you fuck the name up? Did you not watch Alien 3 before you wrote this?
Right.
It's not called Fiore. It's Fiorina or Fury 161.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Not Fiore 161. Fiore 16.
Yeah.
I don't know how you... Is that a joke? Whatever.
This is also
the
cool.
grenade special effect when he rolled it into the thing. That actually looked really cool. I like the way the camera did that. Ripley at one point sticks a gun through a guy's hole in his chest from underneath to shoot a xenomorph in the face.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. I always like the spider thing, Ron Perlman. Why does the Black Eye Christie, why does he cut himself loose and fall in the water and die? He wasn't dead.
I just assumed that the acid had paralyzed his body or something.
He was like, at first I'm like, yeah, he's going to die. But like, no, he was pretty okay. He could have cut himself loose and then climbed the ladder. That didn't make any sense.
It's a loose movie.
Yeah.
It's loose. It's loose. It's very loose.
What the hell is that big mutated mess of alien squirming flesh that she like lays in? That
I think it's just
there's
supposed
like
to,
tails. And
yeah,
it doesn't.
It's just trying to make it look like a bunch of aliens together, but it does just kind of look like one membrane.
And then the thing that's birthed from the queen that has a womb instead of eggs. What? I don't even.
I like that stuff.
I like it because it's so
fucking
ridiculous.
crazy.
Yes.
With the stupid noises it makes, and it's like, oh, you're beautiful, baby. It just fucking hey, you gotta give it at least points for imagery. I didn't know that I was gonna see a fucking like albino like alien hybrid like tear off the face of an alien queen,
Smash the head of just with a bare hand. Just,
yeah.
The guy that there is that cool death where he pulls the head of the doctor guy to his chest and the chest burster breaks out of him through the guy's head.
Yeah.
But how would that guy know to do that?
It doesn't
again, matter.
This is it's a heightened reality. It's a heightened style and very cartoony that doesn't belong in Alien.
Everything in this movie is soaking wet all the time.
Super is.
Everything is soaking wet.
Yeah.
The mixed DNA thing. Yeah, I didn't understand the hybrid human for a long time until I kind of I watched it, and what he actually said was the idea is like the first cycle she laid eggs, but then she kind of evolved,
I guess,
from egg laying to having a womb.
Right.
So I didn't know how that happened. She just went to her thing. When I don't know if you know this, if you can hear it or not, when the hybrid was being sucked through the hole in the window, which is a pretty cool effect. It doesn't belong in an alien movie, but it belongs in another horror movie. As its guts are sucked from the inside out or whatever, it's screaming, "Oh no!"
Oh no!
Because it's not just screaming like "ah." The subtitles say,
"No, it doesn't."
I swear to God, the subtitles of the movie say, "Oh no!" So the thing's talking. It's going, "Oh no!"
That's pretty fucking ridiculous.
It wasn't me just making that up. Subtitles say, "Oh no." Yeah, that's Alien Resurrection.
Alien Resurrection. Good try, but no.
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 As Khal Drogo would say, no.
But it's all right. I hate it less and less every time I watch it.
It's one of those things where you just come to terms with it, and you're
That's
like,
what it
I
is.
can watch it.
Yeah.
It's not good, but I can watch it.
Yeah, it's just a B monster movie.
Prometheus.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, I don't want to talk. Yeah, let's do Prometheus.
You don't want to save anything good for the end?
Yeah. Well, I'll say something for the end. I mean, honestly, the first 3 movies are really, and then the fourth one being Resurrection, kind of like curtailing that
Yeah.
exploration of what aliens should be is really the most important thing. Prometheus is only important getting ready for Covenant in my mind, I guess, because we don't know what Covenant's going to be, but it looks like Covenant is just Prometheus 2.
Right. Well,
I don't really know where we're getting with this series. I don't believe that Ridley Scott's really going to make 3 more.
See. Oh, I forgot to show you. While you were taking care of stuff, I was on the laptop, and they've today, I guess, released this like 5-minute long. You know, they've been doing that. Been dropping these little like.
Yeah.
They did it with Prometheus when they showed you like the TED Talk and the Dave and stuff. So they showed just a full on like connective scenes. I'm not spoiling anything because they released it on the internet and it's not in the new movie. Like it's Shaw and David like showing you stuff after the end of Prometheus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a spoiler, right? Like if it's a fucking thing on the internet and the movie's already out and everything, you know, it's not a spoiler, is it? If I state this stuff.
Well, no, because if it's marketing for Covenant, then it's not a spoiler. I just haven't seen it yet.
What I did hear though that the last scene of the thing that I just watched is in just the last scene of it is in it, so that might be a spoiler.
But it's not if it's not a leak.
It's a marketing material, then it's not a spoiler.
Whether or not you want to hear, hey,
just close your ears
for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Just give it to me quick.
Okay, so fucking Shaw puts like David back together, and then like they plot out a course to go to the home planet.
Yeah.
And you know, David says something like, "You're actually a very kind human being," or something like that as she's putting his head back on or whatever. They get there. They fucking get there. So fucking ship like arrives and it looks like fucking like Naboo or some shit from the Star Wars prequels, and it's a full on like future Rome looking like society thing where the engineers live, and then it cuts to a low angle shot of David seemingly looking through like a porthole from their ship that they're on, and there's some kind of religious thing he says, I don't
whatever,
something ominous, and then just dropping all the canisters that were in the ship on the fucking city. That's it. And then it cuts.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck? What is this? So anyway, I totally forgot to talk to you about that. So I
mean, I've been on like lockdown.
I have been, but I don't know. I was bored and you were away, and I watched it. I kind of wish I hadn't. So what I understand is that everything leading up to that last shot with Fassbender, that's all stuff that actually was just shot as like this connective tissue thing or whatever. But that last shot of him dropping fucking things all over this whatever the fuck is happening, that supposedly is a scene out of Covenant.
Okay, whatever.
So anyway, my point being that this Covenant is way more of a Prometheus. I actually don't think it looks like a Prometheus sequel. I think the trailer makes it look like a reboot almost in a lot of senses. Wait, so one last thing. It's not a spoiler because it's a theory.
Okay,
it's not a spoiler, right? If it's just theorizing.
Another 30-second spoiler theory idea. Go.
I think that Covenant, all these guys, where they're going, where they land, I think that is the engineer home planet. A long time after fucking David carpet bombed.
Wait, they fucked David?
Stop it with that joke.
Well, then stop saying it like that. That's like the person who says if you're like a something ass something.
All right, whatever. So I think that this is them arriving on the engineer home planet a long time after David has like carpet bombed the entire their society with this goo, and this is them arriving on that planet now, like however long after that's
Paradise.
Okay. Anyway,
Prometheus.
all right. So Prometheus.
Rafe Spall is in Prometheus.
Who?
And I didn't know this until I just looked it up on IMDb the other day about who was in this movie. Rafe Spall is the guy from Shaun of the Dead who goes, "You got red on you."
Oh, right, yeah.
How old are you? 17. That little fucking dude who is in a Hot Fuzz is one of the two guys. He's a comedic genius in mine. He's great comedic timing. I just didn't realize he was that like that's how good of an actor he is. He just pulled off another role where it's not just like the goofy ass guy. He's a good actor. I like him a lot.
All right, Prometheus. What do you like about it? Go.
I don't want to talk about Prometheus. I want to talk about Prometheus. So I had this thing with, and this happens when you have prequels that are made years and years later, the technology to make the movies now is better. And obviously you need to cater to the audience to go, well, if I'm making a sci-fi future movie, I can't have boring old technology in it because I'm making a movie in 2010 or whatever, There's things that make it hard to see this as a prequel to the Alien because the technology in this stuff is better than the stuff that's in Alien, right? In many ways,
I mean, I know there's an explanation for that. Look.
You're like, the Prometheus ship is the highest cutting.
Kind of. Well, you're making that voice. I mean, okay, look. Yes, that's a problem. So it's not a perfect movie. Definitely flawed.
I'm not saying it's a flaw. It's just it's hard to reconcile these puts together and kind of see. And I can let it go. Just go like, just don't worry about it. It's just we're just gonna bend the truth a little bit. I'm okay with that. It's just really hard to see how these things can turn into one thing, but one's older than the other. I mean, it's the same thing with the Star Wars prequels. They looked better than the original Star Wars, special effects wise. Right. They had flying ships and stuff that weren't. I mean, Star Wars had flying ships, but whatever.
When you have to take a step forward to the movie without them taking a step forward to you, then it's a fault of the movie.
Yeah. So like their suits are less cumbersome and bulky than the ones that Kane and Dallas wear. There's all things like that. So it's cleaner. One of the faults of the movies is too clean, but that's why I like to look at it. I like to play this movie in the dark on a nice new TV as like my test for like what's a nice clean movie look like. I love the way this movie looks, but I mean we could. I don't want to go into like when Prometheus came out and there's like 40-minute long documentaries on YouTube afterwards, and it was like, how does this mean that? I don't want to
because
go over that stuff again.
And it's not a perfect movie. Like the reason that you have to do the 45-minute documentary and all that stuff because it's not good.
Like it's not good. It's like the Mass Effect fan theory, the indoctrination. I mean, it's fun to explore stuff, but you don't need to rehash that. Kind of like want to talk about what's wrong with the movie or things that I don't understand. I guess this is more like some of those things without rehashing them, like talking about them with you. So the room with the canisters, like they start sweating when they go in. Opening the door.
Yeah, I mean, that's what she says something.
The atmosphere.
Opening the door has changed the atmosphere in here.
But like what? The atmosphere is the same atmosphere as it was before? Or is it just been sitting there so long that it was like 2,000 years dead or something like that? That maybe that's how long ago I don't...
This is not a movie this movie is very susceptible to being picked apart. And
then when they do start sweating, the walls start to change. But what... Because you when it came out, I remember you like watched more of the behind the scenes stuff. And sure. There's still like... there was an error... Literally, it was a mistake to leave the mural / carving of the xenomorph on the wall. Like, that wasn't supposed to be in there.
Well, I mean, you said you didn't want to talk about this stuff, but after thinking about it, like, exhaustively and watching all the special features and all this kind of stuff, I got to a point where I'm like, the only way this plot is not completely stupid in terms of the way that the goo works and the creatures and all that kind of stuff is if this is the first time we've ever seen a xenomorph-style creature at the end. That's the only way this is not stupid. But you have that mural where it makes it seem like it's clear that
they worship
them or they exist or they know of them or whatever. But then from the special features, it kind of made it seem like the production department like made that as like a homage to Giger, and then just put it there. And then Ridley Scott was like, "Oh, that's pretty," and fucking like shot that shit in a way that he shouldn't have.
I don't. What the walls were changing. I didn't understand that either.
That stuff is so hard to look at. I mean, okay.
Okay. Well, I want to say one thing. As a filmmaker, makes films for many, many years.
Yeah.
When they get older, you go, do you still have it in you? Can you still make a good movie? Was it all just, a one-hit wonder, or have you lost the magic? Do you know what you're doing anymore? Brian De Palma style, like, can you make a good movie, or you just make every movie shit sucks now? You make Redacted. Like, that's terrible, right? Ridley Scott does know how to still make a good movie, because I've seen recent movies, all of The Martian, Body of Lies, like, he can still hit it, knock it out of the park. I watched Prometheus, and I had to just, like, the cynic in me, I don't want to say it out loud, but I have to, did he forget what he did when he made Alien? I like Prometheus a lot as a fun movie romp in the Alien universe. What are you doing? This is not Alien. And I know you're not supposed to be Alien, but if you're like, when you hype this movie going, hey guys, I'm about to make prequels to Alien, check it out. This is not an Alien movie, at least in the traditional sense of what the first three and even Resurrection were. This is a pretty sci-fi movie. Fine. But when you then go, I'm going to make 4 more of these before I get to Sigourney Weaver's alien. How can I trust that you're ever actually going to make your way back to that properly? Because what you made on this one is so clean, so pretty, so like antithetical to what the other one was. Not in terms of tone, themes, or because they are similar there. But there's no Lovecraft here. I guess actually there is a lot of Lovecraft.
It's a Lovecraft
Sorry,
fucking ass
I didn't mean it like
movie.
that. I meant it more like this one tries to explain a lot of the unexplainables.
And also raise a bunch of questions.
And raise too many weird questions, but also just it doesn't feel and look physically like what you did before.
I agree.
You know?
But
the characters are happy.
Long time ago.
There's more comedy. The thing that was been lacking in those movies. This is like funny and kind of ha ha ha. We're hanging out. You know, I'm gonna play the accordion here and fuck you. Or I mean, literally, you want to go get laid right now?
Right.
Like all those things don't feel right, and it's okay if someone else made this movie. But this is the guy who made the first movie. How does he reconcile those two things? That's what I don't understand.
I'll answer this question for you.
Yeah.
Ridley Scott is
He's a
not
crazy old man.
Ridley Scott is not a good story. I mean, he's a visual storyteller. He's a visual stylist, and he needs a good script. Otherwise, you're not going to get a good movie. And he was too involved in enabling writers to do crazy shit for Prometheus, and then him running with ideas.
Was Damon Lindelof?
Yeah, he was like hired on. So it was
and he's like lost in stuff, right? Or
yeah. So what happened?
Yeah,
I don't know. This is going to turn to the podcast about like just watch the fucking special features.
Right.
You don't need to listen to us. But like
our take on it after. I mean,
you had the Spates script. You had the Spates script that was it was just an Alien prequel. That's what it was. It wasn't like trying to be like any weird other thing. It was just an Alien prequel. And then they were like, yeah, but that closes the loop and then we can't make any more movies.
Yeah.
So Lindelof gets brought in. Ridley Scott has some weird fucking ideas. Damon Lindelof is probably, I would imagine, praised to the altar of Ridley Scott and will do whatever you want. Yeah, Space Jesus, you got it. You know, like all that kind of stuff. And you end up with something that I look at it both ways. On one hand, that stuff is messy. It is muddled. It raises all kinds of questions. You could pick the whole movie apart to death. And at the same time, I'm very happy that they took all these weird left turns because it opened it up in a way that I feel like we wouldn't even be where we are right now, where we have like this new Alien movie coming,
like what
and,
I said,
all this other stuff.
I said to you earlier, like when Prometheus ended, and I was like, okay, cool, I enjoyed this. This was nice. I liked it. Man, where the fuck are they gonna go now? Because they set it up to be too big, right? Years later, here we are. I'm actually getting hype. Going, there's a new Alien movie coming out. They're actually gonna have to, like, when Prometheus came out, everyone was like, oh my god, they're gonna explain it all. And while they did explain some stuff, also ambiguously explaining it, like, you know, here's the engineer. It's actually a guy in a suit. It's not a space elephant. But the engineer has his own questions. That's okay. I can accept that. This wasn't the, like, and then when the Blu-ray came out, all the things that were wrong with it, they're going to tell me about it, and they didn't say shit.
Right.
You're like, wow, I was disappointed they didn't have more to say about this. I feel like Covenant now is the one that's really going to be like, okay, finally, here's the one that's really going to have to give us something that's going to either, like...
They need to make sense of the mess. That's weird. And I
what Prometheus was supposed to be when it came out wasn't, but it was still okay.
Right.
Covenant is starting to get to the point where I'm like, I'm going to get answers. Am I going to get answers?
And I think
and then it doesn't happen, and I'm going to be all bummed.
I don't know. I think that we will. And I think the thing that you this is just turning into Covenant now, but the thing that you can clue into there is just what it's called. It's called Alien Covenant.
Right.
And I feel like you just like you had a wild. You're drunk. You got drunk and you bought too many things on eBay. You know, like this is like had to be a moment for them where they go like, why the fuck did we call it Prometheus? Why we did? What were we thinking with this whole like trying to make it like not really an alien movie, like this stealth alien? What the fuck were we talking about? No, this is a fucking alien movie. Also, you need to figure this out. Like so that's like Prometheus is sort of because it's such a soupy like vague fog like of concepts. It also means that you mold it into whatever you want at this point.
Right.
You
like it's like if you don't do Shaw David, I mean, the other thing, if you're doing Prometheus 2, if you're not doing Prometheus 2, that's also a huge letdown in like kind of middle finger to the fans, going like, it's like, you know, hey, we found the doorway to heaven. We got there, realized we had to go through a gauntlet to get there, but we got there, and the next movie, we're not in heaven. We just went somewhere else. You can't do that.
Well,
you can't have that ship shoot off into the sky going, here we come, engineers, and then do another movie. That's a fuck you to the fans, which is really dickish. But
he did kind of say something that made it sound like, again, making all this stuff like, why don't you just do one movie? Like, no, we're going to do 5. You know, this is... He has said things that sort of intimate that, like,
he's hanging out with
this
James
cycle
Cameron
of
too
it, that there's going to be a fucking Prometheus sequel. No, I mean, a Prometheus prequel. Like, you know, a Covenant prequel. Where, like, okay, so we're going to show, here's going to be the movie that happens with Shaw and David after the fact. Then we'll go back and I'll show you, like, their adventure, you know, which is, I don't get it. But no idea until we watch it.
Right.
I've been trying to stay away from details. I've accidentally spoiled myself a few things. I will say that this is way more of a Prometheus sequel than I think that the trailer makes it seem like.
And I that's what I thought. I mean, the way you end Prometheus is like you're going to make a Prometheus sequel. You're not. I mean, it's going to get the connective tissue to Alien eventually. In 3 movies, we'll get there.
Right.
So at this point, this is just more Prometheus in my mind, but I guess not.
Let's actually talk about Prometheus.
I don't know if. I think a lot of what Prometheus is right at this point is just the connective, like, to getting to the next movie. So
I'll give it more credit than that.
I said, Prometheus as its own movie would be great if it didn't have all the stealth alien shit. It's a good movie on its own. There is, like you said, you can pick it apart to death through flaws of its own, through flaws of its universe that it's existing in. Because, like, you know, oh, the biologist, why would he touch the snake and shit? Like, well, he's a biologist. He was really interested.
Also, there's a deleted scene where I don't know if you saw that, but, like, there's a deleted scene where that same thing, that big hammerpede thing, he finds it when it's smaller.
Right.
Like a little baby version. And he's like, oh, look, I've discovered life. And he's so excited. And he puts it in a little jar and brings it back to the thing and all this kind of stuff. So when he sees the bigger one, because he already acted like badass Steve Irwin guy, like, I can understand, especially when he's trying to, like, impress his, like, new friend. I'm apologizing.
And I'm not. I'm like, it made perfect sense to me. But then as I watched it again, he's scared shitless of everything that's going on.
Yeah.
The reason why he's lost there is because him and the other dude decided to bitch out and go back to the ship.
Right.
Because they were too scared. At that point, I'm like, yeah, he'd be way too scared to touch that thing. Yeah. Because they were too scared to do anything. Also, why are they walking around in that room?
Because one of them's high. And the other... Yeah. Yes. This stuff is dumb. I can't... The fucking criticisms of this movie, they don't kill it for me, but they're there. Which is why I would never tell anybody, like, Prometheus is a great movie. Fuck you. I wouldn't do that. I would just say, I like it because I like science fiction expedition movies.
Yeah, like I said, on its own.
Nobody does these kinds of movies anymore. Like, can you even think of anything else besides Prometheus in the last 10 years that is a going out expedition, oh, things are real bad and everybody dies kind of movie? Like, I can't think of any.
Well, it doesn't mean, just because you can't think of any doesn't
mean there aren't any. But that stuff gets me excited. Going out and searching into the unknown and seeing what's there and all that kind of stuff. I like David. David's great character. Fucking Michael Fassbender, all-timer character for the franchise.
He's a mix between Ash and Bishop.
Yeah, you can't quite make heads or tails of him. He's you want to just say that he's malicious, but he's a robot.
Right.
But he said, it doesn't everybody want to kill their fathers and stuff. He's great. I like Charlize Theron. I liked her character. I enjoyed it. I
enjoyed her bodysuit. I liked her. I liked her hard ass character.
Yeah, there's just scenes with her and David. And like, what did he say? He says, "You try harder." He does this thing where she's so fucking mad at him. She doesn't know what else to do. She just like takes her hands on his face.
Yeah.
I like was it Yannick? Idris Elba's character. I like the captain.
But he's dead, so who cares, right?
I liked the hands up thing.
I know.
Like I liked all that stuff. I hated his co-pilots. So let's talk about what's bad about Prometheus. These fucking co-pilots. They're like, I'll see you on the other side. I'm like, who told you earned that? You talk about like earned character moments. Like
he knows. He already went to the sun. He was in Sunshine.
Right.
He was. Well, sorry, no, he didn't go to the sun. He killed himself.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Sunshine's good. You should do a Sunshine podcast.
Also, is he the guy in The Martian? He gained a lot of weight? The guy who was like the JPL guy?
I don't know. Holloway
is the guy, right?
He's Shaw's husband.
Fuck that guy.
He's a giant douchebag. He is the biggest douchebag ever. And I don't think that... for a little bit of a while, I was like, maybe the movie thinks that he's a douchebag. I don't think so. I don't think the movie thinks he's a douchebag. I don't think the movie knows I don't think that Ridley Scott knows he's a douchebag.
Right.
He's a massive tool. And it's not just the actor, even though it is the actor. It's not just the actor because you have a script where you have a character, you have her where she has a very sensitive moment where she's like, I can't create life. And she's clear fucking emotional hangups about having children. Let's fuck.
Whatever.
Let's bone.
I'm more.
That's weird.
One of the things I wrote about his idiotness is this is a movie pick, this kind of thing. He's the one who's just like, hey man, be free, live life, just go with the flow.
Take your helmet off, man.
Take your helmet off.
Get comfortable.
Hey, there's oxygen, great.
What about Contagion?
Yeah, you don't know if there's something floating in the air. Yeah, but then later on, he gets. I wrote in my notes right here. So the guy who takes off his helmet when everyone says like, hey, slow down, he gets mad at Shaw for grabbing the head in the storm. Like when it falls out of the back of the thing and she gets blown away. Like she took this big risk for the biggest discovery in the history of humanity. He's like, how you could get yourself killed? Says the guy who took his helmet off because he didn't want to be restrained by the man.
Yeah.
He needed to show off that he was a cool guy. But she actually went for something important. And he's like, why would you do that? Again, poor writing, right?
He's got a total fucking disdain for David that is completely unfounded.
Right.
Like there should have been something in the beginning of the movie just to show like, why does this guy hate fucking robots so much? And
they come back from their first expedition. They went out late.
Yeah.
It was almost nighttime. They're going to have more time. They could go back. They could be there for days.
Yeah.
They could explore this whole thing. They don't know what they're going to find.
No,
He's been out there for.
I want to open my presents.
He's been out there for 2 hours. He's always like, "Fucking life sucks, man.
Yeah.
Didn't find what I wanted. I guess I'm just gonna drink.
Yeah.
Fuck you."
That being said,
That being said, Shaw's great.
I love Shaw too. I think and it's a bummer. I mean, the movie hasn't come out yet, but what a bummer for her. You know, like I thought she was a good character. I thought they set her up real well, and the idea that there's a sequel now that she's like sounds like she's barely in,
right?
Is kind of sad.
What's up with the exploding head? Like
I have no idea.
There's like growth on his skin. They're like, oh, it's like it's not dead. It's like the skin's growing. I'm, okay, what?
I have no idea. No idea. But that's what this movie is. Like it's doing things and just throwing ideas at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I don't get it.
One thing is like the worm had acid blood, but I don't know how the worms are connected to later on when like a starfish gets the engineer, makes xenomorphs, makes babies, makes facehuggers. Like how did that?
Well, see, that's where I was saying before. If this is the first time we get a xenomorph, it's okay because it's like it's such a random assortment of events that happens that like life, like evolution, that makes sense that you would get something like that from craziness. Right. But if you're like, no, that's how you make one. Like, fuck off. Like, what are you talking about?
I just thought it was weird because there's, it's the xenomorph comes and does whatever, and we'll see where Covenant maybe takes from that, or how do you get from there to Alien?
You're trying to equate,
but then you have the acid blood thing in a different organism,
right?
That had nothing necessarily to do with that. So how do you put those two together as well?
You wanna take the classic Alien life cycle and apply it. Try to match it up with whatever the fuck's going on in Prometheus.
Yeah.
And so there's things like the hammerpede where at first you see it and I'm like, oh, it looks like a facehugger. It opens up kind of like a facehugger.
Goes in his mouth and everything.
And it goes in his mouth. Like and again, this is where I think Ridley Scott just thought that was cool. And
cool.
Sort of. Like I don't think that he thinks things through sometimes, where he doesn't say to himself, by doing that, you are evoking you are making my brain go.
That has to have a connection.
Oh, because it's going down his throat.
Right.
That's what that is. But the reality is, I think that the closer thing to it is the hammerpede thing is a worm that is turning into something like a xenomorph. And Fifield is turning into a xenomorph. And Holloway would have turned into a xenomorph had he not been burned alive. And
wait, no, Fifield doesn't. Wait, Fifield is the biologist?
He's the geologist.
Yeah.
He's the one that kills 10 people.
His mask falls in the goo.
Yeah.
Which then melts around his face somehow.
Yes. Yeah.
But whatever.
Well, the acid melts his helmet, and then the goo gets all over him. Yeah. But the reason that's confusing, and that would have been acceptable.
And then there's the deleted scene. There's a version like where he's just him but grosser with a big head, with his legs over his head.
Yeah.
For no apparent reason. And there's one where his head's there's some more alien.
Well, again, watch the special features on that thing. You'll see they had a full-on Weta CGI scene, same exact fucking scene, but with something that looks an awful lot like a human being turning into a xenomorph.
Right, like a hybrid of sorts.
And so you go, okay, so the goo, fine. So the goo is an accelerant, whatever. You see,
I think the goo, like what happened to Holloway when David put the finger in, what was happening to him looks close to what was happening to Fifield.
Yes.
Like similar kind of.
But it also looks a lot like what happens to the engineer at the very beginning of the movie.
Right.
Who also ingests a ambiguous black thing. So this is what.
Sorry, let's just say black goo.
But it's just really confusing.
He doesn't ingest a big black thing.
Why is it, you could say, oh, the stuff that the guy drinks in the very beginning of the movie is different than the stuff that David feeds Holloway. You go, fine, but then why did you make them look so similar or make it seem so similar?
They have to be the same thing.
If it's the same thing, then if it's the same thing, then why isn't it when one person drinks it, that happens, and when another person drinks it, that well, it kind of looked that's what was happening. Those big black lines kind of look like those recesses in the skin of the engineer at the beginning when the DNA was getting all broken down, like his DNA was getting broken down. You go, okay, fine. So that's what happens when you ingest it versus when you just get it on you, then you turn into the thing.
What about when you get it in you?
Is it in you? The Michael Jordan thing.
Yeah.
So then,
you know what? Every movie needs to be made with alternate cuts, and then you put a director's cut out. So like after Holloway and Shaw like do it, it would be great in the middle of the scene. He just turns and looks at the camera, gives a big thumbs up, and it says, "Is it in you?" And like Michael Jordan's head pops in. Like just make a laugh track version of this movie. Just put things in there.
I'll do that for you if you want. So then there's also
when you put it in you, then you make a face hugger.
Well, before
chest burster face hugger.
Don't forget that after they've boned, he looks in the mirror and there's like a little worm in his eye.
Worm in his eye, yeah.
That's like, what is that? Is it? So I do the best I can with this. I'm like, is the black goo mutating the bacteria in his body? Is it like accelerating? Did that used to be just a little paramecium that was like hanging out in his body, and now it's turning into like a super paramecium or some shit? And then the sperm. So when he has sex, did he mutate his sperm? Is that what happens? Like the DNA in the sperm now have like it's fucking weird. It's all really messy. But none of this matters because Covenant can come out and he could just say, "This is what it is." Smart people got together in a room and they figured it out in a way that'll make sense to you.
It's one of those places, like, again, it doesn't have to be explained. Like I said, the first Alien movie just keeps throwing things at you, doesn't have to explain it. The problem is this one has so many red herrings or so many possible connections, but not quite solidified. Also, two different possibilities. Like, you can't throw that much at it when you have, because it's a prequel.
Yeah.
If it was something else, maybe, whatever. Yeah.
That being said,
also, you think the suits would be fireproof? You build these spacesuit things, you think they would be fireproof because you're probably going to go to hostile conditions. Now, maybe a burning flamethrower is just too hot. I don't know, but that's okay.
I mean, a cookie inside your suit, really, even if it was fireproof.
Hey, it's okay, Ellie. It's okay.
I love those suits. I think they're a really rad design. The design in general, I love pretty much everything in this movie. I love the orrery scene where he's in the orrery and you see the galaxy and that kind of stuff. The swelling of the music. I love the music in this movie.
As I said, it looks good and it's very pretty and sounds great.
There's a lot of scenes that I like. Isolated. The fucking first like big horrific scene where with the hammer peats and stuff like that is really fucking effective. I'm into so much of it. It's just really shaky. It's got a lot of problems, but I enjoy that it swung with all of its might. I'm glad that I'm glad that it reached for the stars so high because I think it allowed.
And I would look forward to a follow up to see where we can go from here.
I think it's allowed for some very special things down the road. So hopefully that's what happens.
One thing talking about David though, like the idea that he has no emotion, he sort of becomes. He doesn't just do things that are questionable in terms of morality.
He does what he's programmed to do.
But he seems
I know
evil.
that, but that's what makes him a good character. But he does what he's programmed to do. Like Waylon says, try harder.
Right.
He's just
because like he seems like he actually has anger. And
that's one nitpick I don't like that I fight back on because people are going like, what is David doing? He knows what it does. I'm like, no, he's just trying things.
Right.
Because you find out later, Waylon's like, he's desperate. He just wants to survive. I don't know what that stuff is. Find out if it makes you live forever.
Yeah.
Go test it on somebody else. If they wake up the next morning and they have like a 6-pack and they're fucking like Spider-Man after he got bit by a radioactive spider, then I'll know that that's what I want to do. Give that to me, But he's still a robot. He has to ask Holloway, what would you be willing to do to get your answers? Anything and everything. Oh, cool. Including, that's what makes him evil is that he's able to make his logic work for him and what he needs to do, even though he has those obstacles as a robot.
I wrote, who cares about all this melodrama of Waylon and his daughter and even David for that matter? I get that it's essential to the theme, but really think about it in terms of the other Alien films, horror movies about survival, so different. What's Covenant going to be? What is its theme? What is its tone going to be? Survival? Fighting back?
I don't know.
Is it just more explanation of the alien universe? You know, I mean,
These guys
Prometheus all was supposed to be as an explanation of the alien universe and nothing more. This is going to explain the engineers or the pink elephant. You know, I'm just curious what Covenant.
Covenant seems like it's trying to get. I hope that it's not Force Awakens style in terms of like everything is new. Jurassic World, just like Jurassic Park, but not as good. Right. Force Awakens, just like the original Star Wars, but not as good, according to everybody else besides you. If Covenant is, hey, remember Alien? You know,
remember Star Wars? Remember Chewbacca?
Remember Dallas? If that's
also one of the characters in Requiem was named Dallas.
Oh, we're not even gonna. Okay,
so let's end it on. I mean,
the only really self-aware thing that because Ridley Scott does it. Think about Prometheus. David plays basketball, throws just like in Resurrection. He's got the fucking the briefing with Waylon's hologram and that whole thing looks an awful like the briefing scene in AVP. Looks an awful lot like it. It reminds me a lot like it. All these guys in folding chairs and stuff like that, and in the thing. There's definitely that stuff, but it's the only thing that's really self-aware about it is that the androids are each one is named after a subsequent letter in the alphabet. If you didn't know that,
that's like in the marketing materials.
No, Ash, Bishop, Paul, David. So this one will be like Edward or something. Yeah. Eric.
Be more exotic.
Enoch.
Yeah, Eduardo.
Eduardo.
I mean, hey, you want to be politically correct. You want to be on the new wave. Make a fucking android that's not a white guy.
It's just David Phipps. Fucking Michael Fassbender walking around. Everybody's calling him Eduardo.
No.
Eduardo.
No, fucking Michael Pena is the new android, and his name is Eduardo.
Michael Pena should be the next one. Fucking amazing. All right, so that's it, right? We're done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're done, right?
We're pretty much done, right?
We don't need to talk about anything else.
Okay.
We have a lot of people in our comment sections. A lot of people. AVP
is their favorite movie.
Here's the thing. I'm going to say some stuff.
Okay, wait. Are we actually going to talk about these two movies, about the movies and what's in the movies? Or are we just going to give here it is?
I just want to talk about, I would like to speak directly to people that are fans of AVP. That's what I would like to do.
Before you do that, let's just say Cricket from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is the pizza manager in Requiem.
That's true.
There was one cool scene in Requiem when the Predator throws a blade and misses and it hits the girl and it flings her up on the wall. That was a really good effect. I like that. Fighter jets don't drop ordnances that big. You would have a B-52 or a B-2 Spirit bomber, a B-1B. Like
they didn't shoot a cannon at the town,
they dropped a fucking bomb that blows a goddamn village.
I thought it was they should have done an artillery.
Yeah, a nuclear artillery. They drop a bomb that just destroys a town, but they dropped like a fighter jet, which I'm like, again, here's me being a stupid fucking military snob. Like, yeah, they didn't carry that kind of ordnance, but it is like, I look at it and go like, come on, does anybody ever do their goddamn homework when they make movies? It doesn't matter, no one cares, it's a waste of money. Yes, but there are people out there going to look at it and go, that was dumb, I know better. You know, just fucking look.
Yeah.
You know, when they 6-8 months ago from time and hour, they did this like really special operation in Syria. No, not Syria. In Libya, they dropped these really. I don't remember who they killed. They killed someone big, high level. They actually flew stealth bombers from America, not from anywhere else around the world, from a base. They flew all the way over the Atlantic and did an operation in the middle of the night with another one trailing as a standby. I think 3 of them flew with 2 of them as backups. One of them didn't work, whatever, to do a bombing thing in Libya like last year. You don't just fly a fighter jet over a town and just blow it up. I just wish people cared more about the reality of like, let me just do a little bit of research on Wikipedia even. Like, what would it take to drop a bomb or have a nuclear artillery round blow up a town? Let me figure out if that's a real thing or not. It's a nitpick, but it pisses me off, I guess. And, yeah, okay, say your bit, because my last line's about the thing with the thing, so.
Okay, so. AVP fans, I hear you.
You have to speak up, because your microphone's not going to pick all that.
I hear you, AVP fans. I hear you. It's, I like monsters. I like monsters. I get it. Monsters fighting each other. That's fun. Monster Mash. That's cool. That's good. Stop saying AVP is a good movie. Just stop saying it's a good movie. It's not a good movie. So when I say, so this is what I think.
Articulate your vision.
I think that most people.
Wait, let's just preface this. Paul Anderson is not a good filmmaker.
Paul Anderson's not a good filmmaker. We did a whole hours of I mean, we don't hate the Resident Evil movies.
Not at all.
We had some good things to say about them, even, but he's not a good filmmaker.
I liked Event Horizon. I liked the first Mortal Kombat. It's a terrible movie.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's a terrible
It's
movie.
okay to say that he is a, B movie filmmaker. C plus. We'll give him C plus. C plus. He made a very cool fan film. That's what he made. That's what you watched. And fan films can be fun. They can be cool things to watch. It's not a movie. It's not a real movie. Okay, it's not a good movie. So this is what people say. They like to respond. Wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is going to come off. I've already come off really condescending, but I'm going to get even more condescending. I think the people that really like AVP are younger. I think there are people that did not grow up. I think it's very possible that AVP was their first Alien film. I think they showed on cable all the time. And I think it's the thing that you're most likely to have seen if you are younger than 30.
Okay, don't make an arbitrary cutoff of 30. It's not like we're that far past 30.
I know. But somehow I watch. I watch
maybe at the age. I don't know what year. Let me just look at the year that it came out.
Came out in 2006. I'm saying 2006.
Oh, we can do AVP beach volleyball.
What the fuck?
2004.
All right.
So if you had watched it when you were like 12 or 13, then you're in your mid 20s. So that cutoff line, we're gonna say you're in your mid to early 20s.
Right. So
or even younger.
Right. And I'm that's what I'm thinking for people that are just like, it's good.
The good old days, my mid 20s.
Yeah. So then there's other people that say like, oh, I like them all. I like all the Alien movies. If you put an alien in it, I'm gonna watch it. So Blind Dogma, good for you.
I mean, we would do the same thing though.
Fair enough.
You put a xenomorph in a movie, we're gonna like, well, it probably looks like shit, but I'll go watch it.
Sure, but and then eventually you watch this stuff long enough, like you find things to like. I found things to like in AVP, and I even have nice things to say about Requiem. I'm never gonna have enough nice things to say that I'm gonna say they're good movies ever. So somebody's gonna say, you think too much, man. Why don't you just have more fun and enjoy the monster movie? Well, the monsters are only in it so much. Even if I'm being generous, and I'm pretty sure I'm being generous when I say that they're in the movie half the movie, because they're not. Like, it's got to be way less than half. So most of the movie has people in it. We call these people characters.
Jesus.
And if your characters suck and you don't care about them at all, why am I watching? This movie is full of dull, boring, not even archetypes. They want to say they're one note. They're not even one note. I feel like the movie was written by a robot.
Okay.
Am I being too harsh?
Oh, no, I'm not complaining about that. What the point, I think what you could say, you want to get across in a different way is, if you watch this movie and you like it and you think it's a good film, okay, you can like it. It's not a good film. Film. See, I said the word film, movie, film, right? Like, it's not a good one of those. Because what you need to do, maybe, is watch more films.
Yeah.
And watch more movies.
Or watch better ones.
And watch ones that are actually what, the hoity-toity bourgeois people say, here's a good movie, right? Maybe you don't like good movies because you're at a certain age yet where that doesn't matter. I mean, look at me. When I was watching movies when I was a certain age of teenager, I was watching dumb shit, but I still actually had an affinity for good stuff too. But as I got older, I started watching way better stuff. I got into foreign films and much more. I still don't do art house stuff. I don't like Terrence Malick. I don't care about Fury. No, I'm not saying he made Fury, but Fury I think is a shit movie too that a lot of people somehow liked and whatever. Go watch better movies and then go watch one of these and think if you can still say, oh yeah, that's a good movie.
Right. So, because we do these podcasts where we like watch all of these fucking horror movies in a row. Like, and I will even find like things I like. And I'm not saying don't like a bad movie.
Right.
I like lots of bad movies.
I liked a lot of the Hellraiser stuff.
There you go. But I recognize when it's not, I don't say it's a good movie.
Right.
So, I like all the monster stuff. I think it did some cool monster stuff. That's fine, even though I kind of just still disagree. There's some, there's some stuff that's okay. There's some stuff that's not so good.
Can you?
AVP is fucking boring.
I'm going to ask you a question. Can you guess who wrote AVP?
I mean, I thought he co-wrote it or something.
Oh, wait, no, it's his.
Yeah.
Because the only writing credits beside him are people who created the alien character, people who created the Predator character, and people who created like the idea.
Right.
He's the screenplay.
Yeah.
So
He
again,
insists on writing his own movies, and
he needs to stop writing his own movies.
somewhat of a functional filmmaker, and if somebody else had directed this, it probably would have been fine. Or somebody else had written this, it probably would have been fine.
Exactly. I think Paul Anderson can direct a movie. I don't think he knows how to write.
Even James Cameron had nice things to say about it, but I think he was saying from a more technical standpoint that some of that stuff, he liked the way the Queen was shot or something like that.
James Cameron had nice things to say about Terminator Genesis.
Yeah. Well, it's a Terminator movie. It's in his best interest to...
Right. That's just a marketing thing. So,
yeah.
James Cameron has lost his mind. He went to the bottom of the ocean, everybody. Don't you understand? The bottom of the ocean does things to you.
I've challenged some people online about this, and to their credit, like, they come back. I would just say, like, who do you care about in this movie? Like, just who's the main characters? The movie's not even really from her POV. Like, sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. He doesn't even understand things like just POV, like having a character that's whatever.
Go read the Aliens versus Predator comic. Go watch our video about the origin of the mashup of that comic. Compare the two and see, oh, that's a good story. That's a cool character.
Yeah.
That's a well-written and produced piece of art. This is a below popcorn. It literally is a popcorn thing, but the problem is the stuff that you're pulling from, the alien, the predator, whatever you want to say, they have more to them than just bleh.
I'm not looking for amazing storytelling.
Right.
That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not even looking for amazing characters. But look, somebody made this analogy, or somebody said this, it wasn't me, but I thought it was brilliant. With Jurassic Park, if a new Jurassic Park movie came out and the special effects weren't finished and all like the CGI still looked like the models, right? Like the CGI models, and you just put that in theaters, people would look at that and they go, this isn't finished, this is bullshit, I want my money back.
Yeah.
But people never take storytelling to task for the same thing. They think that that doesn't matter. I'm not saying tell a great story, you win an Oscar, or you make me cry or make me think about anything, but there's a science behind making sure that a creature looks believable on screen. There is a science to at least having a good possibility of characters that are believable on screen. And Paul Anderson either doesn't know how or doesn't care about doing that at all.
Evidenced by the other movies that he wrote and directed.
Your main character in this AVP movie, I can't remember her fucking name, has no arc. None. Just not even an attempt at having like any kind of arc. Some kind of baggage at the beginning of the movie that she lets go of? Anything like some kind of drawback that she eventually overcomes? Something? Nothing.
Also, is she even likable?
No! There's nothing that she does. She can climb mountains. That's cool. She's a strong woman. It's just like, it's like it's written by a robot. Like, it's not, it never goes beyond that. The fucking, you got your guy who's like the Irish guy, right? From the Rundown.
Yeah, he's the only likable character because he's a good actor.
And he's designed to be the likable character, but for no reason.
Right.
For no reason. He has no moment. He has no payoff. He's just killed. Nothing. What was the fucking point? You have the guy who's the archaeologist, who later he's like strung up against the thing, and that's the scene where the main character is forced to kill him because he's got a thing. And it's all sad. And again, I'm stealing a joke again. Whenever in a movie like this, or like Transformers, and you got fucking bumblebees being captured by the government and sad music and it's all dramatic. Anytime you do something like that in a shitty bad movie where you've done nothing to like actually endear characters to me in any kind of way, it's like me watching the Garfield movie and then all of a sudden Jennifer Love Hewitt has breast cancer. you don't. That's fine if that's not the movie you're making. If you just want to make a monster mash horror film that's just, it's just a fucking rated R, who gives a shit, like fly by the seat of her pants kind of thing, fine, make that movie. Don't do the scene where, oh God, I gotta kill him, that thing, because it's ineffective. Nobody cares. Literally nobody gave a shit. I can't imagine there's somebody that's watching this like, oh no, that's so sad. Nobody does that. So if you know that that's not effective, I'm just doing that because that's what you do in these movies. Well, then you're an asshole. Like, why even do it then? What kind of movie are you making? Anyway, there's shit in this movie. The fucking editing is terrible. The whole everything, exposition, all that kind of stuff is a breakneck pace where there's no connective tissue. It's like bone on bone grinding, scene to scene.
That's the second time you said bone on bone today.
It's there's a scene where the main character is talking to like the archaeologist guy with the Pepsi Cola bottle cap, and he says something about he's telling a thing and says well, it translates to Hunter's Moon something. I don't even remember what. And she starts laughing as if at one point there was a joke that was written and then like she was laughing at that and they decided to cut it out. It makes no fucking sense at all. None. I got whatever. I'm so exhausted. I'm so exhausted by like, it's fine to like this movie. It's totally fine. And there's things that I can enjoy about it. But I fall asleep it's hard for me to even watch this movie in one sitting because I think it's boring. Every time there's not a monster or some kind of action happening on screen, I'm forced to watch these characters say things that don't matter. Like, oh, look at these symbols. Yeah, like nobody says anything memorable. Nobody has any good lines.
Even that when they get separated and the walls start moving around like a puzzle, the issue there is I don't care about any of them anyways.
Yeah.
You know, when Dallas goes into the air shaft, he's by himself, he's alone. It's the same thing they're doing with this movie. They have characters that are separated, and they're like,
They literally lift that scene. They got the thing where he's like doing the flashlight back and forth in these small tunnels. No, there it is.
Right. Dallas has a sense of real fear of being trapped, of being alone, while everyone else is far away. He's isolated. This is just, hey, I'm alone. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm gonna point my gun over here and my green laser dot over here. I don't care. You're fodder. You're literally fodder. When Lambert is being that tail is coming up between your legs, and that's a scary fucking idea. Like, did that alien fucking rape her? Like with that sharp tail? I mean,
Alien's all about fucking rape. We didn't even talk about that.
Right, yeah, I know. But I mean, that tail is going between. I mean, it's all indicative of a really bad thing that's going to happen, and that's what it wants you to think about rape because that's a really bad thing. It's a really scary thing. So if you can make the monster scary in a way that's a very phallic, rapey kind of monster, that's scary. Fucking face fuck you with its mouth to put babies in you and shit, you know? That's a scary thought. This is just, oh, I'm going to die by a monster, and I don't matter. So, like I said, why do I care? None of these characters are interesting. Even the Resurrection characters were interesting.
So even if you want to say...
So to get past the filmmaking fan or the film critic kind of thing, just go to the movie as a whole.
I don't even think
fight scenes and everything.
Okay, sure. Yes.
The Predators have some personality they show between them, you know? But for the most part, I'm just like, watch them break rubble and stones everywhere. Oh, he's going to throw him against the wall. And this is like when The Matrix went too far with one fight scene for too long, and you're like, okay, wrap it up. Like, they're not doing anything that's interesting. Watching a Predator blow away a bunch of xenomorphs actually is kind of interesting because it could at least show off what the Predator is capable of. Here's all the different weapons he has, you know. But, the xenomorph got his tail cut off and he, like, throws acid from his tail. What? Why? I don't care. Whoever wins, we lose, right? Like, it has no weight. It doesn't mean anything. It's just like, who cares? They're fighting. This is Terminator 2 in the mall, them throwing each other against the walls and breaking stuff. I've already seen it. You're not doing anything interesting. You're just having two big monsters in a close quarters, close-up camera kind of thing. You're showing me nothing.
Which is, its budget is definitely part of it. Because we know that Paul Anderson has big ideas when it comes to action, just crazy fucking Metal Gear Solid like insanity when it comes to this stuff. And I'm sure he would have liked to have done more. He's got the budget, which is again back to the horse glue factory thing that I said before. Don't hear me, hear me. This was Fox saying, we did the market research. We know that if we take these two properties that, just aren't really doing anything for us, we need to squeeze something out. We put them together in the same movie, and we'll get this filmmaker who will, toe the line. And I think we'll make our money. I think we can make our money back at the box office, and we'll do really good on home video. Not
because it's PG-13 also, right?
And it's PG-13.
So
the first film in the franchise to be PG-13.
You're going to get syndication rights.
Yep. We can play this on TV, You're
going to sell DVDs later on Blu-rays.
Then we can do the unrated version for the people that feel, whatever. And it's an absolutely cynically made film. And what I mean by that is when somebody doesn't set out to make the best movie they can as a studio, well, that's cynical because you're saying that we don't have to make the best movie.
Exactly.
Because people are dumb and people enjoy it. And again, I've already come off like as a horrible monster, which I don't really care. Like honestly, like if you think I'm an asshole because I think AVP is a bad movie, then just stop listening, I guess, But that's the studio. If you enjoyed that movie like wholeheartedly, you played into their cynical expectations. They said they'll eat up a movie. They'll eat up a movie that's not nearly as is clearly not trying to be as good as the other movies that came before, and they'll eat it up because they're dumb. They'll enjoy it just because it has an alien and it has a predator in it.
Yeah, and while this isn't the worst movie ever made, or anything
no,
like
it's
that,
not. It's not. Not even close.
When you get to the second one, you get to Requiem. What you just said about kind of treating your audience as like, well, they don't give a shit, they're dumb. And we're not calling you guys dumb. It's just this is the way they look at it is from a dollar's perspective. They go, it doesn't matter if it's high art. It doesn't matter if it's good action. As long as you do this, anyone who's got a brain, I think about people I know that just show up to a movie theater on a Friday night, look at the marquee and go, oh, what's that thing?
Right.
That sounds like something, right?
Or they go to the Redbox rental at the market and they just go, okay.
Box art. Pick that one, right? They're not a detriment on society like that, but they encourage you to make put the least amount of effort, put the most amount of shit in there just to try to like turn a buck over real quick. Again, it's what executives do, right? It's about making money. But you can make money while also making some good product, whatever. That's a different discussion. When you get to Requiem, I don't even have words for what the fuck they think they're doing at this point. And then not because they didn't make a movie, not because they didn't try to make a movie, it's because Dawson's Creek invaded the Aliens and Predator universe. Are you fucking kidding me?
Budget, man. This is what they're left with,
Fine,
at this
$10
point.
million and the fact that these are all modern day, no future.
Right. Money.
Again,
money.
Who? I don't
money.
Do you guys know what you guys are,
Hey,
I get it.
You got to be in the future that costs money.
$10 million, just make a horror movie with, in a house. I don't know.
But
the fact that I've got to worry about Jesse, the pizza, I don't know their names. The pizza delivery boy got beat up by the boyfriend of the hot girl who used to be my friend when I was a kid, and I'm going to cry about it. My tough brother came home from jail, and the sheriff is like, hey, buddy. And you're like, oh, cool, man, I'm reformed. I used to ride in the back of your car, and now I'm in the front. Can I get a job? Are you fucking kidding me?
I will give Requiem a little bit of credit because I think it's at least trying to develop characters. It's not succeeding, but it's at least doing the things.
Now, if you watch Requiem and you like it for those characters, I am going to say fuck you.
Yeah.
But or you're really young and you're on a bad path. Let me help you. What you need to do is not watch things
Again,
like this.
I've watched bad horror movies that are like this, that have bad characters and bad acting, and I'll enjoy them if they do like other things that are good. In that spirit, I was watching this, I would sure like to see some of this monster stuff they've done, because some of this looks like fun, and I can't see it. This is the darkest movie. I cannot... So we talked about how dark Final Chapter was, the Resident Evil Final Chapter, last movie. If they had lightened it up, I don't know how good it would have been.
Right.
I don't know how much I would have enjoyed it. But I feel like if this movie, if I could have seen it, I probably would have enjoyed it more.
Yeah. It is so dark in the sewers, in the buildings where they knocked the power out in the beginning pretty early on in the movie, so there's no lights. And then they just decided to film a movie with no lights, I guess. And just everything's in the black, dark, can't see. Now, like you said, there's things about it like, okay, cool, Predalien could be interesting. There's xenomorphs.
I thought it was kind of cool that the Predator was like doing CSI. He was like seeing like what happened, and trying to figure it out.
Could have made the movie all about that stuff, and it could have been a good horror monster romp.
Right.
But Dawson's. Well, let me think of another one.
Dawson's Creek.
You Gilmore Girl'd it up. I don't know if that's the right one.
I don't even know anything about Gilmore Girls.
And also, Dawson's Creek's probably way before anyone's time around here. Just you don't make a teen melody. Oh, they're so white. They're so white.
I think it's amazing that the Pizza Boy. So usually, even like in the most archetypal, like of course I know it's going to happen.
They're all
like,
Jesse from Fast and the Furious.
You have the character who.
I did bad in school because I have autism. I don't know. I have ADHD, but I'm really good at math.
So he's like, oh, my family's not around. I'm like I don't have a support system, and I'm like a poor kid, so I gotta be a pizza delivery boy. And this girl is like rich and hangs out with her rich friends, and we lost touch. We used to be friends, and usually you have a thing where she like realizes or whatever. But she wanted to fuck him the whole movie. There was no he didn't work for. There was no arc. It was like, oh, you brought me pizza. Do you want to fuck? And then that was essentially what it was. He didn't, he didn't stand up for her, and then she was like, ooh, there wasn't nothing. She was just like, hey, meet me at the pool. Yeah, you like this? It was just so fucking funny. They didn't understand how to get from A to B. They knew how to do the archetypes, but didn't understand how to do any. Yeah,
you ever see Dude, Where's My Car?
Yeah,
and there's the jock bros.
Yeah,
and that's obviously a satirical view of what it would be like to bashing nerds.
Right.
That's you guys wrote that, and you guys were honestly thinking that was a real person.
Yeah. Yeah, Requiem's fucking bad. Requiem's pretty fucking bad. It's really hard to watch. I can't say, again, if it was lighter, maybe. I think that the reason I fall asleep during this movie, because I fell asleep during this one too. I had to kind of wake. I think I watched it in more than one sitting. Is just so dark that it just puts me to sleep. To be perfectly honest, but
and again,
yeah, man.
Take our opinion for it, but go to Metacritic, go to IMDb, go to.
So they're really fuck Metacritic. Metacritic gave Ghostbusters a 73 or some shit.
Right.
Let me.
What I was gonna say is go read what people wrote.
Yeah.
Go see what they had to say about it. Don't just look at the number. The first 45 minutes or so are stupefyingly flat, disjointed, missing all human connection tissue. There you go. It's not.
Yeah, agreed.
They're just bad films.
Also, understand something. Drop some knowledge on you because you didn't know this. Okay? Because a lot of people don't. I have to explain this to them sometimes. Rotten Tomatoes is not a aggregate of. Let me explain to you where the score is coming from. It's not a bunch of critics that are giving a percentage to their reviews and then they're taking the average review. They're looking at the review and they're deciding whether it's a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And then they take all the thumbs up and the thumbs down, and that's how you get that number. So this is how also, by the way, if you see something with a very high Rotten Tomato score and you go see the movie and you go, it wasn't that great, it was okay. That's because everybody said it was okay.
Right.
And so it said, oh, they're all thumbs up, and so it gets a very high score. It's not a scientific, ironclad way to see if a movie is quality. It's a good way to see if a movie is generally praised or generally trash.
Right.
And both of these movies are generally trash. You can find things to like about them, but don't fucking throw Rotten Tomatoes back in my face. I'm not using it as the end all be all. Right. But if something's got a 16% or some shit on Rotten Tomatoes, that is a fucking that is a very respectable, normal thing to point to and say, look, I'm not crazy.
It's probably an indicator.
Yeah,
it's not the proof, but it's going to lead you down that path to find the truth.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. You can at least say this is why people don't like it. Okay, I want to say one more thing, just because
We're going to say 10 more things.
I'm going to say one more thing and then probably another few things. I'm sorry if I'm coming off like a dick. Okay, if you think that I'm a dick, I apologize. I'm sorry. The only reason I'm so this needed to be said.
We didn't write
all
this out. It's very off the top. So if you sat down and wrote the thesis, you could have done it a little better. You're just rambling,
It's because in one of our videos, the comment that I get most, I finally just gave up and I got fucking sick and tired of responding to it, was I said that Sigourney Weaver said that the AVP movies ruined the franchise, and I said she's kind of right. That's what I said. Right. And then just a litany of fucking Alien 3 ruined the franchise, Alien Resurrection, Alien 3 is AVP's not what fucked it up. It's fucking this and this and then. So after all this, I have to respond to this. There is a big difference between somebody setting out to make a bad movie and trying to make the best movie you can and falling short is a huge, massive fucking difference. So if I haven't made it clear before, I hope it's clear now.
Not to mention that supposedly when AVP came up in the beginning, James Cameron said, I will do it, but I need 120 to 150 million.
He was going to want to make a big ass expensive movie.
And they said, no, we want to give it 60.
Yeah.
So, it's just those things oh, you mean studio executives, you don't like me. But the truth of it is they didn't feel that the return on investment would be worth it at that dollar amount.
And they were right.
But in very many ways, the world says, man, if Cameron made that movie, he would have made $1 billion, right? They didn't want to take the risk.
Sure.
And I can understand that. But the idea there being that they didn't think, like you said earlier, they don't need to put that money in to get enough of your eyeballs on it to get your money. They could make the cheapest product they could because it wouldn't matter because the name would draw you in by itself.
Right.
They didn't need to pay any good actors because the only person they had was Lance Henriksen. No one else is anybody in that movie, right?
Yeah.
The
And all that
effects
stuff
are
is like fan film wankery. I mean,
Right.
you think you're being clever with this thing, and it doesn't make any fucking... You start picking it apart at all about this Peter Whalen, and it starts falling apart. But the whole like Ancient Aliens thing and all this stuff, like you're really, really stretching it. What about Prometheus? It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But
I just wanted to get the point across that like the guy who really blew this franchise up in a pop culture kind of way said, hey, I'll do it to give you a bunch of money and I'm going to probably do something fucking crazy. And they're like, nah, that's cool. We'd rather budget this thing low and go with the cheapest thing we can because who gives a shit?
and also it'll work.
Yeah.
It did work. It's
So-
made a bunch of money. The same thing is
that's
like
a little
like you look at the Resident Evil movies and you go like, yeah, but they make money. Look at all this money they make.
Yeah. They have no incentive to do
There's
any better.
no incentive for them to make anything better than they did. So thank God, again, back to Prometheus and give it some credit because if this could have very much languished in, we may have gotten, I mean, Requiem's as close as we got to it. It may as well have been direct-to-video property for this thing that has an illustrious 2 of the greatest science fiction films of all time in its catalog and then direct-to-video. What a fucking travesty. Also, by the way, because you were talking about like watch better movies and stuff like that, you don't even need to go too far. Watch the first 2 Predator movies. Second one being a huge step down from the first one, but again, just even on a basic like character level, fucking look at those movies. Like you would think like, oh, it's not Shakespeare, but those are all.
Wow. I thought the Requiem budget was like 10 million. It's 40.
Yeah, that's insane.
It made 10 million its first weekend.
Yeah, but it probably made fucking money on home video and shit.
Yeah. Again, I was really surprised. Anyways,
just do this fun experiment with me. The Red Letter Media guys did the.
Okay, before you say that, let me just say this: going to the idea of a good film, making a good film. When you make a good film, for the most part, the good word of mouth will make that movie money. Even if it's something you might have no idea, like The Martian came out. It's a movie about a guy who goes to Mars. Like, whatever. John Carter went to Mars. All kinds of people are going to be going to space forever, right? But it gets this really like, no, you should go see it. Oh no, it's really good. I don't like Matt Damon. That kind of thing. That movie comes up. Oh, it's fucking really good. Tons of people go see it. Get Out. Small little horror movie, right? Gets great word of mouth because it's actually a well-made movie. Tons of people go see it. Bankrolling, right? You want to make a good product because you probably will get more eyeballs on it if you make a better product.
People will buy merchandise. They'll fucking like keep buying every new Blu-ray fucking release that you do for it. Like people are gonna keep revisiting it and rebuying stuff, and new people will find it. It'll continue to have legs, forever.
But if you just make something that's a quick cash grab, whatever. I guess if you like it, you like it. But just know that it's not anything that's actually art. I don't know.
Just real quick, and you don't have to actually do this, but the point will get made. So on the Red Letter Media, they do the prequel reviews, which are made. Also, by the way, if you just want to like kind of understand in a very entertaining way, maybe not for you, I know you didn't like them, but just fundamentals of storytelling, just basic filmmaking fundamentals, not fancy shit. Just like the reason we do these things, there's a reason why, and this is when you don't do them, it's bad. Watch the
golden ratio type stuff.
Watch the golden ratio, exactly.
3-act structures.
Yeah, just character identification. Here's what you do to endear yourself to a character, and then you put him through trials. Just very basic stuff. You go watch the Red Letter Media prequel reviews, which is to completely eviscerate them and break them down, but also teach you about what it is that make compelling feels compelling. And in the thing, they do this funny thing where they just go up to random people and they say, use like in single words, explain or describe Han Solo, and people are go scoundrel, vain, they think that. They do that for like a C-3PO, whiny, nerdy. Yeah, they'd be able to do that. And then they go, Qui-Gon Jinn, like one of the characters from the prequels. They go, serious. They know what to say. You could do this even with just the Predator films. You could just say like Danny Glover, defiant, stubborn, determined, loyal. You could go on. Like there's self-deprecating in some cases. He's got that exhausted. He does that I'm getting too old for this shit kind of thing that we love in the Lethal Weapon movies. You could do the same thing with pretty much every single character in Predator, the original Predator. Do that for the main character in AVP. Can you do that? I mean, not you personally, but like just ask yourself this listening to you, like, can you do that with her? Tell me she's strong. That sucks. You better than that, you know? She's
because you go back to the like
stern, you know.
What I usually say it's pandering. I that's the first word I use a lot of times. Like I said, we've had this franchise with Ellen Ripley, strong woman. You know, we don't have her in this one, so let's get another strong woman in. Like, but you're pandering me because you made that character. But
also, Ellen Ripley is strong, but she's complicated. She's not always strong, and she's got like all these other different things going on. Yeah, and you see development where she's like, well, she can climb a mountain, so she can fucking fight predators and shit.
But then they make her like a wussy chick. And then they make her a strong chick later on.
It's so much more interesting.
It's just not.
Go read the AVP comic with Michiko Noguchi, and she has. It's not Shakespeare. It's very basic stuff, but it understands that she starts over here at point A as a cold, frigid executive, and ends up here at point B as a exuberant, fucking thrill-seeking warrior. That's an arc.
Right.
That's a fucking arc. Anyway.
We're going on too long.
Yeah, we're going on and on and on. We got to do our rankings.
It's just hard to articulate kind of sometimes. If you don't have it, you don't know what you don't have.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's hard to explain to somebody else, like, well, you don't understand, you know, you don't have a toe in this or a foot in this. You kind of don't, you know, I can start using words that you have no idea what these mean. Like, in construction, like, oh, did you get your toe hold over your brick breaker and your door frame? Like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know how to put a hammer or put a nail through a piece of wood.
Right.
Right? This is very much like, I know what a movie looks like, but you might not know anything about filmmaking or what makes a movie good. You just kind of like, that does something to me. I have a feeling inside. You know, once you get past like watching just a couple things, you have to understand, what is it that I like? What is it this is doing to me? You know, get into film, get into just media. You'll realize this is kind of this is basic. So, fundamentals.
Get good, scrub.
Yeah, pretty much. Fuck those movies.
Yeah, well,
and also, hey, there are people who get mad that they exist because when you say things about ruining the franchise, what they've done is they have proved that, not proven, but we can't go back and, I mean, Prometheus. The fact that Prometheus got made and it wasn't called Alien, it is. It's a super, who would ever thought that would happen?
Yeah.
After AVP, right? Like,
yeah, we thought we were done.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the idea that you can make another one, these two have not so much tainted it, but they put a precedent in that anyone who saw these is going to go, fuck that franchise. Those movies sucked, right? I'm not going to go watch another one. Or they go, they really like these movies, but we're making one that's totally not like that. They're not going to like it. You know? It is a dark stain on the franchise as a whole.
It's going to be very difficult to ever get around to, if they were going to seriously make another attempt at this concept, which is still a solid gold concept. I think that the idea that they could be cynical about it and, like, you know, spend a little bit of money and all that kind of stuff on it, it's really too bad, because this is exactly the kind of thing that you could be cynical about it and you'd have like in a different way, like, and if we pump this up and do this, because this is like, you know, Avengers.
Yeah.
You know, for these sci-fi horror franchises, you can make a shit ton of money. You can make really good money, but you need to get serious about it. Like, treat it seriously and do something good, and don't, you know, get a real filmmaker with enthusiasm for the material and a real production budget and you know, real fucking artists and real animators and real, you know, production designers and art designers and all that kind of fucking stuff. Like, you can do something pretty cool. But I don't know if they do that now at this point. It was already silly. They looked at it. You had a hard enough battle because it was like, oh, they're just mashing them up together. That's what normal people said. They haven't been like, oh, really? This is like Freddy versus Jason.
Whereas what's crazy is Freddy versus Jason comes out and they go, it's actually a really good movie.
It was a fun movie.
Never would have thought Freddy versus Jason would have taken it seriously and made a great monster mashup.
I don't know how seriously the movie takes itself.
No, meaning that, like, they found a way to do it. They found a reason to do it.
Right.
And they made it compatible with both those universes in a way that it totally works. And it was enjoyable. And I will say this, horror movies, people who are into horror movies, horror movie fans, that whole thing, believe me, most of us know that the vast majority of this shit is garbage, but we like it.
Yeah.
You know?
I ain't going to be like, Chud is a fucking masterpiece.
But there's something about that garbage is what makes it appealing because it is so bad. It's not like, oh, we're laughing because it's so bad it's good. In some cases, that is the issue there. It's like, oh, it's so bad it's hilarious. But sometimes it's like, it's just fun to go, oh, no, these are not meant to be taken literally. They're just dumb whatevers. These were movies that were made to be released in theaters that tried to be serious, not serious films like art, but I mean,
even it's like, I mean, the easy thing for me to just say is that like an Alien film is serious. Alien film has a long respected pedigree. So don't bring that weak shit to the table.
Yes,
is that? But even if you don't do that and you go like, okay, it's a Predator movie. Okay, Predator movies, have to bring a little less to the table. But even by Predator standards, they're at the bottom. I would still go Predator, Predator 2, Predators, Aliens versus Predator, Aliens versus Predator Requiem. So.
Yeah, Predators is better than the AVP movies, but actually Predators feels
it suffers from a lot of the same stuff.
Exact problems that
it's fan filmy. It's showing me a lot of the same stuff. It's fails to have a lot of its own identity. But
hey, you know what? Maybe we'll be vindicated even more so next year after Shane Black's Predator comes out, and it is good. Maybe, I don't know. And we can point to and go, this is why this was good, and this is why the other ones were not. And then you can actually have a better comparison between like. When a a real filmmaker makes a movie and cares about it versus, hey, let's try to make a money on a name. So, ranking.
I'm getting tired. Let's do rankings.
I don't know how long this podcast is going to be when I shorten up some stuff, but we're at the almost 5-hour mark.
Wow. Well, it was Aliens, right? I guess it was going to happen. Here we go. Rankings. Basically chronological order. So 1, 2, 3. Prometheus, Resurrection, AVP, Requiem. There you go.
Aliens, Alien 3, Alien 1.
Wow.
Prometheus, Resurrection.
That was way different than mine.
No, it's just substitute 1 in the third spot. I
get it. No, I know. You talked and I talked, and I get it, and I know you well enough. I understand.
There's something about 3 that has maybe it's the camaraderie, maybe it's the bigger group, maybe it's the the stakes are a little bit different. 1 is more of a horror movie, but it's I don't know, slower. I don't like Ash.
I get it.
Maybe Ash makes me
We're not supposed to like Ash.
I know that, but it maybe like I don't want to watch Ash on the screen.
So what was one more time? It was Aliens, Alien 3, Alien, Prometheus, and the rest of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, AVP. It's the kind of thing that's on TBS or TNT, and you're scrolling through and you put it on for 10 minutes, and it's like, hey, look at this.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm never gonna be like, man, I can't wait. You know what? Tonight I'm gonna watch AVP.
Yeah. No. And stop saying it's just stop saying that it's better than Alien 3. Just fucking stop it. That's my main thing. If nothing else came across tonight, stop fucking coming at me with this bullshit that AVP is better than Alien 3.
Or
just stop.
Come back to me when you've actually watched, and I'm not going to give you a list of movies, but when you can actually start saying like, I've been watching quality cinema.
Yeah.
Go watch Martin Scorsese films, Go watch other James Cameron. I mean, I'm sure you've probably seen some of his work. Go watch more Ridley Scott movies. Then come back and tell me when AVP is really good, the best one, or your favorite,
This is David Fincher on his worst day was a universe away from Paul Anderson on his best day. So
not only on his worst day, but someone actively trying to fuck him over and stab him in the back too.
Right.
Go watch Zodiac. Go watch Fight Club.
Let's all go watch Zodiac.
Just go watch a Christopher Nolan movie. And I know these are the best of the best sometimes, but what I used to say to you, and I'll say this to everybody out there, there is an infinite amount of movies out there and TV shows and whatever, and media books, whatever, video games. You have a very limited amount of time of life. There is always going to be something better out there to be wasting your time on than, Exhibit A versus Exhibit B. So if someone says, hey, this is better than that, you should take your time and go do the best stuff you can first. Like with Kung Fu movies, I watched all the really good Hong Kong movies before I watched all the bottom of the barrel shit. And the reason why I watched the bottom of the barrel, because I'd already watched all the things that were good, and I wanted to keep seeing if there was anything else. Go watch all the things that are recommended to you as the best stuff first before you start saying, oh, this is really good, or I should watch another movie. I should go watch another teen movie or disaster movie or some of this shit. Go watch a real comedy or something, Go
watch some Mel Brooks.
Yeah, go watch Spaceballs. Go watch Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Blazing Saddles.
Go watch that stuff before you go watch whatever. Now they're direct to video. They make the spoof movies nowadays. They're just bad.
Yeah, I don't think those are really around anymore.
They are. They're direct to video. That's the
Okay.
thing. I didn't know they were still making them. Go watch American Pie before you go watch American Pie Beta House or whatever the fuck it is, Go watch The Sandlot before you watch The Sandlot 4 or 3 or whatever there is. Go watch Home Alone 1 and 2 before you watch Home Alone 3 and 4. Just go watch the good stuff. And if you like Home Alone a lot and you really want to watch it and you watch Home Alone 2 and you like it and you really want to watch more and you watch 3 and you still like it, good for you. But 3, I don't know if there is a 4th one. I think there's a 4th one. Those are not good movies.
I keep having people coming at me with this fucking like Home Alone 3 is better than Home Alone 1 bullshit.
Yeah. Get that shit out of here.
All right, I'm fucking tired. I'm ready to go to bed.
Hopefully,
I'm ready to bring this alien. It's not even Alien Day anymore. It's the day after Alien Day.
It's post-Alien Day.
Yes.
My post-Alien Day gifts.
Yes. All right, everybody go see Covenant. We will be back with a Covenant podcast, right?
Very short one, probably 30 minutes maybe.
Very short one with our reactions. And
or we won't, because who fucking cares? I know you guys care, but after this you might not.
Yeah.
And also we might be like, who gives a shit? Well, who wants to hear us talk about Covenant? Good night.
Good night.